A Forgotten Truth. The AgencyFiles, Book 4. Written by Chautona Havig. Narrated by Krista Del Sorbo. 1. Crime definitely pays, if you don't get caught. Blue hair shone, almost glinted in the sunlight. With slow, deliberate movements, a wrinkled hand reached into a purse large enough to cause the rounded, stooped shoulders that hinted at osteoporosis. And she thinks her calcium tablets are going to help with that. She needs a purse 1/4 the size of that thing, and a chiropractor. Out came a wallet. He groaned inwardly. Seriously, does she have a photo album of every kid, grandkid, and friend's kid and grandkid? With a slight tremble, her hand reached for a card. Come on, you can do it. Take it out. There you go. Put it in the little slot. No, not that one. That's for deposit. Right. Good girl. The machine spit the card back out again. Oh, come on, give me a break. This... The woman turned and looked at him. Her eyes widened, fear graffitied in them. Bet she'd hate that analogy. Has to hate the idea of graffiti. Comes with her generation. She shoved the card in the general vicinity of the rest of the card slots and scurried away from him with a last glance over her shoulder. When he looked her way once more, he saw a flash of the blue hair on the bus bench, hiding behind a tree. She sat there clutching her purse to her chest. Seriously, you think I want your money? People get more full of themselves every day. It's a national curse, the arrogance of Americans or something. His phone vibrated in his pocket as he slid his card into the proper slot. Notice that I used the right card. It helps. Even before he glanced at the screen, he knew who it was. Sergei, he's ticked. But the words on the screen sent a shiver of fear through him. Perspiration beaded on his upper lip, his forehead, his underarms. He glanced around him and saw 2 men round the corner almost a block away. Expletives filled his mind as he punched the buttons on the screen. When it asked how much he wanted, his finger slid from the $100 he'd intended to withdraw to the maximum, $400. A crash halfway down the block gave him just enough time to grab the cash, but when he tried to shove the card back in his wallet, the thing fell. Leave it. Take the money and run. Before the words formed in his thoughts, he ran. A shout. Screams, footfalls on concrete, panic, fear, sweat, lungs screaming, heart pounding, fear growing with each passing second. He rounded the corner and ducked into an alleyway. A moment later, he hid behind a running truck and climbed up a back ladder. His leather-soled shoes slipped on the skinny metal rungs, but still, he clawed his way to the top of the truck and flattened himself on it. The men raced past, searching every doorway, every dumpster, every imaginable inch. They looked under and around all the trucks in the alley. Neither of them looked on top. Still he waited. 5 minutes. 10. 20. His phone showed 30 minutes before he thought it safe to move. The truck shifted into gear. Heart pounding, he scrambled to the ladder. Must get down. In his haste, his foot slipped on the 3rd rung from the top. Arms flailing, he fell back and hit the pavement. Pain. What? Darkness. A steady drone added to the rhythmic pounding in his brain. Blackness surrounded him, and in slow, ever-increasing increments, the smell of diesel filled his nostrils. Why is it so dark? Where am I? What? Bang! He recognized the sound, or recognized that he should recognize the sound. What was that? Gears ground against each other. Gears, like on a truck. A big one. Why can't I see it? The answer came just as he felt movement. Helps to open your eyes. He tried to scramble, but the brush of a tire against his hair froze him in place. I'm going to die. Killed by a truck in the middle of nowhere. That thought arrested all others. Wait, where am I? The glow of a streetlight 100 feet away told him he was in an alley. But where? What alley? What? Voices sent him scrambling for a dumpster. Confusion followed. Why am I running? Hiding? What am I hiding from? Who? 2 men fought over a girl, a prostitute if her outfit could be believed. It's hard to tell sometimes. While he shivered in the space between a wall and a dumpster, he tried to think, to clear his mind. The pounding pressure on his brain made that impossible. What to do? Where to go? Why had he been lying under a truck in a filthy alley? The questions bombarded him, drove him from his hiding place. He stumbled past the trio, but not until he reached the street and turned the corner did he realize that they thought he was drunk. People stared. He ran. Fear drove him. Fear of what? That he didn't know. A taxi passed, and when 3 men stepped out of a nightclub, irrational panic kicked into overdrive. He hailed the next cab, across the street. The bumper hit his legs, knocking him to the ground, but he scrambled to the other side and used the door handle to pull himself up off the ground. He hurried to the rear passenger door and climbed in. Hey, you okay? Sorry, didn't expect... I'm fine, but someone's after me. Just go, please. The man had only just put the car in gear when he heard the plea. He slammed on his brakes. Oh, no, I don't do cops. Sorry, but it's nothing illegal. As if compelled, he added, I don't think. His eyes scanned the area. Maybe not. I saw these men and I don't know. I need to get somewhere. For Tylenol first. My head is killing me. The driver must have taken pity on him because he inched forward again. You're sure you're okay? I think someone jumped me. Understanding dawned. That's why I thought someone was following me. They already got me. At the second light, the driver looked back. Hey, not to be insensitive or anything, but if you got jumped, do you have money for the fare? Oh, great. Now what? He dug his hand into his back pocket. The other. Neither pocket had a wallet. His front pocket, however, held a wad of cash. He held it low and counted. 20 bills. A streetlight gave him a quick look at the denominations. 20s. 400 in a wad. Odd. Look, buddy, I have it. He peeled 3 bills off and waved them. They got my wallet, but I had some in my pocket. Take you to the first police station? No. He wiped perspiration from his forehead as he forced himself to keep calm as he objected. No, I really need the Tylenol. Okay then, where? That answer eluded him too. Dunno. Silence. The cab pulled into a gas station and the driver promised to wait. Get something to eat too. My wife always says that it's better to take those with food. Snickers, maybe. Just the mention of food made his stomach growl. Yeah, good idea. Haven't eaten in a while or something. Not sure. The cab pulled into a mini-mart parking lot. Eyes followed him everywhere he went. Security cameras. Why am I so afraid of them? A little girl. What kind of man wants to knock a kid to the ground and run? Anything else? His head snapped up, and he stared at the face of a kid with a goatee that nearly hung to the counter. Has to be fake on a kid that age. What? Can I get you anything else? A can of Sprite and the Snickers bar sat on the counter. Oh, right. Do you have Tylenol? Advil, aspirin? Headache, huh? The kid reached for a small box. Which one? Tylenol. The beeps of a register scanner filled him with irrational fear. He slapped a 20 on the counter and forced himself to wait for the change. Need all the money I can get. Another question followed on the heels of that thought. Why? Why do I need it? I don't know. I don't even know. A nice night. He snapped out of his reverie. Huh? Hey, mister, are you okay? Sorry, just thinking. He stared at the money in his hand. Right. You too. Good night. Once ensconced in the close quarters of the taxi, he relaxed. A little. Okay, good. We can go now. Where? The answer eluded him. I don't know. Look. The driver began as he turned to face him. I can't just... The man's expression softened. Okay, why don't I drive by the river? It's a nice drive. Yeah, sure. Yeah. He nodded. Thanks. As the man wove through the city streets, he talked, rambled about anything and everything they saw. He had a story for everything, from an argument about the best fast food chicken to being robbed by a 9-year-old while he was buying ice cream from a truck. Kid ended up having to wash my car every week for a year. His mother was so ticked off. The driver laughed. Best part, his name was Hector, like me. Who names a kid Hector these days? I couldn't believe it, but I guess that meant I was cool enough to clean up after, 'cause he did it. Good job, too. Eyes met his in the rearview mirror. Say, what's your name? I can't keep calling you buddy. That's just rude. He opened his mouth to answer, but nothing happened. As he scanned his mind for the answer, it came up blank. A swerve, a jerk, and the driver pulled up to the nearest curb and turned around to face him. Look, you nearly got yourself ran over. You think you got mugged, don't have a wallet, do have a headache. Now you can't tell me your name? As much as he wanted to protest, he couldn't. Look, I'm taking you to a hospital. Sounds like you've got yourself a huge concussion. See, you can't even argue with me. I would if you'd just shut up. His voice echoed in his own ears. Sorry, that... The driver's grin told him he hadn't offended. But I don't think I'd usually care. That's kind of weird. Wonder why I think that. He gave a weak smile back and sighed. I don't know why, but I can't go to the hospital. Just drop me off anywhere. I think I should eat some real food. Maybe get a short nap at a table. A looming sign ahead decided for him. There's a Denny's up there. Can you just let me off there? Though the driver protested, the cab pulled up to the curb. Still think you should let me go to the police or a hospital. You shouldn't sleep if you have a concussion. He passed another 20 to the driver and didn't wait for the change. Thanks. Not until the vehicle pulled away from the curb and sped down the street did he turn toward the entrance. He's right. Concussion is likely, and that means no sleep. Or does it? Why do I feel like that's some fake medicine? Oh well, I can keep myself awake figuring out what I do next, just in case. 2. Didn't return from lunch. Mark Cho stopped scrolling through his iPad and concentrated on the conversation. Did you just say that Ryan didn't return from lunch? Yes, I was following, and 1 minute he was there, and the next, a few of Sergei's guys were walking down the street. When I looked back, Ryan was gone. I haven't been able to find him since. He's just gone. I'll get Flynn on his financials. Mark zipped a secure message to his assistant before adding, Okay, see if you can meet with Paris. I need to know if Sergei has him. Okay. A pause, one that lasted longer than any reasonable pause should, before Mark's surveillance expert said, Can't say why, but this feels different. His fist clenched. Understood. With a voice command, Mark disconnected the call. He grabbed another phone and slid his finger over the single contact. Mark, what's up? No one can say Keith doesn't get to the point quickly. News from Henry. Ryan's gone. Gone? Keith sputtered and stammered before asking again. Did you just say he's gone? Flynn stepped into the office with a mug of coffee and a banana. Man, she's good. She gets better every day. With eyes closed, he spoke. Yes, he's gone. Henry watched him turn a corner and saw Sergei's guys follow. After that, nothing. We're checking financials now. I'll take Annie from Hearthland tonight, just in case. It might mean we have her longer than we intended, though. Mark forced his jaws apart to prevent the clenching that earned him regular rebukes from his dentist. I agree. I'll send Claire tomorrow. I think she'll be a good addition. If I could spare Karen from the Kim case, I'd let them handle her after extraction. You think she's going to be resistant to a man because of her attack at the mission or because of the thing with Ryan? More of a combination of things. Add to those the abject fury she'll feel when she discovers the one guy she trusts has given her up, and we've got a woman who is going to be hostile, probably the entire time. The way his best agent didn't argue, didn't hesitate, told Mark he'd been prepared. Looks like I'll have to take Erica out to a very early dinner, now. That'll cause questions. You can tell her you're going to go, and that you can call now and then. Take a dozen phones if you need to. I don't need your girlfriend mad at me again. She's made it clear that she has a love-hate relationship with you. His laughter rang out as he peeled the banana. As long as she doesn't love to hate me, I'm good with that. I don't want to kill my chances at an invite to the wedding. Those words, Mark. Those words would make her squash you like a cockroach. Seems you've forgotten the dossier. Mark counted to 3 before he added, She's more likely to take up the cause of saving the cockroach from extermination than to kill one herself. Phone disconnected. Mark sat, lost in thought. Another involuntary extraction. Another woman held against her will for her own good. He gripped the phone and willed himself not to throw it. When will men stop doing this to women? And when will my job be unnecessary? The line stopped nearly at the door as Keith stepped into the coffee shop. There he joined the queue of people waiting for a caffeine fix before they stepped onto the trains that would whisk them away from the city center until Monday rolled around again. He observed as the crew behind the counter worked in what looked like frenetic chaos. It's not, though. Each movement, almost mechanical. Humans are amazing creatures. People piled in behind him, jostling to make it through the door. Erica Pulowski's voice called out, Tammy, Dave, and Tanisha. The owners stepped forward and retrieved their cups just as Erica plopped 2 more up on the counter. Kyle and Megan? Something the woman said made Erica laugh. Love her laughter. His conscience blasted him. Okay, I love her, but what good does that do me? We're at an impasse. Keith felt her eyes on him just as he stepped up to the counter. He winked at Layla and jerked his head in Erica's direction. She being nice to you guys today, or should I refuse to feed her? Colombian with raw sugar? He flashed a grin at her and tossed a couple of dollars in the tip cup. You know your customers. We know you. Erica'd kill us if we got yours wrong. Because she couldn't care less if you messed up anyone else's? Change in hand, he went to lean up against the wall next to the serving counter and found Erica watching for him. You're leaving, aren't you? That was easy. With family, sometimes he had to force himself to look as disappointed as they thought he should feel, but with Erica, that never happened, and realizing it at that moment brought an incongruous grin to his face. A rare blip of insight made him see it from outside himself, and Keith groaned. That came out all wrong. What did? You didn't speak. No, he admitted. But we both know that you pointed out that I'm leaving, and I smiled. Makes it look like I'm eager to get away from you. Admitted. It was curious. Keith's hand slipped over the divider and brushed her arm as she worked. I was just thinking about how great it is that I don't have to pretend to be miserable that I have to go. Thanks to you, I love my job again, and you don't expect me to complain about having to leave. He glanced over his shoulder and nearly sagged with relief at the sight of only 2 customers in line. After them, can you get away for half an hour? Erica stared at the clock for a moment, and from the look on her face he was certain she'd say no. But a moment later she nodded. Yeah, I can do that. Layla caught his eye and jerked her head in Erica's direction. I think Layla needs you. If you can't leave, I can go get something. Bring it here so you... I'm going. Oh, and remind me to give you Dad's message. Reminder noted. Whatever Layla said cut the weight into nothing. As Erica spoke with the girl, she began pulling the strings of her apron and tossed it into a bin under the counter. I'll have my cell if you need anything, but I can't imagine why you would. Because it isn't one of the busiest times of the week right now or anything. And if I count employees correctly, you're missing at least 1, if not 2 today. That thought sent tingles through his spine. Every single time I have the slightest doubt as to whether she really cares about me, you prove it's not just a curiosity thing. Thank you. Now, if you could just help me figure out what I can do or say to open her eyes to you. Go before we get a rush and conscience gets the better of me. Keith found himself saying the very words he did not wish to speak. Are you sure you don't want... Come on. Erica grabbed his hand and pulled him out the door. She glanced up and down the street for his car and frowned. I don't see... If you look closely... Her eyes swept the area, and he knew the moment she saw it. A slight tensing. A hint of distance. Oh. We don't have to go anywhere. We could walk down to that Turkish place, or there's that diner a couple of blocks over. They had great hamburgers. His expectation that she would protest and insist on driving somewhere proved wrong. Though he felt a tug toward the street, she turned at the last second and wove through pedestrians as if on a mission. There's a taco truck down this way sometimes. The Glendor building lets it park there. Great burritos, and the rice... Keith waited until they'd seated themselves on a low cinder-block wall with bags of Mexican food in hand before he spoke. Have I told you lately just how amazing you are? No, and I think you owe me a "Don't you want Jesus in your life?" speech soon. How about we save it until I get back? Though it hurt to say the words, the slow smile that formed just before she took a bite of her burrito told him he'd made the right decision. A minute or 2 later, she nudged him between bites and asked, Do you ever feel guilty? She paused. No, wait. The word isn't guilty, it's... Erica glared at him. Don't tell me. A bite later, she took a drink and nearly choked as the word came to her. Convicted. Do you ever feel convicted about how you don't try to convert me all the time? Nope. Inwardly, Keith added, burdened, Erica, but not convicted. You know the truth. I can't make you believe it. Should you? And that kind of insight is exactly why we work, even with our differences. You care about more than yourself. You remind me to care more about you than me. That's impressive stuff right there. Keith? Sorry, just mentally admiring you. When she gave him a disbelieving look, he shook his head. No, seriously, you're good for me. Anyway, I suppose some people would think I should. For all I know, if I watched someone else, I'd think they should. I just know that you know what you need to know. Believing isn't something I can make you do. And nagging you about it isn't going to make you want to listen to things you've already heard. She sat back, satisfied, every line, curve, and angle of her face promising as much. but it shifted as she asked,
"Is that true, though? I mean, Mom's already heard that Dad endorphins her, but she still wants to hear it again."
"So, by that argument, there is no such thing as nagging, and men are bigger idiots than we thought?"
"Yeah, you're right. In my head it sounds okay, but when you pick it apart, not so much. I guess it depends on the person. You see it as a good thing, so it wouldn't bother you to hear it. I see it as irrelevant. Well, not so much anymore, but still, since I'm more ambivalent, it would be a negative thing to hear it all the time."
"Sounds to me," Keith muttered as he gathered their garbage, "sounds to me like you just made both of us right. We should mark this as some kind of special day. It's not likely to happen again anytime soon." Erica hopped down and followed him to the trash can the truck kept at one corner. As they passed the window, she waved.
"Thanks again, Perdita."
An unfamiliar silence grew between them as they walked back to the coffee shop. Keith chalked it up to the natural frustration of yet another separation and let it be. "I'll be back soon enough, and Mark did say—" That memory broke the silence. "Oh, Mark's sending me with a dozen phones. I can call."
"Why?"
"Because he's scared of you." Erica's laughter wrapped around him, squeezing his heart with its warmth.
"You're funny."
Seriously, his words were, "I don't need her mad at me again."
"He sent you on a death mission. How you got back alive because he didn't give you 2 minutes to check your information, no one knows. So yeah, I was ticked. I'm not ticked when he does his job right."
"He didn't have time."
"I know," she snapped. Yeah, no time. No time to keep you alive. What good does it do?"
"To try to save someone if you're both going to die in the process. Then I'm not around to save someone else the next time. We've been over this. It's what we had to do. I still support it. And I really wish I'd never told you."
"You can tell Mark this,"
Erica began as she slipped her hand into his.
"I promise not to get mad again if he promises to keep you alive."
"He can't make that promise, but I can promise to tell him." "Deal." Keith's phone buzzed just as they reached the coffee shop again. She hugged him and murmured,
"Come back, in one piece preferably, but I'll take alive."
"We'll go house hunting? Freak out a few realtors at open houses?" He watched as a slow smile lit up her face. "That'll keep me going when Annie's ready to kill me. At least I think I'll like this client."
"That's a date. I'll start making lists. Strike out the ones that are pathetic while you're gone."
Movement. She meant to kiss his cheek. Keith ignored their lack of privacy and allowed himself the luxury of a kiss meant to linger for the days or even weeks he'd be gone. Lord, let it be days, for all our sakes.
"I'll miss you."
He gave himself yet one more luxury, held her just a few seconds longer. "I'll miss you too. Call you in a day or two. Can't tonight, but probably tomorrow."
"Take care of her."
"How did you know it's a her?" Erica inched toward the door.
"You have a different way about you when it's a woman. More tense, but softer somehow."
He remembered something just as she pulled open the door. "What about your dad? You said—"
"Oh yeah, he said to tell you that if you don't get your," she winked, "posterior over there soon, he's going to kick it to the curb when you do."
"Got it. After I come see you when I get home. I'll go right over."
"He's studying the emergent church, whatever that means."
As Keith waited for a break in traffic, he pondered her words. Only a man like Tom Pulowski can become a Christian, and in less than a year, he's studying the question of the age. It's inspiring and discouraging at the same time. 3. Hide the van, sedate the dog, crawl under the trailer, stay out of sight, wait. Taking Annie Logan had been a given from the moment a friend of hers, Ralph Miner, contacted a private investigator. That one call now meant that 3 separate plans had been set in motion. Protect Annie from her pursuer, protect her pursuer from his enemies, and find out why those enemies were after said pursuer. All in a day's work. The plan? Simple. The actions? Not so much. Hearthland had already proven to be a terribly difficult place to surveil. Wide open spaces, few places to hide, and a very close-knit community. Annie had chosen a great place to live once she'd decided against staying hidden on the streets of Rockland, but it left him with little to work with. And now there was a new guy in the little community. Derek, the indoor garden guy, unnerved him more than he was willing to admit. With a monocle trained on Derek's car, Keith waited, petting the sedated dog beside him as he did. Good girl, Gertie. You'll be ready to chase away the flies tomorrow, I promise. Footsteps. Ralph's, he thought. Walk Derek out. Attaboy, Ralphie. You get that guy out of there. Your story for her jitters is probably the worst I've ever heard. Annie's good, though, calling him Dirk to back you up. Quick on her feet. Sometimes I think she should be recruited. I bet she has perfect instincts. Might be from being on the streets for so long. No. The thought shifted as he realized the real reason. Those instincts sent her to the streets for her own protection. She's had them all along. Interesting. From the footfalls above him, Keith knew she paced the floor. For just a moment, he considered taking her then, not making Ralph witness it. It'd protect Ralph. She'd never have to know he had anything to do with it. But if I know Ralph, he's coming back to wait with her. A few seconds passed, each one seemingly longer than the last. No, can't risk it. She could scream. Derek could see. No, I wait. 20 minutes after that car. An engine started. Yes, awesome. In 20 minutes, we're gone. He pulled out his phone and zipped a text to Mark. Is the cellar the only place we can take her? The answer blinked a second or two later. Yes. Of all the people who we have to take to a place like that, why her? Ralph returned, almost at a run. She'll notice, Ralph. Calm down. We're good here. The conversation was too jumbled, too mumbled. Keith strained, his head aching with the attempt to hear what they discussed, but someone, Ralph he suspected, kept jiggling. Your nerves are going to give everything away. Quiet came at last. Quiet just before he heard the muffled words. Do you ever think it's okay to invade someone's privacy? Oh, come on, don't. What? He scrambled from his hiding place. Just outside the door, he hesitated and began wrapping duct tape backwards over his gloved hand. Give me 5 minutes, Ralph. He barely got one end secured before he felt the conversation shift. Swiftly, he secured the other end and hesitated, hoping. If I could go get the van first. Ralph's voice broke through his thoughts. Annie. He jerked open the door, and before he could step all the way in, Annie lunged. He saw it in her eyes. Confusion. She's trying to remember, but what? The answer came when Annie's knee rose and fingers dug toward his eyes. Impressive, but not good enough. Still, she tried. Involuntary clients who tried to protect themselves trumped defeat every time. He spun her in place with one hand and covered her mouth with the other. The transference of the duct tape occurred without a hitch. I'm not going to hurt you, Annie. He pulled out a rope. Ralph's protest erupted with her muffled complaints. Is that necessary? He tossed the older man a reassuring glance, but he only said, It is. Ralph withered under the glare that Annie tossed him. Annie, he's here to... Don't, Ralph. As he wrapped her body with rope, he tried to explain. Right now, you should leave. She's not going to forgive you today. She can't understand why yet. She will." Ralph didn't move, seemed incapable of taking his eyes off her. "You should go." "Annie, if I didn't think this would save your life—" "Go, Ralph," Keith insisted. "You're only making it worse on both of you." "You'll call me? Let me know how she is?" Annie's snort hinted at her opinion on the subject. Keith pointed to the door. "I can't do that. It won't be safe. Now, I won't tell you again. Get out of here, or I'll have to ensure you do. Which'll it be?" "I'm going." Just as Ralph grabbed the handle of the door, Keith heard the man mutter, "I'll never forgive myself if this was the wrong move." As the door closed, Keith pulled a duffel bag from within the jacket he wore. "I'll be glad when I can get this thing off." The muscles in her neck drew taut. "You're going to fight. Good." Her legs swung at him as she tried to trip him. A half-stifled snicker confused the words as he said, "Good try." He chuckled again. "Very good try." As he shoved clothes in the bag, he glanced at her. "Anything special you want? Bible, book?" He held up a copy of Lord of the Rings. Annie ignored him. He shoved a few more things in the bag before he found the laundry basket. "Anything dirty you particularly like to wear?" He didn't expect her to respond. However, he kept talking until he finished. "Okay, I'm going to check around outside, and then I'll be back for you." As he reached the door, he added, "Don't bother trying to take me down when I come back. I mean, you can if you want, but it's a waste of our time." Outside, he glanced around him and then ran. The van, hidden behind a few trees, now bounced over the uneven terrain of the meadow that separated the houses of Hearthland from the tree line that ran along the brook half a mile away. Driving without lights proved easier than he'd expected, but twice the tire dipped into a hole and jarred. He pulled into the little yard next to Annie's trailer and bolted from the idling vehicle. Prepared for an attack, ineffective as it would be, he flung open the door. When nothing flew at him, he crept in and ducked as he turned toward the back of the trailer. She hadn't moved. Couldn't. Keith flung her over one shoulder and moved back to the door. "Watch your head, Annie. I don't want to bang it, and I can't carry you and protect it at the same time." Why he bothered to warn her, Keith wasn't sure. He fully expected her to stick it straight up just in time to get a nice gash on her forehead. She didn't. "Oh, you were going to be surprising. That's good." Just as he reached for the door handle, Keith heard a shout, muffled, indiscernible. All caution against noise dissipated in his haste to get out of there, now. He slammed the door shut and ran. A phone rang, but something about it felt off. Again, a shout, a ring. He pulled the driver door closed behind him and backed out of the yard and on to Hearthfield Way. Stupid mockingbirds. Get me every time. He trudged along an unfamiliar road, one he felt he should know but wasn't quite right. Vancouver Way. But I'm not in Vancouver. I know Vancouver. This is Portland. The airport's over there. A truck stop ahead arrested his attention. TVs are on there. I need the news. That thought prompted a barrage of new ones. Why do I need the news? What am I looking for? Why? Something's not right. The noxious diesel fumes nearly drove him past, but the almost desperate need for news sent him inside anyway. The travel center boasted a hotel, fuel facilities, food court, and even a cinema. Could go in there and sleep for a bit, just until I know where I am and why I have to run. Wish I could remember why. The bathrooms offered a hint of privacy. Once in a stall, he took inventory. Should have done this before I ate at Denny's. The wad of 20s had been joined by change. $3.69 left. How long will that last? How long does it need to last? What's going on anyway? A question he knew he should ask eluded him. It seemed, at least in his throbbing, foggy-headed mind, that if he could find that one question, all would be clear. Even if I don't know the answer, it seems like I should know enough to ask the question. I just don't understand. Shoes. Leather-soled dress shoes caught his attention. I'm dressed well. That thought prompted him to shove his money back in his pocket and rush from the stall and to a mirror. His clothes said it all. I have money. Maybe I usually carry around this much. But where's my wallet? Phone. Shouldn't I have a phone? Why would a guy who dresses like this go anywhere without a phone or his wallet? Why would a guy who dresses like this have this much cash and have someone after him? The answer terrified him. I'm a druggie, or dealer. Do dealers carry phones? With this kind of cash and no drugs on me, surely I didn't. A man walked into the restroom and gave him a curious look. I've got to get out of here, get changed. The store, they have t-shirts. Maybe a pair of sweats, swim trunks, flip-flops. The clearance rack yielded a $7 Portland is for lovers t-shirt. A bit of relief washed over him as he realized that he hated it. Surely that means I have some taste, doesn't it? Shorts were impossible to find at a price he'd pay, but he did find sweatpants. Portland State Vikings. Do I like them? Why don't I know that? Despite the incongruity of sweatpants with flip-flops, he grabbed the cheapest pair he could find and carried them to the register. His total? $32.47. Ouch. He shook 2 20s off the roll in his pocket and passed them across the counter.
Do you need a pouch?
Huh? The woman behind the register smiled and passed him a zip-top plastic pouch on a lanyard.
Those sweats don't have pockets.
Great. She knows what I'm doing.
Not here to judge, but if you have to change, you need someplace to keep your change.
Yeah, thanks. How much?
$4.99.
Unable to hide his frustration, he slapped $5 of his change back on the counter. The woman started to apologize and then hesitated.
You know, people remember rudeness or excessive politeness. You might think about that.
Sorry.
Doesn't matter to me, she murmured as another man joined them. But it might to you, later. Have a good night.
You too. He hesitated as he grabbed the pouch off the counter and tossed the penny change into a plastic, take-a-penny, leave-a-penny dish. And thanks. Once more he made his way to the bathroom, but changing in the stall proved harder than he'd anticipated. Should have used the handicapped. Peeling off his sock, however, stopped his quick change plans. Need the shoes. This is disgusting. Can't put my feet on this tile. He stared at the floor with his single-stockinged foot and pondered his growing revulsion. Am I OCD? Germaphobe? A bit of both? Just restroomophobic? Unwilling to take the time to consider the deeper questions about himself, he ripped the elastic thread that joined his flip-flops and slipped one onto the bare foot. Immediately he saw the problem. Gotta put the sweats on first. Okay, I can do this. Never, he was certain of it, had it ever taken him so long to change. He shoved his old clothes into the plastic travel center bag and shoved them in the garbage on his way out the door. The plastic of the pouch under his t-shirt clung to him already. Revolting. A group of truckers and a few college-aged kids moved toward the cinema. Something's about to start. Better not be stupid. As he took his place in a line behind them, he stared at the marquee and sighed in relief. I can handle the Corpsman. Better that than Beauty and the Beautician. A hand on his shoulder, he jumped. Beard, plaid shirt, but not flannel. That had to be good. Clean jeans. His eyes met the man's just as he realized he'd fallen asleep in the movie. Oh, sorry. Not sure how you fell asleep through that, but figured you might want to get out before the cleanup crew comes in. Right. His back twinged as he worked the blood back into his legs. Outside the travel center, once again the diesel fumes filled his lungs. Nasty stuff. I bet truck drivers die of lung cancer or something. He shivered as a cool breeze blew past. Rain's coming. Now what do I do? I can't go anywhere. Where would I go? I can't do anything. I'm stuck. I need to run. I have to run. But why? Where? What do I do? Car trouble? He jumped and stared at the trucker holding a thermal cup. Probably coffee to keep him awake. Scary stuff. A shrug, a glance in the distance. He tried for nonchalance. Was supposed to meet a friend. We were going to Coeur d'Alene for a bachelor party. He rolled his eyes. I mean, couldn't they come here? What are we supposed to do in Coeur d'Alene? Didn't show, eh? He could have come while I was in the movie, but I didn't want to wait out here forever. What I get for losing my phone. So now I have to get a Greyhound or forget it and go home. The man took a few steps as he called back. Good luck. Hope he gets here soon. Thanks. He turned and stared through the windows. Could get a sweatshirt. That'd help. Hoodie would be better, but it would cost more. Hey. He turned. Yeah? The driver retraced his steps. Look, I'm headed to Spokane. It'd be cheaper bus ride from there to Coeur d'Alene than from here. He jerked his head toward a long line of rumbling big rigs. You're welcome to ride with me. Though he knew better, though his mind screamed at him to refuse, a black car pulling into the parking lot drove him to agree. Yeah, that'd be great, thanks. I could give you something for gas, diesel, anything. That's nice of you. The driver held out his hand. I'm Roger. He fumbled, and a wave of panic washed over him. A lie flowed from his lips freely, too freely. Wow, my friend, the one who was coming to get me? His name is Roger. Weird. He shook the guy's hand. Keep it firm, but not aggressive. That's a weird one. So, what's your name? Oh, sorry. Got sidetracked hearing yours. I'm Dan. Dan Abney. Climbing into the cab of the truck, settling in, trying to relax, even as he watched the lights of the city recede in the side view mirror, one thought dominated his mind. That's the question I couldn't think of. Who am I? What's my name? What do I do now? And what was the name I gave him? Dan something? 4. The single candle gave Keith little light to work with, but the sedative he'd been forced to give Annie would wear off soon enough. Rope, off. Zip ties on hands and feet. 3 or 5. 5 gives greater movement. His eyes slid to the ladder that led out of the cellar. She couldn't move fast enough with those even on 5. I'll give her more movement. Despite his desire to give her the most leeway possible, the memory of her attempted attack in the van moved him to put 2 back. 3's enough. Though he considered removing the duct tape for her, movement told him she'd be awake soon. Better let her decide. Her movements indicated returning consciousness, but only when he saw her start did Keith know she'd left most of the post-sedative fog behind. A second later, she jumped up and flung her bound hands wildly before wiping them on her pants. Keith couldn't resist. I would have thought someone accustomed to rat and cockroach-infested alleys wouldn't be bothered by the occasional spider. The seconds passed as Keith allowed her to take in the fact that she still couldn't speak. As he advanced, he watched fear well up in her and drown the previous confusion. A growl, he could only imagine what prompted it, reached him just as he drew close enough to touch her. Okay, Here. He dropped a bottle on the bed next to her. Is a bottle of lotion. I'm going to remove the zip ties from your hands. Keith stepped out of the path of light and saw the return of confusion. Good. You're thinking. I didn't over-medicate. Yay me. The expression brought a smile to his lips. Been around Flynn too long. I think that's a good thing, too. Annie wriggled her elbows and, if the contorted muscles in her face meant anything, tried to frown. Keith opted to put her out of her miseries. Yes, you did have a rope around you, but when we arrived, you were still a bit groggy from the trank I had to give you. A series of thoughts changed her expression a dozen times. Now she remembers. So, anyway, he continued, I'm going to cut that zip tie and let you decide how you want to remove the duct tape. We've had good luck with rubbing lotion under one corner and working it off. Protects the more delicate skin over the lips. Some prefer to rip fast. Whatever floats your boat. My girlfriend jokes that you won't need a facial wax for a while, if you're into that kind of thing. He watched her for a moment and said, I suppose that's not a priority when you're living on the streets, but since you've been in Hearthland, maybe. Her expression prompted a chuckle he barely had time to repress. I love your snarkiness. Reminds me of Erica. Keith pointed. You'll have to turn around so I can cut that. Don't want to miss and get your wrist. Between Ralph and my boss, I'm pretty sure I'd be dead if you didn't get to me first. He helped her stand and gently turned her toward the light. My name is Keith, he continued. My backup is on the way. She's actually my cousin as well. Claire's excited to meet you. Her entire posture changed. Keith could almost hear her thoughts. Bet you're thinking, oh yay, I get to meet your cousin. We'll climb apple trees and slide down cellar doors. Wait, we already did that. Or something equally amusing. Keith couldn't help snickering, but the sound must have panicked her. Annie bucked and then froze. He hastened to reassure her. No, you didn't speak aloud, but from what I've learned about you, I can only imagine the internal sarcasm going on there. You wanted to do investigative reporting, but I think you should have been a satirist. You'd be great. The moment he touched her, everything changed. The inward turmoil began. To be compassionate, firm, direct, nonchalant. Going with the gut here. It better work. Her head turned, and she glared into his eyes. With a shake of his head, Keith went for the direct approach. Don't try to attack, escape, or otherwise cause me any other hassles. I can and will take you down. I can keep you sedated. I can do pretty much anything I want and you won't overpower me, okay? This is my job, to protect you. And I'd rather not have to stitch myself up because you were too eager to get away from my charming hospitality. The moment he broke the plastic zip tie, Keith nudged her, forcing her to fall against the bed. As she rolled over, he stood ready to defend himself. She reached for the tape at her mouth, but Keith stepped forward and his hand covered hers. Don't. It really does hurt. Use the lotion. Keith waited for it. The fire, the anger, the drive to overcome and get away. It flashed in her eyes for a moment before it died, and she nodded. Only his excellent training allowed him to repress the sigh that screamed for release. Should thank Mark for that part. Seemed stupid at the time, but every case makes me grateful. He gave her another glance before he sat back down again. Still, fighting is better than acquiescence, unless she's going the mind games route. She managed to work most of the tape free in half the time it took most of their clients, and in less time than it had taken the agents during their training. She worked copious amounts of lotion under the tape until her mouth was completely uncovered, and then, before he could stop her, Annie ripped the rest of the tape free.
Ah! No wonder you said use the lotion.
I warned you. He saw a snarky comment rise to the surface, but Annie quelled the temptation and instead pointed to her feet.
going to take those off?
You have 3 there, as loose as I can make them and keep them on. You're stuck with those, though. That way, it'll be hard to climb that ladder.
Her eyes swept the space.
What is this? It smells...
Disgusting, I know. I've got the candle burning. I can turn on a lantern if you want more light.
That'd be nice.
Oh boy, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2...
Keith felt her hand a split second before he turned and flung her back onto the bed. The impact caused her to cry out, "Ow!"
Hit your head?
Bit my tongue. She tried again. Bit my tongue. As Keith worked, he talked.
Look, part of me says, let her fight the whole time. It's good for her. Mentally, I mean. I like it when I know my clients are fighting, because it means they haven't accepted the abnormal as normal. But you should know that this is what I do. I keep bad guys from getting to you, and I keep you from getting to where bad guys can get you, okay?
Wow, you're like a superhero. Can I, have your autograph?
Annie pulled her knees up to her chest and rested her chin on them.
I'm not 12, you idiot.
I didn't mean to be so condescending,
he protested.
I was just being generic.
He gazed at her over his shoulder.
Man, I can almost read your thoughts. Are you thinking superhero villain's lair or Silence of the Lambs?
She proved him right with her next question.
What is this place?
What does it look like?
Root cellar.
Keith couldn't help grinning.
Ding ding, give the girl a prize.
I'll take a one-way ticket to anywhere but here, please.
And you'll get one,
he promised. He glanced at his watch.
In about 2 hours, Claire should be here. We'll be taking you somewhere more comfortable as soon as she arrives. She's checking out places first.
The next question came almost immediately.
Checking out places? What are you talking about?
I have to say, I find it interesting that you haven't asked why we've taken you.
Incredulity tattooed itself all over her face.
Did it ever occur to you that I might not like the answer? Sometimes ignorance is bliss, and considering the scenarios I have running through my mind right now, I'll take that bliss over enlightenment.
Keith thrust a bottle of water at her and an orange.
Found some at a store before I picked you up. For this time of year, they're pretty good.
She ignored them and changed the subject, asked the first of the obvious questions.
So, what is Ryan paying you to keep me here?
Nothing.
Right, because we're leaving. Good one.
A sneeze muffled Keith's next words, but he repeated himself.
Excuse me, sorry. Oh, Ryan. Yes, we're not working for Ryan, Annie.
Her thoughts wiped away her attempted mask of indifference.
She's getting feisty in there again.
He pulled up a chair close to the bed and straddled it. With arms draped over the back, he watched her.
Do you prefer Annie or Deanna?
He saw it, the moment she finally grasped the meaning of his words.
Wait, what? Ryan didn't send you? Then who?
She sighed.
Oh, right, Ralph. He sold me out.
Ralph is scared for you. He tried to find out more about you. At first, to protect himself, I suspect. But he was referred to us, and we took the case.
A dozen, maybe more, thoughts flickered in her eyes. Keith could only guess, with probable accuracy he had to admit to himself, what they were.
You're trying to decide your best course of action, aren't you? You wonder how well we know you, how much Ralph told us, and I have to decide how much to let you know as well. We're in the same boat, but we're rowing in opposite directions.
That thought nearly made him smile.
Erica would love that. Her dad, not so much.
After the better part of a minute, she finally spoke again.
I prefer Annie.
Annie suits you. Deanna sounds a bit more...
pretentious.
He chuckled and shook his head.
I was going to say fragile. Annie sounds strong, like Annie Oakley.
He saw her stuff down a question. After several long seconds passed and she didn't ask it, he urged her.
What? Might as well talk. We could be stuck with each other for a few weeks until this comes to a head.
What does? Keith leaned his head on his hand and raised his eyebrows in question. When she didn't answer her own question, he sighed and said,
The thing with you, Ryan, and the Russians.
The mere mention of the Russians prompted a visible shudder. How did you know about them?
Why would you be running from Ryan if not for them? For what it's worth,
Keith said.
Most of what we know we learned through investigation. Ralph doesn't know your name. He doesn't know where you lived, although I think he suspects ever since Derek Remmer showed up.
This is because of Derek, isn't it?
She groaned.
He was sent here because Ryan knew I'd never actually met the guy. Ryan's on his way to get me.
Keith could almost see the gears begin to turn in her head. A light came on behind her eyes. She gasped.
And you took me, you stupid idiot. Now I get it. You bring me here and use Ralph as bait. You think I'll tell you where the flash drive is to save Ralph.
Well, you're wrong. Annie flopped back on the bed, hands behind her head, and did her best to make him believe the studied air of nonchalance she obviously tried to manufacture.
I am not telling. Kill Ralph, kill them all. I really don't care.
1,
Keith said as he stood.
That's a lie. 2, I don't need you to give me the flash drive. I have it.
He pulled the familiar little green drive from his pocket.
I grabbed it when I packed your bag.
He pointed to it.
Does it give information about the Russians, or was West skimming off the books?
She sat up, eyes filling with tears of fear and frustration.
Where? How?
I found it weeks ago when I searched your trailer.
Why didn't you just take it? Leave us out of it.
She allowed herself to voice the true desire of her heart.
Let me live in ignorant bliss about Ralph's issues with keeping his word.
Because the drive isn't mine to steal. I only took you to protect you.
From what?
It pained him to answer.
We don't know yet.
Hands gripped a bathroom counter. Eyes stared into mirrored images. Dan, I'm Dan Abney. For now. The sight of his hands on the counter produced the feeling of insects crawling over him. He flipped on the water, pumped enough soap to scrub his entire body twice, and rubbed until his skin felt raw. I'm also a germ freak. Definitely. It's not just bathroom floors. Though he expected some kind of shame or frustration, only comfort came with seeing his red, half-burned hands. And I'm okay with that. Trucks rumbled in the parking lot as Dan stepped from the travel mart. Need to find somewhere to go now. Casper, Wyoming. Can't stay here, but where do I go? A car pulled up to the front of the store. Heart racing, he dashed inside and raced for the restrooms. Just outside the men's room, he realized it would be a trap. Instead, he dashed into the women's room and locked himself in a stall. How long do I wait? He tugged on the lanyard and pulled the pouch from inside his shirt. $305 and change. Not good. I'm blowing through this too quickly. How will I keep going without money? What do I do now? I'm down almost $100 in less than 48 hours. The bathroom door opened just as Dan unlocked his stall. He stepped back in, fear sending bile up his throat. The moment another stall door banged shut, he bolted. He raced from the building, but a flip-flop went flying in the opposite direction. A mentally lethal attack of the skeevies hit as he half-hopped, half-skipped over to it. So disgusting. Just... The memory of why he'd been running hit hard. His eyes scanned the area, But aside from a car full of laughing teens, no one seemed to have noticed, or to care. Maybe I'm running from myself instead of someone else. The sun would be down in a matter of minutes. As hungry as he was, Dan decided against the restaurant. Need fast food with $1 menu. A woman passed on her way to the store behind him. Ma'am?
Don't have any cash.
Sorry, I don't want anything, just directions. Can you tell me where the nearest McDonald's or Burger King is? She hesitated and turned back toward him.
Right over there.
As Dan's eyes followed her pointed finger, he groaned. Hey, thanks. Sorry, exhausted.
Don't drive, okay? Too many.
I won't. Dan took off toward the McDonald's, muttering, Not like I could if I wanted to. In minutes, he sat in the corner chewing his McDouble as slowly as he could make himself do it, and trying to decide what to do next. I can't just keep riding with people all over the country. I need to figure out who I am and why I'm running. Maybe I should go back to Portland. That thought made his throat go dry. Okay, maybe not, but I could go to the police. Again, his body physically reacted to the idea of law enforcement. No, I'm probably wanted for something.
You okay over there?
A woman, had to be in her 60s, stared at him through concerned eyes.
Look a bit lost to me.
She's got to be from Texas or Arkansas, someplace like that. Just trying to figure things out.
Saw you walk over from the gas station. Car trouble?
2 men in leather jackets stepped into the restaurant, and Dan sank low in his seat before he could stop himself.
Friend trouble? Or enemy? One of them things. Maybe those frenemies my daughter's always yammering about.
She hissed. The woman watched until the men stepped out of sight before leaning forward.
Want to ride somewhere?
Her accent made it sound like she'd said, "Want a rad somewhere." Probably more like Oklahoma or Arkansas. Doesn't sound so Texan now. When she cleared her throat, he blurted out, "You shouldn't offer strange men."
I've got a gun, and I know how to use it. You won't get one up on me, no, sir. But I can't stand to see anything cornered. Not a dog, cat, or human. Okay, corner a mouse and you're okay by me, but otherwise...
He didn't hear the rest of her words. Dan's mind raced with possibilities. Traveling with an older woman has to be less suspicious than with truckers. Another glance her way showed piercing eyes boring into him, felt like into his soul. Then again, am I safe with a woman who freely admits to having a gun? She knows how to use it. Another glance. Yeah, I'll bet you do.
Come on, let's get out of here. I'll run through the drive-thru so you can get another burger. One of those bitty things ain't enough to keep a dog alive.
But...
Besides, that way we can see what the thugs are doing.
He followed her and didn't say a word until they climbed up in a battered truck that looked like it had seen years of hard work.
It's old, she murmured with pride. Had her for 30 years. Runs as good, maybe better than the day I got her. Saved for 6 years to buy it. We paid cash for things back then. Nowadays, folks just pay by the month until they could have had 2 good used cars for what they spend.
The truck lurched forward with a jolt that belied her assurances of a vehicle in good working order. But Dan relaxed as she eased out of the parking space and into the drive-thru.
Sorry about that. Got a knee that protests now and then, usually just as I go to shove in the clutch.
You're one up on me, Dan murmured. I can't drive a stick, I don't think. Regret slammed his heart the moment he spoke. You can't go around saying stuff like that.
I think this is going to be an interesting ride. Yes, I do. Big Mac? Fries?
She nodded at the mini suitcase she carried for a purse.
Fetch me my wallet, will you?
I'm
older than you, Sonny. Hey, what's your name anyway?
Dan Abney. As she pulled behind a Toyota sedan, she turned her eyes to him.
You don't know that, do you? This is going to be an interesting ride.
5. The tiramisu arrived just as Agent Dellingham stepped into the main restaurant. His eyes met Mark's, and he nodded as he strode across the room with an air of purpose, determination.
"Mark? Dellingham, have a seat."
Pleasantries filled the minutes until their server arrived with coffee for Dellingham and left with his order. The man wasted no time getting to the point of their meeting. "Any sign of West?"
"None, but at least Annie Logan is safe."
Right. That's what she's calling herself?"
"We choose to call her whatever she prefers. The use of her alias also protects others from overhearing the name, which helps."
Mark stabbed his dessert with unnecessary force and studied the contents of his fork before taking a bite. A moment later, he added,
"Any sign West is heading this way?"
"None whatsoever. The man has vanished." Though not surprised, Mark grimaced at the words.
"I like to know where my client's adversaries are."
"Things got complicated last night." Dellingham sat with hands wrapped around his coffee cup and not meeting Mark's eyes. "We think West has sensitive information."
"What kind of information?"
Mark hissed. "The kind that we do not want the Russians, as in Moscow, to have." Mark jumped up and dropped a $50 bill on the table.
"Let's get out of here."
"What?"
"Trust me."
As they neared the door, Dellingham stiffened beside him. "I see what you mean." Just as they stepped outside, Dellingham offered his hand. "I came prepared. Thank you for meeting with me. Flynn knows how to contact me on a secure line."
"Nice to see you again,"
Mark murmured, as if meeting for half a cup of coffee had been on his schedule for a month. An SD card slid into Mark's palm as he shook the agent's hand. With studied nonchalance, Mark reached into his pocket for his phone and allowed the card to slide out of his hand in the process. Dellingham stepped into a black vehicle and drove off into Rockland traffic before he could swipe his finger across the screen and tap a name.
"Flynn?"
"Yeah?"
"I need to reserve the secure room for this afternoon, and I need Kendra here, now."
As much as it galled him to do it, he waited for Flynn to demand courtesy.
No one's going to seriously, shoot you if you say please."
Mark hastened to oblige.
"If you please."
The car arrived before he disconnected the call.
"See you in 10.
"Mark?"
He didn't answer until he slid into the back seat and slammed the door shut.
"Yes. Tell Keith and Claire to move. Don't tell us where. Cancel all but in-person communication."
"They'll need another team member."
"We'll deal with that later."
A second thought prompted him to add,
"Get Tyler in position. Bring him in for training."
"Got it."
"What? No awesome sauce this time?"
"Mr. Cho?"
His eyes rose to the rearview mirror.
"Kendra?"
"We're being followed."
The coffee cup mocked her from across the room.
"Shouldn't have left it there. She'll probably try to bean me with it again."
Claire Auger peered through the doorway where Annie paced.
"Thank the Lord for plastic-coated chains. So much quieter."
They couldn't sleep when she did. Annie had an uncanny ability to sense unconsciousness near her. The moment either of them dozed off, she'd jerk out of an apparent dead sleep and attack. But already the lack of good sleep had taken its toll on both of them. Keith refused to use a sedative, but Claire was ready to go over his head and get Mark to order it.
"I just need 6 straight hours. 5 would suffice. 7 would be heaven."
She nearly allowed her eyes to close.
"That's it. Coffee it is. Need an infusion before I collapse."
Just as she reached for the pot, Annie spoke from the doorway. "Why don't you just give up and sleep?"
"I could ask the same question."
"You could lock me in."
"And risk you planning an attack when we open the door again? Not on your life. Almost made that mistake the first night." "Not allowed."
The words, while not universally true, did apply truthfully to the situation. Claire rested in that reassuring thought. "Why are we here again? Why not the dungeon?" Annie asked the same questions until even Keith wanted to tell her to stuff it. Claire, half crazed with sleep deprivation, lost what little sanity she'd managed to hold in reserve.
You know why. I know it because I've told you 100 times or more myself, and Keith has told you more, I'm sure. Why am I sure? I'll tell you.
Her voice rose a few notches.
Because he was with you even longer than I've been.
That doesn't answer the question.
Because I'm not going to,
Claire screeched.
I'm not doing it anymore. You know why. If you want to ask 1,000,000 times, fine. Ask why, but I'm not going to answer. You're worse than a kid.
The self-satisfied expression that settled over Annie's face nearly made Claire lunge for the woman's throat. Instead, she gulped down the rest of the coffee and tried not to wail at the trail of searing pain it left in her throat. To the music of Annie's sardonic laughter, Claire poured herself a cup of water and downed it too.
How a nice man like Ralph can think you're a wonderful woman is beyond me.
Had Claire not looked up just as she finished speaking, she would have missed it. A fleeting change in Annie's expression. Only one thing could cause that look in a woman's eyes: betrayal by a man she cared about.
She's probably in love with him, or was. Now she feels betrayed. I could at least try to convince her that he's not the enemy.
Don't bother. Claire's head whipped up so quickly she grabbed her neck in pain.
What?
Trying to convince me that Ralph is a great guy. He betrayed a trust. That's not a great guy in my book.
He tried.
Annie's voice rose to a piercing screech.
He betrayed me. I don't care what he claims his motive was. I'm stuck in here, a prisoner. And why? Because he couldn't mind his own business. And it's possible, Claire retorted. It's possible that you'd be dead now if he hadn't.
Oh, please. Exasperation boiled over into raw anger of a kind she hadn't experienced since Keith had left a friend without protection.
You're such an idiot. Don't you get it? Derek could...
So what?
I can take care of yourself. Yeah, because you managed to fight off Keith. You managed to get away from us. Yeah, you're so...
Enough. Both women turned to see Keith standing in the other bedroom doorway, arms folded over his chest. This stops here. I'm not.
I'll say whatever I... Don't do it, Annie, Claire warned. One guy with a particularly foul mouth lived with a lot of duct tape when Keith got grumpy.
You are a couple of nut jobs. Seriously,
let me out of here. You can't get away with this. I'm an American citizen. I have rights. Yeah, like the right to die, Claire snapped. There are people who want to kill you. We're trying.
I don't care what you claim to be doing. You're... Keith's voice broke through the catfight she'd entered with claws sharpened and bared. You... He pointed to Claire with a glare that should have unnerved her more than it did. Get to bed.
But...
Now. Before Annie even had a chance to stop to gloat, he turned to her. And you, stop antagonizing her for the sheer joy of it. I get that you need to fight, I do. But because of it, you're keeping her from essential things like sleep.
Then let me go. She can sleep all she wants.
And, he continued without hesitation, that lack of sleep is going to slow her responses, cause her to make mistakes. We can't afford that. I am not losing another client, so back off and deal with it. As she passed, Claire saw tears in Annie's eyes. Frustrated, angry, pain-filled, she didn't know which. She paused and reached out to touch Annie's shoulder, but the woman jerked back. Her hand dropped to her side, but Claire allowed herself to say the words that needed to be spoken.
If you'd quit fighting us, just a little, you might be able to help. And if you help us figure out where Ryan is and what his game is, we can catch him, stop him, catch the guys after him. Then you'll be free.
Like you'd ever let me go. She couldn't help herself. Claire snorted.
Yeah, Because what I want to do for the rest of my life is watch you try to drive me insane by never letting me get any decent sleep. Like I like being stuck in this house with you 24/7. Like Keith just loves being separated from his girlfriend and stuck with someone who treats him like dirt. We do this because we don't care about having a life outside these four walls.
She turned away.
You're crazy.
The door shut behind her before Claire could reach for it. She stared at the bed, aching to drop into it, but guilt washed over her in a wave of uncertainty. A moment later, Keith's head popped through the door.
I didn't hear that frame squeak. Sleep.
But
the glare he gave her sent her scrambling under the covers.
thanks.
The pillow cushioned her in a cloudy shroud of softness. As Claire lay on the soft mattress, her favorite and Keith's least favorite, she felt it. That slow, steady sinking from consciousness to slumber.
Best feeling in the world. Be out in seconds. Sleep like a
The door banged open.
Get up, we're gone.
What?
Keith stood over her.
Ryan's running.
From who? What? He's running?
Appears to be. Mark got a visit from the FBI. We're on our own.
Claire blinked and glanced through the doorway. Annie stood there, arms wrapped around herself, shock and fear slowly etching into her features.
She'll be more cooperative now, but it's not exactly how I would have wanted it.
We're being followed. Without a second thought, Mark pulled the battery and SIM card from his phone and set the SD card in their place as he gave instructions.
Okay, I need you to pull into the bank up here and get into the drive-up ATM line. Try to cut someone off going in if possible. It'll put distance between us.
Won't they just go around and cut us off?
A slow smile formed as he pulled out a debit card and slid across the seat to the driver's side.
If we have any luck, they will.
The moment the black SUV whipped around the line and positioned itself at the opposite end, Mark nodded.
Government. So, either Agent Dellingham is acting rogue, not likely, or another branch. I'm guessing Homeland Security. CIA or NSA wouldn't be so obvious.
Aloud, he said,
They're going to approach.
Should I wait until they're out of the vehicle and gun it?
No. We can't learn anything if we avoid them.
Kendra's eyes met his.
So, telling you was worthless?
Quite the contrary. Telling me helps me get a picture of what's going on.
Then why did you remove the SIM card and battery?
Her face flushed.
Sorry, I just don't understand.
Because if Homeland can find us that easily, then anyone who is monitoring them can find me. I'd rather that not happen.
He pointed at the windshield.
They're coming. I think they'd like you to pull into that parking space.
Do it?
And this is why you are getting a raise and a possible promotion. You are loyal to me first.
Mark nodded as he said,
I'd appreciate it.
His passenger doors opened seconds before the driver's side doors did. Kendra was asked to exit the vehicle and take a walk. 5 minutes should do. Mark passed over the cash he'd retrieved while in the ATM line.
Get yourself something to drink. I'll be fine until you return. It's fine, Kendra. Special Agent Thomas won't let anything happen to me.
The use of a name seemed to relax her. Kendra stepped from the vehicle with only a slight glare at the woman who took her seat. As the doors shut around him, Mark waited for it.
Smooth way to reassure your driver.
You'd reassure me if you showed your identification, Agent.
Special Agent Korinka. You had it right the first time.
He considered the wisdom of a dig and opted to see what kind of woman he'd be dealing with.
No relation to Svetlana, I assume.
Who?
The other agent in the front seat snickered.
Russian gymnast.
Korinka threw a frosty glare in the man's general direction.
You would know the name of someone who walks around popping her butt out after every accomplishment.
The decision not to smile took more effort than it should have. To distract himself, Mark asked the obvious question.
What can I do for the Department of Homeland Security?
We want to know what Don Dellingham asked you.
Can't you ask?
The agent beside him spoke. I'm Roberts. Why'd you disable your phone?
Because I didn't know if you tracked Dellingham or the phone. If you tracked the phone, then anyone tracking you, that's not going.
Mark didn't speak, but the expression on his face silenced Roberts mid-sentence. Karinka jumped in before Roberts could recover his wits. Why don't you answer the question?
Because he told me very little. We met to talk. He asked if we had eyes on Ryan West. I said we didn't, and he told me that West has sensitive information, so finding him is a priority. Then we saw Ivanov enter the restaurant.
Further explanation was unnecessary. The other agents exchanged eloquent looks before Roberts spoke up again.
Did Ivanov follow you from the restaurant?
Mark shook his head.
No, I don't think he saw us, frankly, but I wasn't taking that chance. When Kendra informed me that someone was following us, my first thought was him.
Ah, that's why you went through the drive-thru. We made it glaringly obvious that we were behind you. Karinka stepped from the vehicle. We'll be in touch. If Dellingham shares any further information with you, we want to be kept apprised. He has shown signs of incorporation.
Dream on, woman. Mark held out his hand. Number where you can be reached?
The men around him laughed. Karinka, however, did not. She glared at him, and just as the door slammed shut, spat, "Like you'd use it." Despite the seriousness of the issue, Mark listened as the three agents joked and mocked each other until the doors of their SUV closed behind them.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Kendra opened the door before he could begin mapping out strategy in his mind. Everything okay, Mark?
It all just got that much more intriguing. I need to get back to the office, fast. If you can avoid traffic cams, that would help.
The Lexus wove through alleyways, skirted cameras in small parking lots, and zipped along side streets until they pulled into the back entrance to the Mayflower building. The car shot down the ramp into the parking garage and came to a screeching halt near the elevators. Need anything else?
Go get Tyler at the airport. Private gate, not commercial.
Will do. The moment he stepped into the building, Mark saw Flynn waiting for him with a phone in hand.
Thought you might need this. We have the room on basement level 2 prepared. That won't work down there, of course.
Mark smiled his approval.
You, Flynn Dortman, are totes amazing.
She flushed.
Ah.
Her eyes twinkled as she added,
I just puffy heart you.
She knows you found that amusing. Man, she's good. I puffy heart.
Mark shook his head and groaned.
Sorry, I can choke out a totes amaze, but puffy hearts don't work with my personality.
That's okay. It's just oobs coolio that you don't make fun of me for being me.
On the elevator ride down, Mark mulled over her words.
Sad that people can't have true individualism anymore. The only individualism that counts these days is that which the rest of society deems worthy of the title.
Keycard, handprint, and access code.
Might need to consider adding a retinal scan the way things are going these days.
The thought stopped him just inside the door. As the latch clicked, he reversed the idea.
Overkill. We have the off-site facility for that.
A laptop waited for him. Beside it, a bottle of water, a Pyrex bowl, a paper towel, and a half-empty book of matches. Mark slipped the phone from his pocket and retrieved the SD card while the machine booted. Password. Double-click the drive. A box popped up for another password.
Seriously, Dawn, seriously. You give me a card with a password and don't give...
Before he could finish the thought, a message arrived from Flynn. Flynn. Message from Dellingham. Password is... X4-2D at 3.SZ94.24Z-23. Mark. Thanks, I was just about to throttle him. Flynn. I can tell him that if you'd like. Just sayin'. The cursor blinked in time with his thoughts. The temptation proved too great for him to resist. Mark. How about you say, Mark acts like he's ready to throttle you. That saves your hide and mine. Flynn. Faux shizzle.
I'll take that as will do.
Copy and paste failed.
Good move, Dellingham. Very good move. That right there was a good block. Copy-paste is a great way to ensure the wrong person gets into your file that much faster.
A security question popped up, followed by yet another one.
Okay, serious stuff here. Cloak and dagger, nonsense or genuine?
The spinning wheel of death gave him enough time to contemplate what the contents would be.
Russians, information. Are we talking intelligence secrets, financial information? Are they funneling American dollars into... No, you are thinking of Shin and the North Koreans. Don't mix your issues.
The words came up on the screen just as Mark decided the threat would be knowing how successful the Russians were in their criminal activity.
If the Russian government knew...
He took in the files that filled the screen one after another. Photos, names, documents. Mark stiffened.
If West knows he has this, he's a bigger idiot than I thought. If he doesn't know, he's a dead man if we don't get there first.
6. It had once been a farmhouse, probably a snowy white patch surrounded by green fields dotted with cattle or horses. The lack of trees, though. For such a lush area, there weren't as many trees as he'd expected. In Dan's mind, the entire Midwest, including the prairies of Kansas and the rolling countryside of Oklahoma, had mini forests everywhere. Georgia, his benefactress, had mocked that idea.
Whole lot of nothing in Kansas. Not much more in parts of Oklahoma. Some up by the Ozarks and on the eastern side, but still.
The words meant nothing to him. What did he care about the number of trees in Oklahoma? But as Dan wandered down to the mailbox to retrieve Georgia's mail for her, he took in the landscape once more.
If someone comes, I'll see 'em.
Dan frowned.
Them? Better. I'm picking up her speech habits. Interesting that I don't like it. Is it more OCD stuff, or is it indicative of my upbringing?
The little nuggets he discovered about himself painted a picture that, for the most part, seemed reasonably normal and crime-free. But the constant, nagging feeling that someone watched him, hunted him, those wiped away his reassurances on a semi-regular basis. He jumped at the sound of a car, hid from windows when dust filled the road, and the idea that somewhere someone sought him refused to be silenced. I'm someone, but whoever I am, I'm running. That's not exactly comforting. Junk mail, a grocery circular, and a missive from AARP preceded a small, padded envelope addressed to Georgia Atworth. Obviously a book, mass-market paperback by the size of it. Nothing even hinted at someone contacting her about him. Good. He strolled back up the long dirt lane that led to the house, his eyes taking in the damage of weather, neglect, and time. The once white house was a study in country grunge. Gray boards showed beneath peeling paint, and a layer of dust covered every inch, from the half-rotted screens to the windows, siding, and the rust heap near the detached garage. That was probably a tractor once, but now... A dust cloud behind him told Dan that she'd returned. He met Georgia at her door and opened it. Got your mail.
Wondered why the box was empty.
Her eyes pierced through the wall he tried to erect and into his motives.
Making sure no one's coming for you, too, aren't you?
Not sure how anyone could know I'm here, but...
Smart man you are. Downright smart man. Bet you're some kind of bigwig. If I had the internet, I could see if anyone's looking for you.
I think I'm glad you don't. He reached over the side of the truck bed and pulled out a couple of grocery bags. Paper. She would use paper. Farmers. America's original eco-conscious folks. Wear it out or do without. Something like that.
Don't grab too many. You'll tear the bags.
She reached for a plastic bag behind the truck seat.
Got you some clothes down at the Baptist thrift store.
Her gnarled hand gripped the bag tighter as he reached for it.
I've gotta wash 'em, you idiot. Even if it didn't disgust me, we both know you'd be itching inside 5 minutes.
I was just going to carry them, Dan protested. Straight to the washer. I was sure you'd be like, oh, they're clean. I know Melba Sue over there. They wash everything that comes in. Besides, these belong to Bobby Joe, and his mother washes their clothes once a week, whether they need it or not.
I can see what you're thinking. And no, I don't know who owned them before. Got generic stuff so people won't recognize them.
Good thinking, but if they know you bought them, then...
Baptist thrift store over in Duncan. That's what took me so long. Went where no one would know me.
Dan followed her up the front steps, laughing. Are you some kind of undercover agent? Her laughter, something about it warmed him.
No one ever accused me of being Emily Polifax before. Most folks consider me too down to earth to bother with travel and such.
Polifax? Georgia took the bags from his arms and waved him back again.
Go get the rest. Yeah, woman in a book. Decided one day that she wanted to be a spy, so she went to the CIA and accidentally got signed up. Good book.
Young and hot?
Almost senile citizen, but there you have it. Get the rest. I'll start supper. Want fried chicken or...
Sounds great. Man, her cooking, so good. But she should be dead from all that lard. Maybe the greens counteract it somehow. Choking down Swiss chard cooked with bacon and onions had been hard enough, but turnip greens? Dan shuddered at the thought as he jogged down the steps. A car zipped toward him with yet another cloud of dust behind it. Maybe offering to scrape and paint is a bad idea. Too much dust around here. The last 3 bags nearly split before he got them onto her kitchen counter. Someone's here. Where do I hide?
Go in my room, closet. No one would expect me to hide anything in there. I'll say you run out the back door.
He hadn't shut the old woman's door behind him before he heard the screen door slam shut. Maybe she should be like that Halifax woman. That was genius right there.
Who's here? You can come on out, Dan. It's just Mandy Sue.
Oh, great. The daughter. He glared at the door as he approached. You said she never comes home. Dan stepped into a hall and saw a woman filling, or attempting to, the entrance to the kitchen.
Who are you? Now, Mandy, this is Dan. He's just staying here while he gets on his feet. If you're here, I'm definitely making fried chicken now. Your favorite.
Georgia's head poked around the corner.
Sorry, Dan, but daughters get priority around here.
Fine with me. Especially since we just agreed to that, didn't we? What can I do? His eyes swung to Mandy and took in every feature. She was older than the senior picture on the piano, probably by about 10 years. I think I like redheads. She's one of those rare ones who isn't covered in freckles. I guess that also means I don't care much for freckles. She's gorgeous. A bit over-sophisticated, but gorgeous. Probably trying to make up for a childhood of thrift store clothes and bowl haircuts or something.
Go wash those clothes, I got you.
A glare preceded a stream of protests from Mandy Sue. As he passed, Dan mentally calculated the total cost of her wardrobe and decided it probably equaled Georgia's Social Security check. Something in the semi-incomprehensible jumble of words struck home. He paused next to Georgia at the sink and asked, What do I owe you for the clothes?
Nothing. I got 'em because I wanted to. You'd never fit into Jack's old stuff. Bet you couldn't fill one of his legs.
Mandy Sue's previous, Mom, gave way to an indignant,
Mama! Did I ask your opinion? No, but you're gonna get it anyway.
Dan scooted toward the old washing machine at one end of the long kitchen and tried not to be too obvious about his curiosity regarding the conversation. Jeans, slightly faded but not too bad and without holes. A glance at the size gave him no clue. I don't even know my size. I mean, medium isn't much of a size. He held up the jeans. They looked about perfect. Might be snug, but... 3 plaid shirts followed, long-sleeved. He almost sagged in relief at the realization that none had pearl snaps or country yokes. One was Hilfiger. Does it mean something that I recognize the brand? I remember lots of brands, stores. He stared at the logo. Do I buy it or just recognize it? Soap's in the cabinet on your left, half a capful. He took his time, dumping item after item in the washer. 3 pairs of jeans, 6 shirts, 1 pair of elastic waist athletic shorts. Probably for sleeping. A frown formed as he lowered the water level to medium. As gross as the idea is, I wish she'd gotten me some underwear. Do they even do that? Sell underwear at thrift stores? Only 1 item remained in the bag. He brought it to Georgia with a smirk he couldn't repress. Got something to tell me? She laughed and nudged him. Good one. Got that book so's we can go through and see if something jars a memory. Mandy Sue snatched it from his hand. Mama, you bought a baby name book? Why? None of your concern, Mandy. Just set the table. She pointed to a tall metal stool in the corner. You sit yourself down there and skim through that thing. Maybe a name will jump out and you'll remember. He do. What? No what? As Dan's eyes slid over the A names in the boy section of the book, Georgia gave her daughter a condensed version of how they'd met. So, he's going to be here for a couple of weeks, and you are going to keep your mouth shut about that. A gun appeared from the depths of Mandy's designer purse. She leveled it on him and glared. You step away from that stool. Put the book on the counter. Georgia laughed as she moved between them. And you try to take the country out of yourself. Well, you can't do it, can you, Amanda? Put that thing away. If he'd wanted to hurt me, he'd have done it long before now. Just how long has he been here? While Mandy didn't drop the gun, she did relax just a bit. I brought him back from Casper. He's been here since. That's what, 4 days, Mama? The woman seemed incapable of placating her daughter. 5 if you count traveling today, but who's counting? You can't just let a strange man... At that moment, the woman's amusement shifted to annoyance. Though he couldn't prove it, Dan was certain he'd never seen anything like it. Georgia dropped the spatula in the sink and advanced on her daughter. She wrenched the gun out of the girl's hand and checked the safety. Satisfied it wouldn't fire, she dumped it in the purse and stepped even closer. Listen here, Missy. You will not try to tell me what I can and cannot do with my own home and my own life. You lost that right the day you informed me that we were too hick for your new life in the city, so back off now. She's lost her mind. The words reverberated in her mind and heart as Amanda Atworth watched the scene play out before her. Dan ate with relish, which didn't surprise her. Everyone loved Georgia Atworth's fried chicken. It's the paprika and hint of sugar, not like Aunt Dearly's where it tastes like chicken candy. A million questions ran through her mind, but Mandy knew better than to ask any of them before her mother offered a morsel of information first. Dan, on the other hand, watched her with wary, almost fear-filled eyes. You, Mr. Dan, who you really aren't, are so getting out of here. I'm not sleeping in this house with a stranger. His eyes met hers, and Mandy swallowed hard. Okay, he's not a serial killer. Probably more like a con artist of some kind. Ingratiate himself with an old woman, make himself indispensable, and then take off with everything she has. Well, that isn't going to work. For one, as you can see, she doesn't have much. Mandy's eyes roamed the small dining room they'd usually reserved for holidays and company.
Still as worn and dated as it was when I was growing up. She never does anything with it.
Nice room you have here. Dan pointed to the sideboard. That's an antique, isn't it? Older homes have such character and treasures inside. I couldn't believe it when I saw that.
He knows his antiques, Georgia remarked in Mandy's general direction before turning back to him. My grandfather bought that for my grandmother as an anniversary present in 1822. It's original mahogany. Mama called it Federal, but I don't know if that means it's the style or the company.
Style, definitely. Her mother beamed.
See, he's remembering already. Just takes a few moments of stress-free existence to let the brain rest.
Just what doesn't Dan remember?
Everything. Still has some nasty bruising under that hair of his. The idea of amnesia, for reasons she couldn't imagine, didn't bother Mandy at all. However, the fact that her mother had examined the man's wounds unnerved her.
Does it hurt to touch your head?
Yeah, not like it did, though.
What did the doctor say?
When her mother and the strange man exchanged glances, the answer became clear immediately.
Great. So you have a strange man, one who obviously doesn't know his name, if your baby name book purchase means what I think it does, with head trauma in your house, Mother? Really?
She's getting mad enough to drown puppies. Dan leveled an inscrutable look at Mandy before adding,
Spitting darts over there, too.
Okay, new tactic. Figure out who he is so we can send him home, or at least stall until I can call the sheriff.
Don't even think about it, Mandy Sue.
Amanda, Mother. I'm not some...
The sacrifices her parents had made to ensure she had a chance at a good education, a better life, stifled the rest of those words.
Sorry. You know how I hate the way it sounds like Ada Lee. That girl was horrible.
Regardless, you are not calling Sheriff Jessup. It's not happening. The way Dan nearly bolted from the room told her enough.
You're a criminal, and I'm not leaving her until you're gone for good. No stinking way.
Sit down, Dan. We're going to figure out your name. It's a good place to start. Georgia grabbed at the baby book and began in the A's. By the time she reached Arnold, Mandy couldn't take another word.
Seriously, Mom, you think he's going to tell you even if he does hear it? You think his name is Arnold or Arsenio or Arthur? Really?
It can't hurt, Dan protested.
She stared at him. Glared was more like it, and tried to judge whether the man was seriously that dense, if he had injured more than just his memory center, or if he was that good.
Like you'd tell us if she found it. You're probably Aaron and over there thinking, at least I know who I am now. Better keep it to myself before they find out that an Aaron from Casper shot and killed a cop over a drug deal gone wrong. Now, Mandy.
She has a point, he insisted. I mean, I don't think I'd do that, but how do I know? I'm sitting in a farmhouse in the middle of nowhere, Oklahoma, wearing clothes that a stranger bought for me from a thrift store. I don't actually have proof that I'm not any of those things.
There was something in his voice, a hint of truth that Mandy couldn't deny.
Yeah, well, we can't prove you are, she conceded. So let's try Mom's way.
A new thought prompted her to ask her mother,
Just where did you get the idea to try a baby name book?
They had while you were sleeping on at the doctor's office. I had to get my blood drawn for that insurance thing, remember? Well, the guy in the coma was just lying there in bed going over everything he thought he knew about himself, even his high school locker combination. She turned to Dan. Don't suppose you know that?
Pretty sure I had a locker. Does that count?
Though tempted to point out that the man in the movie was no longer in a coma when he tried to remember locker combinations, Mandy found herself latching onto the idea.
Okay, so can you see it in your mind?
He closed his eyes, and a look of intense concentration filled his face.
I see too many. Lots of lockers. I mean different kinds, not just a row of them. Either I'm remembering movies with lockers, or I moved a lot.
Do you see any other things around them? Mascots, colors, textbooks with your name on them?
She saw the answer in the droop of his shoulders and the utter frustration that no one could manufacture that well.
No one but an actor.
Despite the futility of the question, Mandy asked,
Any chance you're from California?
Instant revulsion. She'd never seen an expression change so fast. His eyes flew open. Pretty sure I'm not from there, and I'm pretty sure I've been there. I don't think I liked it, but I did think of one thing. No idea why. The Atworth women both spoke in unison. What's that? Rockland. I was thinking of California when you said it. Didn't like that at all, but it made me think of Rockland. The concentration on his face would produce a whopper of a hemorrhoid if he wasn't careful. I just can't figure out why. Something tells me I'm not from there, but maybe. Georgia snapped the book shut. It's a start, Danny boy. It's a start. Aren't we going to try the B's, D's, R's? Not now. I asked the doctor why they don't push people in movies about amnesia, why they just let it come. Asked if it was a movie thing or if it was real. He said triggers are good, but pressure just locks stuff away even more. Mandy nodded, but her mind was less agreeably engaged. Mama, if I wasn't in your house, I'd swear right now. 7. Flynn. Tyler wants to know where to meet Keith. The message popped up just as Mark finished vetting a potential new client. Thankfully, a paying one. He started to reply when another message came. Flynn. And in case you forgot, you have to meet with Shin Kim within the hour. He scribbled a note for himself and smiled. After wadding it up and tossing it in the garbage, his fingers moved to the keyboard. Mark. Take note. Learn to swear in Swahili. Flynn. Does Rosetta Stone add epithets in their vocabulary lists? Should I call the company? You'd totally rock Swahili, BTW. Can you imagine hearing a guy who looks like you with a name like Mark Cho speak in Swahili? Mark. Anyway, where's the meat? Flynn. Envelope on my desk. Oh, that reminds me. Got a call from the guy watching Keith's place. Mark. Could use that Swahili swearing right about now. What about it? Flynn. Woman moved in. Gorgeous. She's gotten off on his floor twice and tried to get in his apartment, accidentally. And you're just telling me this now? What is up with you? Mark. When did we get this intel? Flynn. About 3 seconds after I dinged you about Tyler. Came in while I was typing the thing about meeting with Mr. Kim. We're at the official 45-minute mark now. Mark. On my way. Tell Tyler to tell Keith to tell... Forget it. Be right there. He burst through the door just as she skirted her desk with a couple of envelopes in hand.
Here's the Kim meetup.
She slapped the second envelope on his outstretched palm.
And this is for Keith from Erica. No names, dates, or anything unacceptable. She promised. I didn't read to confirm.
With Erica, we probably can leave it. He'll burn it if there's anything that gives her away. Good move, though.
He hesitated a moment and sighed.
Okay, tell Tyler to come in for instructions. I can't wait around.
She dropped her hands to her hips.
It's kind of hard for him to get them if you're not here to give them, just saying.
And I'm just saying, he teased, that you'll have to give them. Do you want an envelope in the safe, burn when you're done, or verbal?
He'd never given her that option, never given any new employee that kind of trust and responsibility. If anyone questioned her, she'd have to be able to pretend she was clueless.
Oh, you know I want to say heck yeah.
She winked.
That was for Keith. Anyways, but I don't want to do anything stupid, get all excited and lose my head. It's like the biggest, totes amaze thing you've ever done, trusting me like that. So I want to wait and think about it. Better put it in the safe.
And that, my girl, might just get you a raise.
He signed a one-word note and sealed it in an envelope.
Pop it in the safe, will you? Code in Tyler's employee number. He'll open it when he comes in.
And recode it for you afterward?
Yes.
At the door, Mark turned.
Flynn, I don't know what we'd do without you.
I don't know about you, but I'd be bummed beyond belief. This is like the most coolified job that's ever been.
And you've made it yours,
Mark added. He unsealed the envelope as he stepped through the door. The single word told him where to go. As if he did it every day, Mark stepped off the elevator on the second floor, popped envelope and note in a shredder as he passed, and jogged down the stairs to the parking garage.
Storyland. Good choice, but ugh.
Traffic at 10 o'clock in Rockland. Perfect time of day to make it to the Loop without getting trapped in a lineup that rivaled the Indy 500. But by comparison, the mostly empty parking lot at Storyland proved that schools were back in session. It was a Monday, and the decision hadn't been as genius as he first thought. The answer came to him in an instant.
Looks like Shin just got a new boyfriend.
The protection details showed themselves one at a time as he walked through the park to the picnic area near Riding Hood's Wood.
I need to warn him, or he'll blow it,
Mark mused. He stopped to buy a bottle of water and tossed the cap in a garbage can beside one of their men.
Warn Shin that I'm his boyfriend. I won't kiss.
It is a nice day, isn't it?
Good move. Really should consider making you an agent. You never flub up.
Shin Kim sat on a bench, hands clasped together, looking as utterly miserable as a man could look.
Is it me or the situation? That is the question.
Without hesitation, Mark approached, hugged the man, and slid his hand into Shin's.
I will never get used to this.
Let's walk.
Are you nuts? There aren't enough people here. 2 men walking around are conspicuous. Should have done suits. Could have pulled that off. I didn't know where they'd chosen until it was too late.
It was supposed to be homeschool day for kids all over the state. None showed.
Well, at least it makes sense now. Anyway, sorry we have to be so friendly, but we'll be less conspicuous.
I can't wait to tell my wife that I cheated on her with a guy.
Get to the subject before his palms get any sweatier. Ugh. Okay, so your prediction came true. A woman moved into the apartment above Keith.
Sooner than I expected. He must be gone a lot. The man thought. Okay, I want a weekend with my family in exchange for identifying her. I assume you have a picture?
You're good, I'll give you that. We have one, but I couldn't risk bringing it. This came in just before I left the office. We need a more secure location for something like that.
Mark turned to face the man.
I also want the name of the senator you mentioned.
The one they're grooming or the one in place?
I think we've got.
Shin shook his head. You don't have them all. After a long pause, Shin nodded. I'll give you the one they're grooming, but I get a long weekend then, Thursday through Sunday.
Every day together increases the danger exponentially. Do you really want to risk that?
Mark shouldn't have been surprised, but despite his best efforts, his heart went cold as Shin Kim asked, Do you want Keith dead? The moment Keith left, Annie began pacing. Despite being better than the root cellar, a double-wide mobile home on half-hidden acreage somewhere in Kentucky didn't exactly scream home to her. Claire shook her head.
Seriously, we're going to get written up for excess wear and tear on the floors if you don't cool it.
Like I care. The reply flowed from her before she even considered her words. Annie paused and turned. Wait, what? They seriously? A grin on Claire's face prompted her to resume pacing.
Hey, you fell for it. It got you to stop and think of something else for a second.
Yeah, like it did any good. This is crazy stuff here. Where is Ryan? Why hasn't he shown up yet? This has got to be more expensive than just killing me and taking the thumb drive. That thought prompted a new one. Maybe he offered more for me alive, but why?
If you are wondering, again, when we're going to kill you, the answer is still the same. We're not. We're going to let you go as soon as you're out of danger.
Since the story never changed, Annie decided to try to figure it out with other questions. What is Ralph paying for this?
Nothing. He offered,
Claire added before Annie could ask another question.
But Mark said he didn't have to pay for something that wasn't his responsibility.
Oh, so now I'm a thing. Lovely. Claire's hands flew up in the air, her favorite mode of expressing her exasperation.
Seriously? Can anyone do anything right? The thing is the situation, not you. Did you hear the part where Ralph Miner was going to pay the whole thing for you to keep you safe?
He wouldn't have had to if he'd left well enough alone.
That might be true.
Annie stopped pacing and stared at her captor, searched the young woman's face, looking for some sign of disingenuousness. What?
It might be true. You did a good job of hiding while you were on the streets. And really, no one was likely to find you in Hearthland, so remote and such a small group. So as long as Derek Remmer wasn't working for Ryan, you know, the jerk who beat you to a pulp.
Annie must have winced because Claire nodded.
Yeah, him. So, as long as Derek just happened to decide to move to Hearthland without any input from his buddy Ryan, and as long as he never showed a picture of you to Ryan, the chances of you being found were pretty much nil, but...
But those are slim options, Annie finished.
Well, yeah, but that's not what I was going to say.
She waited until Annie nodded before she continued.
Ralph wasn't trying to keep you safe from Ryan, not at first. He was trying to see if he could help you get your life back. He was also trying to make sure that you weren't a danger to Hearthland residents. If you were, he'd have found a way to help you somewhere away from the group.
The words slipped through a crack in her armor and lodged deep in her heart. He does have that responsibility. Determined not to weaken, Annie soldered that crack and steeled herself against further intrusion. To keep Claire from pushing, she pointed to the door. So, who's coming this time? The name dropped from Claire's lips in a sigh.
Tyler.
You don't like him? Claire shook her head.
Actually, I do. I just don't like when a client won't see that it's not evil to try to save a life.
Yeah, well, maybe if you didn't abduct people to do it, they'd be a little more receptive. Just a thought.
Would you have come if we'd knocked on your trailer and said, Ryan's in the wind, we can't find him. We want you to come with us so we can keep you alive until the police get to him?
No.
So, we then have a choice. Risk your life or take you and protect you against your will.
It's a free country, Annie protested. Despite knowing it was a ridiculously foolish thing to do, she added, You do know I'm going to the media the moment I'm released, right? You have to know that. You can't imagine that I would do anything else.
You won't, but even if you did, what would you tell them?
That I was abducted by an unnamed government agency.
We're not government, Claire interjected. We're completely private. Not off-the-books government, just truly not funded in any way by the American tax base.
After a few seconds of reflection, Annie shook her head and continued. Doesn't matter. As far as I would know you are, I'll raise a stink like...
You'd make yourself crazy public. Any remnant of the Russian organization would know where to find you, and the media would latch onto the fact that you were homeless so fast that your head would spin. You'd be labeled as a mentally ill conspiracy theorist and ridiculed on late-night talk show monologues. You might even make Letterman's top 10 ways to appear insane.
All protest died before she could form the words. The truth of Claire's assertions hit home, and hard, too hard. So they'll get away with it. There's nothing I can do. One more thought formed as she sagged against the wall. But I can make them reconsider doing it for the next guy.
That is one scary look on your face, Claire muttered. You might actually be worse than Erica.
8. Meeting Mark at the airport. Nothing about it made sense. But he strode with purpose, carrying a flight bag full of snacks for Mark's trip.
Wonder where he's going.
The moment the thought unfolded itself in his mind, the answer came to him. Shin. He's got to get to work on the Shin stuff. The guy isn't going to cooperate forever, and DHS is just going to get even more uncooperative if he doesn't give them something soon. Still, Mark knows what he's doing. It's why he's Mark, and we're agents. The pilot stood at the top of the steps to the plane before disappearing inside. Keith hurried up the steps and into the luxury aircraft.
I do love it when people with the finances to cover it choose a nice stay in Dubai for a few weeks. Quiet flight over, assuming no toddlers on board, and few people have the means to find them there. My job is so crazy easy. Boring, but easy. Keith.
Mark looked pleased to see him.
Glad you got my message. Tyler is being briefed by Flynn, and then he'll be ready to help with Annie.
Mark assured Keith as he produced an envelope.
Erica got it to Flynn. Somehow. I think they forged an odd friendship. Something of a combination pen pal spy ring thing. They actually do dead drops and stuff like that.
Despite a valiant effort not to laugh, Keith's chortles bubbled over as he seated himself.
It sounds like her version of, if you can't beat 'em, join 'em. Well, tell me how things are with Annie.
Keith gave Mark a look that said, "You have to ask," and added,
"Any sign of Ryan?"
As he stared out the window, Mark shook his head.
No, nothing. He's vanished. Contacts in Portland say the Russians have a $2 million bounty on him. Alive. Only alive. There's double that on his laptop. Whoa, what did he do? And how did he get away? What's with these Portland people? They know how to just disappear.
Mark's indignation held a hint of admiration.
I think I should consult with them. I might learn a thing or three. They go off grid. Most people can't stick to that for long. They panic when the money runs out. Annie didn't. She found a guy who taught her how to survive on the streets.
Keith shifted in the much too comfortable chair.
I'm not sure Ryan will make it. He likes his little luxuries. Little? The guy is a walking credit explosion. Where he's put the money, I don't know, but he's barely making minimum payments on debt through the roof.
Mark's eyes narrowed.
That's where I need to focus. Get Flynn looking for the money. It has to be somewhere. It's all going to erupt soon, Keith murmured. He's bound to miss one while he's gone. Why so much credit if he's skimming off the Russians?
When Mark didn't respond, the mental gears began grinding in an attempt to discover what his boss didn't say.
Think about it for a moment.
Though he tried not to let frustration take root, Keith's jaw clenched before he could prevent it. His mind spun in a dozen directions as he considered several options. The most logical unnerved him further.
He's out of the country, isn't he? Probably. This means fake passports and ID. If the Russians are after him, it also means he's avoiding countries with ties to Russia or Ukraine. We're probably looking at African or smaller Asian countries.
Where would you go? Mark sat thoughtfully for the better part of a minute before he nodded with a slow smile.
Good question. I'd go with the Maldives. No extradition agreement, spread out enough that it would be hard to find which island, if someone even thought of looking there. I'd volunteer to go check it out, but Annie... And Kim. He needs us too. I'll probably send you as part of the team with Brian and Dan when we do a weekend with the family. I'm thinking the island off Panama. We can see anyone coming from the top floor, but they'd have the freedom to swim, boat, be together.
Keith's eyes swept the jet.
Taking this?
Mark's grin proved he wasn't crazy.
Yes, we'll fly you in and out. I think we'll use a helo there to get you to the island, though. faster than a boat and less vulnerable. Koreans might have heat-sensing missiles. Sure, but we've got the technology to bounce them back if it comes to that. I don't expect it.
The pilot stepped into the room. Don't mean to rush you, but we're scheduled to take off in 10. I need to get in the queue. Keith stood to go, but Mark gestured for him to wait. The moment the pilot's door closed, Mark rose as well. He leaned forward and murmured,
I'm headed to Singapore.
The agent's lounge, an incongruous place nestled in the belly of an enormous insurance building, boasted soundproof bed capsules, a TV screen that took up half a wall flanked by couches too comfortable to want to climb from, and a kitchenette that provided a wide variety of food choices. Keith reclined on one end of the couch with Erica's letter in one hand, a bottle of chocolate milk in the other, and earbuds that blocked out potential noise as he read the letter. Hey, Guy. Had a fight with Dad today. He has informed me that I'm crazy stupid not to fall at the feet of Jesus in abject adoration of all the water-walking Guy has done for me. I informed him that his evangelism tactics need work. He countered with the argument that idiots need to be told rather than persuaded. I, thanks to your reading suggestions, of biblical proportions, not a good joke, but not bad. Anyway, was able to point out that you Christians are not supposed to call others fools. Oh, that was rich. I said, I'm pretty sure it says you're in danger of the fires of hell, so might want to rethink that one. Then I left. I should say thank you. Thank you for being the kind of Christian who doesn't waver, never compromises, but doesn't lord your, the irony of using that word, superiority over the rest of the world. People like you make people like me want to believe. Sometimes, anyway. I hope you and everyone with you is safe. That's another thing that makes me believe sometimes. I want to feel that comfort you get when you pray. I've seen how it changes you. That kind of ultimate trust and something else I can't name is beautiful. But for me, I think it all boils down to control. Even if I did believe, I don't know if I could give up that level of control. You have to become nothing. Nothing. It's like you're an infant all over again, isn't it? You 100% have to trust your daddy to feed you, clothe you, keep you safe, keep you clean, and help you get through the dangers out there. I did the infancy thing once. Since I can't remember any of it, I can only assume that I blocked it out because of how horrible it was. Miss you. Feels weird to admit that on paper like this, but I do. And I'd probably want to hear it if I was gone right now, so I'm just putting it out there. Being totes real, as our mutual friend always says.
Keith grinned. That's funny. Wonder if I should show Flynn. Would she find it cool or insulting?
He rose, but instead of going to the door, he slid it into his private safe and returned to the couch. In seconds, no more than a minute, he slept. Stepping into the office again sent Tyler's emotions into overdrive, an unexpected response at best.
So what if I used to be Mark's personal assistant? Now I'm Mark's agent. Infinitely better.
But despite the self-induced pep talk, another pang touched his heart as he saw Flynn rise and come to greet him, just as he once would have. Hey, Tyler, how's it going? Do you like the new job? Is it like totally, fantabulously amazeballs or what? Did she seriously just say amazeballs? How does Mark stand it? But her enthusiasm, even liberally coated with her quirky and often time-warped teen-like vernacular, couldn't be denied. Actually, I do. I never thought I'd be an agent. Couldn't believe it when I first learned that this place had agents. Right? That day you sent me into Mark's office, I totally thought I was getting fired. Instead, I signed a ton of paperwork saying I gave him permission to tell me stuff I could never tell anyone.
I was sure he was going to tell me I was actually working for some black ops government group.
Tyler blushed, despite every effort to resist. I thought the same thing. I almost said if you're Section 6 or Division, I'm out of here. I don't believe in off-the-books government programs.
You watch Alias and Nikita? Whoa, I didn't know you were cute and totally cool.
Flynn blinked. Long, slow, in absolute denial blinks. 3 of them.
Did I just say that out loud?
Yep. The eyes closed and stayed closed this time.
I've already humiliated myself enough, so I'm going to go all the way out there.
If you want me to walk out, come back in and start over, I can. The indignant look on Flynn's face, the fire flaring in her eyes, the slow smile that she couldn't repress. It all combined into one surprisingly attractive picture. Tyler swallowed an ambiguous lump that nearly choked him. Sorry, couldn't resist. Should have, but couldn't.
Might make you pay for that.
A smile. It could only be identified as flirtatious, tugged at the corners of her lips until it spread into a grin.
Yeah, my lunch will be here soon. You can go get it for me at the desk.
She dug into her drawer for something, presumably money. What made him do it, Tyler couldn't say, but he found himself waving her off. I'll get it. She didn't answer, didn't reply at all, but she watched him all the way out the door. As he rode the elevator downstairs, he pondered, wondered, considered. What happened back there? All the way back up with a bag of Chinese that smelled better than any food he'd ever eaten, he mused again. How do I get her to share? Pulling a large container of white rice from the bag, she jerked her head in the direction of the lounge.
Want to get me some plates?
How many do you need?
I only need 1, but if you're eating, we'll need 2. And forks.
Is that an invitation? Flynn's smile. Why did it unnerve him like it did? Why, all of a sudden, was she so unexpectedly attractive?
Do you need one?
Man, she's good. I'll be right back, and thanks. The sight of Keith stopped him just inside the door. Oh, man, ugh. He started to greet Keith, but a soft snore stopped him. Whew. It took longer than it should to retrieve the plates and forks. His bumbling attempts at silence should have woken Keith several times. However, he did manage to make it to the office before the food was ice cold. Barely. Flynn jumped on him the second the door closed behind him.
What took you so long? Sheesh, they're just plates.
Understanding, or so she assumed, dawned.
Oh, Keith wanted to talk.
No, he was asleep. I was trying not to wake him.
Wait, what?
Flynn dumped half the container of beef and broccoli over the top of her rice and sat back in her chair.
He's trained to wake up with the slightest sound.
Yeah, well, he was snoring. Her laughter filled the room. Tyler winced at the sound. Shh.
Tyler, he's faking it so you can eat first. He's probably been listening to our whole conversation. I'll probably get chewed out by Mark for flirting on the job.
We both will. She made it halfway through her plate before she murmured,
If that's your idea of flirting, you've got a lot to learn.
Another pause followed before Flynn added,
But, lucky for you, I'll let you practice on me. Just to get good at it, you know.
Keith stepped out of the lounge and nodded to each of them. Have you read your assignment? Tyler tried not to flush, almost succeeded. You were asleep, so I opted to eat first. The way I heard it, you opted to eat, so I pretended to sleep. Keith pointed to the safe. Your orders should be in there. I'm telling you to watch Annie closely. She's ready to bolt. I think she'll work hard to do whatever it takes to get you to let down your guard.
If you have any doubts regarding your ability to keep an eye on her at any time, one of you needs to come get me. Mark will know where I am."
Keith left without another word. Tyler stared at his half-finished food and suddenly couldn't eat another bite. "I feel like I just got a first warning, like my boss is going to put a write-up in my file or something."
Then it's like totes cool that you've got me as the filer, isn't it?
The consult room looked more like a plush office than a doctor's examining room. As Mark waited for the doctor to arrive, he listened to the training reports on several of their upcoming agents.
"Get Young, Han, and Yi ready for duty. We'll put them in the lineup with the Croft case. He says he's ready for extraction."
Before he could continue, Dr. Tan entered the room. "Mr. Jorgensen, it's good to see you again. 7 years, hasn't it been?"
"Nearly. Only at my surgeon's office does my name fit my appearance."
"Any regrets? The skin still looks lighter." Mark nodded.
"I'll be stopping that regimen immediately. Unfortunately, the time has come for another change. What can I do that won't look like I belong on Hollywood's worst plastic surgery lists?"
The doctor's hands moved ever so lightly over his features, poking, prodding, raising, lowering. After a moment, he moved to the chair and sat back, folding his hands in his lap. "Well, we didn't do much last time. Thinned the lips a bit, didn't we?"
"Yes, and you did something to give me the illusion of a higher and broader forehead."
A finger, one probably insured for millions of dollars, scrolled over a laptop. "I wish you'd allow pictures. It would help immensely."
"Well, I can't. It isn't possible."
"Your job, if I recall correctly?" Dr. Tan leaned forward, examining every inch of Mark's face. As he tried not to squirm, Mark fumbled for his briefcase. From the right, the left, looking up, down. He followed all orders as he pulled a file folder from it.
"My assistant sent those. She has some software program that made it seem like those might be possible. I wanted your opinion."
Tan flipped through the pile and pulled 3 out. The rest he handed back. "Those will not work. These, however." Once more the man skirted his desk and compared Mark's bone structure and muscle tone with the photograph. "I think this has the best potential." To Mark's dismay, it was the one that looked the most like him at the moment. Still, it was a change, and no one had any reason to suspect he would do something as drastic as change his appearance.
"I suppose."
"The upside is it might take about 5 years off your age." The little man, hardly 5'4", laughed. "Now, if the lines of age would only come into fashion, I would be a very wealthy man with very little effort. Why, I could age you 10 years inside 10 minutes. Metaphorically speaking, of course." Though he laughed, Mark's mind whirled with the idea.
"That's the last thing anyone would expect if they decided I must have changed my appearance. I could get a mask made with my current features. That would help. I could switch them out, too."
Instinct insisted it would be the best decision. Pride, with a healthy dose of vanity sprinkled on top, protested.
"I already am too old for most women who interest me. This way I'd make anyone look like a gold digger."
Truer, deeper, more private feelings intruded on his thoughts.
"You just can't stand to imagine what Claire will think. Any chance of her ever showing overt interest will be gone."
In an unexpected fit of capriciousness, Mark nodded.
"Let's do that. We'll go older. Can you give me a bit more of an almond shape to my eye, do you think?"
"Latino?" He nodded.
"I think I might become Mark Mendina."
"You might want to be Marco, for consistency's sake." Dr. Tan mused as he typed something into the screen. "There you are, Mr. Mendina. When shall we schedule this?"
"I need it in a private facility, of course, and yesterday wouldn't be soon enough."
We can fit you in this evening if I can schedule a couple of assistants. Excuse me for a moment." Before Dr. Tan could step away from his desk, Mark held out his hand for the pictures.
"If we're not using those, I'd like them back. For another time, perhaps. Oh," he added as another idea occurred to him. "What would be the health risk to a series of tanning sessions to get my skin back up to its natural color again?"
"You'd need 2 weeks of every other day sessions, but I think since it isn't a lifelong habit of yours, the risks are much lower than for the average sunbather."
"I'll make my first appointment for
6 weeks. You can't do it for 6 weeks after surgery, or you'll likely have darkening along the scars." Mark couldn't help but ask,
"Which would make me look older?"
"I agree that it would make you look older." At the door, Dr. Tan turned and added, "But if you needed to go back again, it would make things difficult. Do things as naturally as possible. I don't think you'll regret that."
There's something ridiculously incongruous about sitting in a plastic surgeon's office and hearing that I should be doing things naturally.
9. The numbers on the clock did a slow, steady sweep, second by second, minute by minute. They'd driven off at 10:03. Mandy had tried to force him to go with them, but Georgia had been adamant. "He needs peace and quiet. He's not getting it with you fussing at him all the time."
"She's a great old girl. I like her."
The next words that came to him stopped his thoughts before he could speak. He jumped up and stared at his reflection in the old sideboard mirror. Did I really almost say that most old people are annoying? Why did I almost say that? Do I really think it? He winced as absolute certainty filled his heart.
Yeah, I do think that.
Over the better part of a week, he'd endured, not felt, definitely endured, increasing revelations that he didn't think he was the kind of person he'd like. Maybe I won't care once I have a memory again. I care now, though. The thought altered his perspective again. I definitely care now. The hand hit 10:13. Dan bolted for Mandy's laptop and tried to log in. Attempt after attempt, word after word, he tried everything he could think of. Full name, nickname, regular capitals, opposite capitals and lowercase, replacing numbers for letters. Frustration boiled over until he blurted aloud, "What is your birth date? I know that's part of it. Almost always is." Again he paused and considered his thoughts. Strange how there are some things I know, about things not related to me especially, and other things I don't. Am I blocking out things deliberately? He didn't think so. The issue of a birth date reminded him that he needed to find it, and fast. A glance around him sent him to Georgia's Bible on the table beside her favorite chair. Well worn, the book looked like it had been around for decades. A flip to the inside once again made him pause. Why do I know to look there for births and deaths, but I don't know my name? The Bible's dates list had never been touched, and the presentation page showed a date of only 5 years earlier. Okay, I know she reads it a lot, but that's just ridiculous. The desk, the small paper file box, the drawers in the kitchen. Dan searched everywhere but found no paperwork of any kind that put Amanda Suzanne Atworth's birth at any particular date. After 20 minutes of continued examination of every corner of the house, he sagged against the counter and fought to keep a rage he didn't quite understand under control. But when his eyes rose to the calendar, an advertisement from a local insurance agency, frustration changed to excitement. It took only a couple of flips through the pages to see the date, October 5th. Once more he tried again. Date at the beginning, at the end. Capitals, no capitals. The password came out of the blue. Mandy.10, Suzanne.5.Atworth.87. Yes, thank you, Mandy, for having 4G on your laptop. Every search turned up nothing. He tried searching for missing persons, For crimes, for wanted criminals. Nothing he found fit him. Wrong race, wrong age, wrong hair and eye color. The closest he could find was a mental patient from a hospital outside Portland, but the man's weight was still too high and his age a bit too old to be him. When he finished, he cleared his history and began a new search in Casper, Wyoming. Once more, he looked for missing persons matching his description, crimes committed. Once more he deleted the history, but this time he left just one page click behind. She'd find it. He had no doubt that she expected him to do exactly what he had. She won't be surprised. 2 options lay before him, stay or go. As much as he hated the idea of staying, Dan knew he had nowhere to go. And that leaves me with nothing. The helicopter circled the large house twice before it landed on one corner of Isle de Paz. Shin and Keith stepped from it and ran, ducking from the blades as if they were tall enough to get their heads lopped off in the process. Once inside, Keith pointed to a chair.
You sit. I have to clear the place first. I can secure you in a room, or you can do as you're told.
I'm not accustomed to taking orders from... Keith's laughter filled the small entryway.
You are full of some kind of refuse. Taking orders is all you've done your entire adult life. Any orders you gave were merely delegating your orders.
Shin wanted to protest. It showed in every twitch and clench of muscle. But a lifetime of training in self-control overrode the impulse, just as Keith had expected. What he didn't expect were Shin's next words.
You are right. I'm sorry. Is it to get me off guard or what? I'm not sure. Something isn't right about it, though. Better tell Brian to watch them.
Room by room, closet by closet, Keith swept the house. He searched for listening devices and triggers. When everything checked out, he went back to the foyer.
You're good in the house. Stay away from windows until I check the outside.
When will they be here? His phone blipped just as Shin asked. Keith glanced at the text and smiled.
15 minutes out. Apparently, Lissa is excited.
Almost on autopilot, Keith stepped outside and locked the doors behind him. He'd made it past the little dock that jutted out into the bay before his senses tingled. He ducked behind a tree and scanned the area once more. Understanding knocked the breath from him.
You're not paying attention. You're going through the motions. This isn't an easy assignment. This is a North Korean spy. A traitor. He had some of the worst enemies out there. They want him and his family.
The pep talk kept him alert as he covered every inch of ground and then jumped into the boat for a sweep of the bay. Peaceful. Not a single boat could be seen anywhere. The other islets around him appeared empty.
I'll check those out after Brian arrives.
The helicopter hovered over the small island just as Keith docked the boat again. He raced up the dock to the house, and as he did, 2 decisions warred within him.
Let Shin out to greet the family, or help Brian.
Safety demanded he help Brian. Compassion for a man probably standing at the window, dying to get out, overrode it.
Besides,
he argued with himself,
he's at a window, most likely. One I said not to stand by. He's safer out with me than in there pining.
Keith burst through the door and jogged through the house, grabbing Shin's sleeve as he went. Shin's reaction would have been comical had the man not truly been panicked.
What's wrong? Why? Nothing. Just need to help Brian and thought you'd want to come with me.
Why the rush, then? They burst out the back door and raced through the backyard. Keith shouted over the noise of the chopper's blades.
Because the longer it's here, the more visible it is. You want it to touch down and go before someone notices.
Brian appeared first. He lifted the girls out and stood aside as Austin jumped to the ground. Brandy seemed uncertain, apprehensive. Keith moved closer to Shin.
Go. Just go to her.
She might
She wouldn't have agreed if she didn't want to see you. Go.
When Shin hesitated for another second, Keith growled,
If you won't do it for her, do it for the kids. They need to see you guys together.
That did it. To Keith's utter relief, Shin jogged forward, giving each of his children a quick hug before wrapping his arms around his wife. From the way their son and daughters beamed, he knew it had been the right decision.
Why do people always make awkward things worse? I did it with Erica. She is doing it with her dad. Annie is doing it with Ralph. It's like a national disease.
As the helicopter rose, Shin turned to his kids once more. Brandy stepped closer and mouthed, "Thanks." Keith waited until the noise had dissipated enough for her to hear him speaking low. He glanced back to ensure that the children's attention was occupied with their father before he said,
Shin needs this. We're growing concerned about him.
He's not cooperating?
He is, definitely, but we may have to call in extra resources and get you guys to a compound somewhere.
Her face fell.
That'll scare the kids.
What we call a compound, Keith assured her. Most people would consider a resort. You won't believe the setup we have. It's a bit unreal. Crazy expensive, which is why we try not to use it, but we need him. He has information we have to get, but he's terrified to give it.
Why? Oh, the North Koreans will kill him.
Another glance over his shoulder showed the kids and Shin exploring the shore several 100 yards away. Keith waved to Brian and received a wave in return.
All good. Okay. Here we go. Brandy, I don't think people have fully impressed upon you how serious this is. They'll kill him regardless.
Then what's he afraid of?
That once we have the information, we'll separate him from you guys permanently.
Brandy's mouth formed a perfect O.
He thinks you'll kill him?
He thinks he'll end up in a prison full of terrorists. To many, death would be preferable.
The woman's arms crossed over her chest. Eyes flashing and anger oozing from every pore, she glared at him.
And would you? Would you take all that helpful information and then lock him away for it?
If they did, Brandy, they'd be locking him away for being a traitor.
He waited for her to relax before adding,
But no, that's not the plan as far as I know. So the only way we're going to convince him to trust us is if we keep you all together.
The entire agency had been concerned about Brandy's loyalty to her husband, but when she nodded and said,
Good. That's better for us anyway.
Keith relaxed.
Go explore with them. I need to check in with Mark.
The moment he stepped into the house, Keith zipped a text to Mark's phone. Together. Compound now essential. Please advise. Sounds of the night quieted with each passing second. Shin listened as the children's chatter quieted into murmurs, whispers. Still he waited, listened. Brandy stirred against him twice, but he let her sleep. For now, after Keith goes to bed. The wait gave him time to think, to plan. There's such a fine line between doing what is right in general and doing what is best for those you love. Which comes first, duty to man or duty to country? I am an American by citizenship. I am Korean by supposed loyalty. Truth unsettled him as he pondered the paradox that his life had become. The country that thinks I owe them loyalty has ensured they've lost it by their attempts to kill me over something not technically my fault. The people I betrayed are keeping me alive, won't shoot me and my family. He stiffened involuntarily, and Brandy stirred again. Her breath felt warm and soothing on his cheek as she whispered,
What is it?
Nothing. Sleep.
But...
Shh. Later. He assured her in the quietest tones his voice could manufacture. I need to learn the art of whispering,
That is something I never did acquire.
Okay.
Once again, the world grew silent. Only the rustling of palms outside his window and the occasional cry of a seagull, a laughing seagull, Keith had told Austin, broke the relative quiet around him.
Nature is always loud if you know how to listen.
It came at last, a rustling near the door. Though muffled, he heard the words well.
It is secure. I'll relieve you at 6.
The clock read 12:06.
30 minutes.
Each one of them seemed an hour. But at last, the clock rolled over to 12:30. Shin pulled Brandy into his arms and held her.
Brandy, shh,
he added as she startled awake.
We need to talk.
You couldn't have talked before I fell asleep?
Sorry, had to be sure we weren't overheard.
He felt her freeze. Brandy's whisper came out more like a hiss.
Why not? Don't they know everything?
Not yet, no. I keep giving them a little at a time. I think I'm annoying Mark with it.
Probably, but if you tell them everything, then they won't have a reason to let you see us, will they?
Shame filled him.
That's just it. Mark says he doesn't play those games.
Shin closed his eyes and allowed himself to absorb the moment. Brandy in his arms, his children asleep close at hand, and ironically, he was likely safer at that moment than he'd ever been at his old job.
So he'd let us see you, even if you didn't tell him anymore?
As much as he could, yes. This is it. You can prove to her that you can be loyal to the United States. But if you tell her, you can never go back. She'd never forgive it.
But
a devil-may-care feeling washed over him.
I know things, Brandy.
Well, duh.
No, you don't understand. I know things that will get me killed. Not because I betrayed my...
Shin forced himself not to say country. He took a deep breath and continued.
Former employer.
Confession proved harder than he thought.
Why are you hesitating like that? Don't lie to me any more, Shin.
Her attempt at a whispered scream came out far too loud for his comfort. He placed his finger on her lips and waited, listening. When nothing, not even the creak of a floorboard, broke the stillness, he continued.
It's not like that. I can't tell you what I know, okay? I have to be careful what I say to show you how serious it is, without saying anything you can't know.
This seems unreal. Seriously, you're talking like a spy in a movie. I'd tell you, but then I'd have to kill you.
Well, almost. More like, I'd tell you, but then they might kill you.
When she sucked in her breath, he knew what to say.
Look, I have information they want. Things like who will come after their man and what North Korea wants with Mark, who in American government is corrupt and in bed with Koreans, but...
Seriously? There's something worse than that?
Much. Who did I work for, other than Korea?
Thornton Weinbach.
And what did we do?
Brandy sucked in her breath.
Research?
I happen to know what that research is and precisely how North Korea planned to use it.
And you haven't told Mark yet?
He rolled over on his back and closed his eyes.
I can't explain why, Brandy, but it isn't as cut and dried. As much as Mark claims he won't play those games, he can't help it, really. It'll happen eventually.
So, what does that mean?
Shin never answered.
How do I tell her? I don't know.
Tyler, Claire, and Annie sat around a laminate-topped table that had likely once been the pride of a housewife from the 50s. Cards lay out on the table, piles in front of each of them, in a game that reminded Annie somewhat of Skip-Bo. Long, monotonous days made her grumpy in a way she'd never imagined possible. "You know," she snapped as she shoved away from the table, "I used to think walking around the airport looking for recyclables was tedious. I had no clue. At least there were interesting people to watch."
"We're not interesting?" Claire nudged Tyler. "I think I should be offended."
"Seriously, we just sit here all day. You two at least get to walk around outside, talk to neighbors, I mean. Why don't I just scream and beg for help?"
"You finally get that we're here to help?"
Annie's laughter was a little too loud, but she didn't care. "You just spend a lot of time out there talking about the stupid cop show you watched, and I'd end up with more duct tape over my lips again."
"She's getting the hang of this," Claire joked. "I keep telling Mark she has great instincts. Once she's free again, I hope she'll join us."
"She won't." Both men stared at Tyler. Annie found her voice first and asked the last question he would have predicted. "And why won't I?" "Because you'll go back to Hearthland. You're going nuts not seeing what is happening with your cows, the chickens, the garden. You miss Miner." "The guy who handed me over to you? Seriously, you're nuts." Something niggled at her, pricked her conscience. She stuffed down the rising feeling that her words rang hollow and tossed her cards on the table. "If you want people to trust you, you don't tell confidential information to the enemy."
She says that with less conviction than she once did.
Claire swept the cards into a pile and began straightening them.
"I think we're getting through to her."
Tyler eyed her in the unnerving way he had about him. "I first thought it was simple. She told him he looked for her. He found us, we took her. She hates him, but now I'm not so sure."
"Oh, do tell me. What deeper, repressed feelings are lurking beneath this cold, heartless exterior?"
Claire smirked.
"Keith will be sorry to have missed that one. Your voice sounds like that old radio show, the one about the shadow."
"Never heard of it. And thanks for the diversion." Annie glared at Tyler for good measure. "Well, are you going to share with the class?" "If you hate Ralph Miner, if you don't let yourself forgive him for the grievous mistake of trying to ensure that you and everyone in his community was safe, then you don't have to address the real elephant crowding the room in your mind."
"Stop trying to sound all philosophical," Claire growled. "It makes me feel stupid."
With a grin, she stood and did a window search. All open windows were closed, and she opened all previously closed ones. Annie felt the change in the room immediately, but before she could comment, gloat actually, Claire continued.
"So, what you're saying is that Annie is using what Ralph did as an excuse to leave? She wanted to go or something?"
"Well, she didn't really want to go, I don't think." Tyler waited for confirmation. "Fine, no, I didn't want to go. But staying meant she had to face her own emotions, and this gives her a perfect out."
"Emotions? Oh, like there's a guy there? Ooh, that would be hard in your position, wouldn't it? I mean, it wouldn't be safe. Who—"
Tyler interrupted and stared at Annie as he spoke. "Especially if he happened to be the one who knows the man looking for you." "That's ridiculous. I'm not—" Tyler blinked once, slowly. How Annie understood his action she couldn't decide, but she nodded her thanks. "I mean, he's a nice guy and all, but I can't afford personal entanglements."
"Is he cute?"
The question jerked her out of her silent conversation with Tyler. "Who?"
"The guy. What's his name? Darren?"
"Derek."
"Right. I always get those names mixed up. If we ever have an assignment where a good guy is one and the bad guy is the other, I am totally refusing to work it. I'd get the wrong guy saved. I know it."
Tyler's eyes rolled as Claire talked, but the moment she stopped, he said, "But you miss Ralph. You can pretend you don't, but you do. You miss him, the dog, your friends." "I miss the illusion of my life there, yes."
"Illusion?"
Tyler answered Claire for her.
She still sees Ralph as a guy who pretended to be something he wasn't, instead of a guy who chose to do the hard thing because it was the most loving thing.
Now you sound like Keith.
Claire slid her eyes toward Annie.
Don't you think?
Before Annie could respond, Tyler went to retrieve a banana. From across the room, Annie almost couldn't hear him, but she was certain that he said,
"Best compliment anyone ever gave me."
A call came. Annie knew it long before Claire shoved her hand in her pocket. The agents, as they liked to call themselves, grew tense at the first hint of a phone vibration. The young woman's eyes met Tyler's.
We have to go.
Relocation or?
Mark said he'd let us know when we got there. He's sending Keith in a couple of days.
Where are we going?
Claire wrinkled her nose.
Farmhouse, not too far from New Cheltenham.
Rockland?
Tyler began sweeping the house of things they needed to take with them.
Why so close to Rockland?
The two agents tried silent communication, tried and failed. Annie took pity on them and spoke the obvious. Because either they've found Ryan and this is almost over. Annie made exaggerated air quotes to demonstrate what she thought of that. Or you guys really are who you say you are, and things just got really scary. They want you closer to the pool of agents available to help. Of all the replies she could have guessed, Claire's "Yoicks" seemed least reassuring. 10. The low rumble of the television did little to muffle the sounds coming from Mandy's room. Dan sat, hands gripping the arms of his chair, in nervous anticipation of the moment he'd feel safe talking. Georgia seemed oblivious. However, when the light finally disappeared from the bottom of Mandy's door, she turned up the TV a little and beckoned for him to follow. In the kitchen, she called out to the living room, "Want some ice cream, Dan?" He started to answer, but she pointed to the living room with a frantic waving flourish to her movements. Dan stuck his head through the doorway and called out, "No thanks." But as he called, she opened the back screen. "That's forethoughtful, for sure. But when I step out, we have to close it. Then it was for nothing. You're taking this stealth stuff a little too far." Georgia was ahead of him, however. She set a rock in front of the open door to keep it from creaking shut again, and hurried down the steps far from where Mandy could see or hear them from her room. Dan followed, mute and amused. At the edge of a field that had likely once grown crops rather than overgrown weeds and grasses, she turned and crossed her arms over her chest.
What'd you find out?
Huh?
On Mandy Sue's laptop. What'd you learn? Did you find yourself?
You're good. Even as he thought it, Dan shook his head. I don't know what I'm looking for, though. I mean, I looked up missing persons, police warrants, wanteds, everything I could think of. Closest was an escaped mental patient, but it's not me.
How can you be sure?
Height and weight are a bit off. He stuffed his hands in jean pockets that suddenly seemed quite snug. How do you know I'd look? The snicker he expected, in a sense. However, the slight irritated shrug took him by surprise.
Do you think I'm stupid, boy? Why else would you stay behind? Of course you looked.
She leaned closer, her eyes piercing through him.
How'd you figure out her password? She prides herself in that thing.
It's an interesting combination of her name and birth date, with numbers replacing some letters. A lot of people do that.
How'd you know?
Just do, Dan muttered. Look, I need to leave. Opposition was a given. Georgia wouldn't take kindly to all her investment in him disappearing, but he hadn't expected the vehemence of her objection.
That's not happening. You have nowhere to go, and I don't have the money to send you anywhere.
You could be in danger, Georgia. I don't know who I am, but the longer I'm hiding from whomever I'm hiding from, the more likely they are to find me. Though she didn't speak, her silence spoke for her. It said, hogwash. She turned and meandered down the driveway, lost in thought. But when they reached the country road, she turned back to him again. Leaning against the mailbox, she said,
Dan, I think it's right good you want to protect me, and I agree that someone's after you. Men don't run looking over their shoulders and seeing everyone, even a trussed-up country girl, as the enemy. Don't argue. You know you did. I don't blame you neither. Honestly, one of the reasons I trust you is because you don't pretend to know what's going on. A guy who'd hurt me would make up a story. I know it.
Dan's protest nearly drowned out her last words. How can you know that? How?
Read enough spy stuff and watched enough cop shows to get a sense of human nature. At least the human nature I don't usually see around these parts. So, it ain't genius, but it's reasonable.
Even if I wouldn't hurt you, people are after me. I know it. I can sense it every time I hear a car on the road or see a dust cloud. If a bang comes from anywhere, even the washing machine, I expect to lose my head. Maybe if I knew for sure that I was running because I found out bad stuff about other people, maybe then I'd feel better about myself. George's head bobbed as he spoke, and she slapped a hand on his shoulder at that idea.
I knew it. I knew you'd figure it out. That's gotta be it.
Doesn't matter, he protested. It still means that I'm probably a danger, even if I'm totally innocent of anything, and I want to believe that. The people after me aren't going to leave you alone because you are innocent too. They'll hurt anyone to get to me. He frowned. Okay, I don't know that, but I have to assume it.
You're all fired up like you're guilty, Dan. What makes you so sure?
Georgia pushed away from the mailbox and headed back to the house. I didn't go to the police. The woman stopped mid-stride. He reached for her when she wobbled, but Georgia Atworth was far from feeble. She spun in place and stared at him.
That's a fair point.
Now, do you see why I need to go?
No.
She chuckled, almost a giggle at his sputtering.
Fooled you, didn't I?
Without waiting for an answer, she explained herself.
Look, Danny boy, thing is, there's no way for these people to know where you are. It ain't possible. Only Mandy's seen you, and it's not like she's got a picture. Made sure of that.
How?
Put a tiny sticker over the camera lens on her phone. She hates selfies, so she won't even notice until she's gone, most likely. By then, you'll have a chance to get away.
That's why you bought those little sticky dots. Use those for coding at work. He frowned. Did you hear that?
Sure did. You work in an office, maybe. Filing and, maybe a personal assistant or office manager.
The words seemed off, but closer than anything thus far. Don't think so, but maybe.
Anywho, look, even if they followed you to Casper, they didn't follow us here. I was watching. I memorized every license plate at stops and then noted the ones that were at more than one.
How many were there?
One. That trucker with an empty livestock trailer. Hadn't seen him since we turned north at Amarillo.
Something about the words seemed wrong, but Dan couldn't pin it at first. He sputtered and stammered, each word widening George's grin. But the answer came to him at last. But that's assuming he stayed in the same vehicle. Smart thing to do would be to change, right?
It's nothing, Dan. Trust me. But if it'll make you feel better, we'll go up to the cabin after Mandy Sue goes back to work.
She's not going. Georgia had taken a step toward the house, but paused and turned again.
What do you mean?
I heard her on the phone to someone. Aubrey?
Yeah, Desmond. Her father's the mayor of Yukon, which makes her Oklahoma royalty.
Really? I've never heard of Yukon, Oklahoma. Once again, Georgia started walking.
Well, it does in her mind, anyway.
Well, anyway, according to what she said to Aubrey, she's not going until I'm gone. Exasperation. He felt it radiate across the 24 inches of space between them.
We'll see about that. She can just get over herself. Or...
The change came fast enough to make him fear for the fate of anyone who crossed Georgia's opinions.
Better yet, we'll beat her at her own game. No drama. and you get comfortable. That's important, I think.
That I be comfortable? What about you?
I don't think you're going to remember anything if you're not comfortable, so we need that.
No, Dan objected, a little too strongly if her growl meant anything. I need to do that. I'm not your responsibility. Here, he thought she'd have a coronary. Georgia whirled in place, cradled his face in her hands, and glared at him. He couldn't help but laugh, and this only served to antagonize her more.
What?
It's just that here you are, holding my face like a mother caressing her child, and you're ready to bite my head off. It's a bit incongruous, don't you think?
You use big words all the time, you know. I've noticed. I think you've got yourself a good education. Kind of goes with the whole professional thing we were talking about.
She turned to walk away and continued talking as if she hadn't taken a short rabbit trail down a curious path.
But what I was going to say is that you're discounting the Lord.
The what?
God. He brought you to me. If that doesn't make you my responsibility, then nothing does. We'll just have to get you out of here and move along again.
Like she wouldn't figure it out. Georgia patted his hand and then wrapped hers around it. She led him back to the house like a wayward little boy, and as she did, she unveiled her plan.
It'll work. Trust me. I know my girl. Shouldn't have to do something like this, be all evasive and deceptive, but that girl hates your stomach for carrying your guts.
From the second floor of a corner building, Paris Furman watched the intersection through the eye of a telescope.
FBI on the south side, Homeland on the east. Do either of them know the other is here? Who knows? After all, this is the U.S. government. No one could accuse them of being fiscally responsible or anything.
The building directly opposite was the target, one she'd been watching for the better part of 2 weeks. The floor, table, window sills, the room around her resembled the outskirts of a landfill. If she waited much longer, she'd need waiters to get through the refuse.
Guess it's time for a clean sweep. They're keeping an eye on things.
Just to be certain, she grabbed a small, round makeup mirror and jogged down the stairs to the ground floor. Hidden by a parked car, she waited until passers-by couldn't see and pulled the mirror out of her jacket. Seconds passed as she tried to aim it just right, but eventually it flashed across the window a few times. Without hesitation, she strolled to the corner, rounded it, and made her way to the alley and in through the service entrance. 3 guys jogged down the stairs as she climbed up to her apartment. The fact that they didn't look twice at her proved she was the perfect person for the job.
Body that appears overweight if I'm in baggy clothes, stringy hair, because who has time to wash it during a stakeout, and unremarkable features without cosmetic enhancement, the best things Mark could ask for.
She waited, seconds passing. 2 guys stepped out of the building after a minute and a half.
"Sergei's guys," she whispered. "Perfect."
They entered a deli, but from the intense conversation they seemed to have going in, her diversion had worked.
No one is going in or out after this for a good hour or 3. Plenty of time to clean up the mess before Hawkins comes in.
Her coworker had complained for 3 days straight. 4, if you counted the complaints he began after the first coffee cup hit the floor the day of her last clean fest. She wanted to argue, to tell him that if he wanted the place clean, he could do it himself, but Paris knew she'd never manage it.
"Bad case of the crushes," she muttered. "And at my age. Why couldn't Hawkins be arrogant, have serious body odor, or at least not be nice, smart, and have a killer smile? It's cruel."
Halfway through the delittering project, Paris's phone rang. Flynn.
Great, just who I need, Miss Perky herself.
But despite her complaints, Paris found herself answering with a reasonably chipper tone. "Hey, Flynn, got something for me?"
"Yep, Mark's on the other line. Be nice. He's working from home, sick. Oh, and Hawkins called in. He's going to be late. He was on his way over when one of Sergei's guys came out the back door of a deli and got into a car.
So he was going to be early? Flynn's burst of frustration nearly flamed her own.
What? If he wasn't supposed to be there in about 5, then I guess so. He didn't say. The point is, you're on your own until he gets done checking out where they went, just in case it's a lead on the guy you're waiting for. Now, let me get Mark before you get me fired.
A groan preceded Mark's.
Hello?
Paris blinked at the sound before asking, Hey, you okay, Mark?
Yes, just bumped a wound. Stupid mistake. Anyway, I'm on the other line with Henry. He says he's going to be late.
Because he's tailing a couple of Sergei's guys?
Flynn told you?
Mark exhaled with a low whistle.
That girl is crazy efficient. I don't know how we managed without her all these years.
Yeah, she's amazing. Even as she spoke, Paris resisted the urge to roll her eyes. So, what do you have for me?
I was going to ask you that question. Any sign of Ryan?
Paris paced the room, a half-filled garbage bag in one hand and her phone in the other. Not that I know of. It's crazy. They're all in a panic, but I think we're in the right spot. Sergei has some business run out of that building, that much is obvious. Add to that the fact that DHS and the FBI are parked on 2 corners down there, and we're in the right spot. I just don't know what'll happen next.
Maybe it's time for you to pull out the makeup and a short dress.
Henry, seeing her in anything other than sweats 2 sizes too big and t-shirts her father would swear were too baggy for him, would be an interesting thing. She mumbled something about having better things to do than amuse her coworkers, but the idea still tumbled around in her mind, tempting her. A moment of panic nearly caused her to refuse. If he knows I'm even the slightest bit interested in Hawkins... Mark's voice broke through her musings.
And here I thought you liked torturing coworkers.
You're right. I've been too kind. Time to show him that I know all aspects of my job, and I'm good at them. And who knows, maybe I'll get myself a Russian criminal for a temporary boyfriend in the process. Won't Mom be proud? A flash at the window. 2. Mikhail scanned the area and spotted 2 vehicles that could be federal agents.
I think we're under surveillance. I just saw a light flash.
In daylight? The scoffing tones of his boss's son rankled.
Yes, from a lens.
Camera?
You are the stupidest person in this organization, and we'll all be answering to you in a decade, unless you do something even stupider to get yourself killed.
A smile formed.
One can only hope.
He tried to explain in the simplest words he could find.
Many things have lenses. Cameras, yes. Also telescopes and binoculars. With federal vehicles down there, I suspect binoculars. Want me to take them out?
Fyodor Malikov stepped in from the office.
Maxim, my son, do not be so eager. Patience. They know nothing, or they would have been here already. This is intimidation, or they know what Ryan stole from us and want to see if we know where he is.
Malikov sat in a chair and pulled his gun from an ankle holster and began polishing the grip.
Either one hurts us,
Mikhail insisted. Malikov's voice grew quiet, and the room followed suit.
Why have we not found Mr. West? He is not intelligent enough to evade us this long.
His jaw twitched as he scanned the room once more.
Are you all incompetent?
Eyes darted about each, almost begging the others to do or say something to make Malikov yell, always preferable to the ominous quiet of times such as these.
Calm before the storm, Mikhail mused.
Mikhail! His throat went dry as he saw the gun aimed at a painting not too far from his head.
And I am the target. Great. Sir?
What are you going to do to find this man?
Since when is it my job? I'm not.
He shook his head.
It doesn't matter what I thought.
So, you don't know either?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Fyodor. I had an idea that was a bad one.
The lie flowed easily as a new idea occurred to him.
But I do think we can control the feds.
Of course we can. We always do. But how do you think we should do that this time?
Make them think we know something.
He expected a blast, possibly a punch or two from Maxime, one of the few things Malakov's son was good for. But the man just sat and leveled a piercing gaze on him.
Just please, not a gunshot.
And how would we do that?
Well, there are 2 different agencies down there, if I know anything. I suspect they don't know the other one is there. If we can make one think we know something and get them to follow us, we can lead them wherever we want. That would leave the others for us to follow. We could call a press conference and ask why an upstanding citizen like Ryan West can go missing, and no one, not even his family or friends, has made it a matter of public knowledge. That would make the other agency act, and if we follow them... From the disgusted look on Malakov's face, Mikhail expected the worst. He's ready to half-kill me for my stupidity. Seemed like a decent idea, but what do I know? The gun disappeared beneath Malakov's pant leg as he reholstered it.
It might work, with a few adjustments. I will send you to the police and say you are concerned that Ryan has not arrived for 3 meetings regarding the shop's books, and is not answering the phone. That will kill the birds at once. After that is done, if neither one leaves, we'll start a cyber trail for our young friend West. That would be better than trying to get them to follow us.
Malakov nodded.
Yes, the general idea works. Go off to the police. Mark down the dates we should have seen him and get them into the computer so I can access it when they come talk to me.
You think...
Any excuse to get into my offices, yes. I'll be downstairs in the store office. I'll be sure to sell one of them a Prada for his girlfriend.
Mikhail knew it was a strong risk, but he still didn't understand how it would work.
If you set a cyber trap for one agency, what will prevent the other from receiving the same?
Malakov laughed.
I have a new little friend who is very good at directing false information only to those who I want to have it, and making it look as if anyone can find or see it.
11. The mirror showed his surgical wounds healing nicely, definitely. But the redness, the residual bruising, all made for quite a gruesome appearance. His fingers slipped through pewter hair.
I do look older.
Against all failed attempts to hide his thoughts, even from himself, Mark gazed at the reflection again.
What will Claire think of it? I probably won't receive any more movie invitations. I think I'd lose my self-control the first time someone referred to me as her father.
Mark stepped from his bathroom and surveyed the room.
I should stay here more often. I forget, every time, just how much I like this house.
The north wall, a wall of glass, showed the cityscape before him.
It's an unnecessary expense, but...
All the argument with himself wouldn't change anything, and he knew it.
It's a good place to relax. I need that rest.
The doorman's buzzer came long before he felt ready for it. No one but Dr. Tan and his pilot had seen him since the surgery. Allowing Claire to be the first hadn't been his wisest decision.
Not true.
Mark argued with himself as he waited for her to ring the bell.
Her reaction will give a good test of the efficacy of the change.
The attempts to convince himself failed as the doorbell finally rang. His hand shook as he answered the door.
So much for calm and collected. Get over it. She's here to discuss Annie, not your new middle-aged face.
Her smile did silly jigs in his heart, but they dropped again once her face fell.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have the wrong apartment.
Come in, Claire.
Oh, is Mark... Oh no.
She backed away.
Tell me you...
Mark's heart sank in spite of himself.
Does it look that bad?
She circled him even as he pushed the door shut.
How did you... Why?
She threw her hands up in the air and stormed into the room. A leather jacket, possible proof she'd ridden her Harley, dropped onto the couch before she strode to the window and gazed out. A moment later, she whirled to face him.
And it is so not fair that men can age a decade and look even better.
Glad to know our target age worked.
You couldn't have warned me?
He offered her a drink of iced mint and moved to pour it as he explained.
Well, I needed the reaction. You didn't even know me after I used your name. Although I would have hoped to have to explain it a little more. What about it is so similar?
Your voice, the way you said my name.
She turned back to the window.
It's just a little different than most people do. Almost like you have an accent, but you don't.
I say it like my grandmother would have. A French name should have a French accent.
Though he considered explaining, Mark opted not to. He brought her a glass and apologized instead.
I'm sorry I didn't pronounce it properly.
Oh, give me a break.
Her eyes rose to his and widened.
I did not just tell off my boss.
Hardly telling off. We'll chalk it up to an understandable reaction to a shock and leave it at that.
Claire watched him over the top of her drink, and as each second passed, an unfamiliar sense of nervousness welled up within him. Once, he thought he saw her hand raise as if to touch him, but she flicked a stray hair out of her face instead.
It's unbelievable, really. I mean, the bruises are horrible, and the red spots, where they cut, I assume?
Yes.
But I'd never know you if I didn't expect to see you here and hear you say my name. Do you think anyone else will know?
Well, the agency will, of course. I'm trying to decide if Flynn will think it's totes amaze or totes disgust. What do you think?
Claire stepped a bit closer and eyed him.
You should get fake glasses, the kind with no rims. Either little rectangles or maybe circles. Harry Potter, you know? Anyway, I think you'd look very distinguished that way because they're not average Joe glasses. It won't look like a disguise.
I'll consider it.
He waited impatiently for something, but what, Mark couldn't pinpoint. Again her hand rose, but this time her fingers lightly brushed his hair.
How did you get such realistic gray? It's not even all dry or pasty feeling. It's really nice, actually.
When he mentioned a stylist in Dubai, she nodded.
They'd have the best there. I guess they have the best surgeons, too.
Mark saw it. That moment when she should have turned away.
Come on, it's all a bit ambiguous, don't you think?
But she didn't turn. As if compelled, she fingered the hair at his temples once more.
It's just so silky. Such a gorgeous color. You know, my friend Desi just dyed her hair gray.
He waited for her to pull her hand back, but she didn't. Claire seemed to struggle, though, and the realization that it was a fight to pull her hand away both alarmed and stirred him.
It's the hot thing right now. Gray hair.
Well, I think I'm a bit old for hot now.
He laughed at her stammered protest.
But I did hear someone described as slightly burned out but still smoking. Maybe I'll get my doctor to make a few adjustments to get me up to burned out par.
You're totally hot and you know it. Stop messing with my head and fishing for... Oh my goodness. I did it again.
The worst move he could have made. Well, the worst if he hoped to keep his mind in the game. Mark allowed his hand to rest at the small of her back and led her to the couch. His fingers tingled at the brush of her blouse against them.
Touching your agent at a time like this is equal to utter stupidity.
Mark?
Hmm?
Final opinion.
She didn't say another word until he'd settled himself across from her.
Great choice. I really love it.
Let's talk Annie.
I can't believe I got a kid still in training, assuming these people are who they say they are, and I suppose they are. I have newbies who don't know what they're doing. Annie glanced at Brian as he helped Tyler practice how to dodge an attack. Okay, one of them is. Brian knows what he's doing, I think. She strolled to the bathroom, and the men hardly noticed. Brian's head turned her way and swung right back. Tyler didn't move his eyes from Brian's body. I did better on my own. I need to do something about this. I need to get out of here. The moment Annie stepped into the bathroom, she met her own eyes in the mirror, and determination, resolve, entered her soul. I'm out of here. Now. Deciding was one thing, but Annie found acting to be less intuitive. The idea, crazy, but it just might work. Annie, compelled to try, stepped forward. Okay, so teach me. How do I dodge an attack? What if Ryan or, say, Sergei came in right now and had to take me alive? What should I do?
Listen and watch us and do what you're told.
Brian winked.
I know that's not very exciting, but it's what it is.
No, seriously. What if one of you were asleep? Annie insisted. And the other was in the bathroom. You'd secure my ankle. So, what should I do to protect myself?
With that, she plopped down in the chair and trained her eyes on Tyler.
Let's face it. You're the newbie. You get to be me. Now, go.
The men exchanged what appeared to be amused glances, which ticked her off further. I'm on it. Water. I should take water. She hopped up and raced for a bottle of water. Too bad there's no popcorn. On his way to the front door, Brian grabbed a bag of Doritos from the counter and sent them flying in her direction.
There. Watch and learn. I get to be the criminal for once. Woo-hoo.
Don't overdo your enthusiasm, Brian, she muttered. Someone might think you want to be a bad guy. Annie counted the seconds as Tyler snapped the ankle chain around him and began talking. See, the key is you can't leave and run, right?
Genius observation.
Aloud, she merely said, Right. So, you use that to the advantage. I'm near a wall. I can use that too. I have a chain. I can use that too. Now, I'm at a disadvantage because Brian is better trained than I am, even better trained than most of the people who would try to come in here, but then I'm better trained than you. So, let's use this to your advantage. Trying to look relaxed without doing all the things that usually made her feel relaxed proved harder than she expected. Her legs automatically tried to fold up under her, but instead, she crossed her ankles and pulled her hands back behind her head. Best kind of lesson ever. Sit back, relax, and watch someone else do all the work. Yeah. Now, I'm going to have a little advantage because I'm going to know he's coming. But since we all know someone could come at any minute, I guess it's not too crazy. Tyler plopped himself up on one of the bar stools and pulled the book he'd been reading closer. Still wish we could disconnect GPS options from our devices so we could have an iPad or something. Mark won't let us. The longer she waited, the more antsy Annie grew. Brian simply didn't appear. Twice Tyler glanced around him for some sign of his adversary's arrival, but the book sucked him in just long enough for the pseudo-attack to have a realistic air once Brian stepped in the door. He scanned the room, gun drawn. Annie blanched. I hadn't thought of them arriving with guns. I was thinking fight. This'll be over before it begins. I won't have time to get out. The moment she thought she was out of Brian's peripheral vision, Annie bolted. She made it out the door and across the yard before she saw movement behind her. With the Doritos in one hand and a bottle of water in the other, she had little hope of making it to the grove of trees to the south of the tiny shack that had once served as a tiny farmhouse. They wouldn't have done it at the trailer park. I have to make it to those trees, but I can't climb with this stuff in my hands. Annie's legs burned after another 100 feet, feet in which she felt certain Brian had gained considerably on her. She flung the water and chips to one side and kicked her run into overdrive. This is the crypt in Rockland. This isn't Brian. That's someone who will do the worst and then kill me or... She almost shuddered at the memory she had of living on the streets. Must get away. He shouted something. What, Annie didn't know. But as the trees neared, she began her plan. Weave in and out. Circle back toward that big one there with the low branch, but pass it first. Maybe he'll miss it if he's seen me run past. Low-growing brambles slowed her at first, but Brian's voice growing nearer gave her the impetus to push harder, faster. The thought came from deep inside her. Leap. Determined not to go back, she did, and nearly face-planted herself into the brambles. A second later, she rolled up against the back of them and pulled herself into a tight ball. It worked. Brian stopped several yards behind her, stopped and waited. Hiding proved harder than she'd expected. Annie struggled for slow, silent breaths, struggled against lungs that demanded their right to pant, to suck in enormous amounts of air and exhale again. She grew dizzy, lightheaded. Still, she lay there and tried to slow her racing heart and placate her oxygen-deprived lungs. Call out to me. Give me a hint of where you are. Have you moved and I didn't hear you? Or are you still there? A twig cracked in the distance. Relieved, she scanned the area and made her plan. The moment I can breathe properly. Another twig. Closer. Much closer. Panic welled up inside her. Why didn't I think about the fact that Tyler could get out of his stupid restraints? I didn't stop him. I just slowed him down a bit more than Brian. Arg! Annie scanned the area for any sign of something she could throw. A rock, stick. I'd take a rabbit if I could get my hands on one. Chipmunk? Here, Chippy Chippy. Half a minute later, Annie thought she heard the sound of someone creeping away again. Still, she didn't move. Street life had taught her that moving too soon was equal to begging to get caught. But despite that knowledge, every nerve in her body demanded that she run before he circumvented the brambles and came at her straight on. Her leg twitched. No, don't betray me, you stupid nerves. Another twitch. Confident that it would only get worse, Annie rose to her hands and knees and allowed herself to try to peer through empty spaces in the brambles. She saw little that helped. Blood pounding in her ears, almost deafening her. Annie rose up a bit more. A sweep of the area showed nothing. Determined to get to the tree, Annie took a few steps back and tried jumping over the brambles again. She nearly screamed as she crashed to the ground, the twigs and thorns ripping into her ankles. The sound, so loud it felt like an explosion. She hesitated just a moment, waiting for footfalls. She heard none. Running, panting, fear coursing through her blood, adrenaline pumping until she reached her desired tree. Her legs screamed in protest as she tried to hoist herself up into the lower branches. Another scrape on her ankle, one on her arm. Blood trickled until it dripped from her elbow. Each branch brought her closer to freedom and increased her pain. Scrapes covered her arms, ankles, shins, calves, and stomach. At last, she straddled a branch the perfect circumference and wrapped her arms around the trunk. Eyes closed, she rested her head against the bark and tried to calm her racing heart. Now, to see if it actually worked. 12. As he opened the door, Henry's eyes swept the room. A swift kick to the bottom corner of the door shut it as he pulled out his phone and called Mark.
What's up with Paris? Why?
The apartment is clean. Again. She just shoveled out all the trash yesterday. Last night's stuff? Gone again. She never does that.
Boredom?
Mark's joke failed in Henry's estimation. Seriously, I'm concerned, and where? Water in the bathroom cut off his question.
Well, at least I know where she is.
Look, you might need to get her a few days off. If she's cleaning, something's wrong.
Probably just nerves for the next part of her assignment.
His heart chilled a little at those words.
What assignment? What part?
She'll tell you.
Look, gotta go, but if you need anything, feel free to send a text.
The phone went dead. As he heard the bathroom door scrape open, the swollen door whining with each tug to free it from the jam, Henry charged through the living room and around the corner. He stopped, frozen in his tracks.
Oh, no, he didn't.
What?
With blatant disregard for Mark's orders, Henry punched redial.
Excuse me? Henry, she's a person, Mark. She's not a prostitute.
Paris snorted, her trademarked, utterly unfeminine snort, and that one move kept him from blasting his boss further. What, do you call it anything else? He's sending you down to the shop in the store, isn't he? Maybe get Mikhail's eye, or better yet, Maxim. He would be such a catch. He glared at her as he took in the full picture of her unexpected makeover. He felt it, a wrinkle of his nose, but he refused to apologize. Instead, anger boiled until he could feel the steam releasing through his ears, his nose.
Perhaps you should unbutton a couple more, Henry sneered. We all know Maxime likes his cleavage.
The protest never came. Indignation noticeably absent. Instead, Paris laughed and called out,
Isn't he cute, Mark? I told you he wouldn't like it.
And she was right. So now that we've proven that she can read me, just stop this.
Before Mark could answer, Paris waved a couple of fingers, grabbed a purse, something she never carried, and tripped out the door in heels that would likely get her killed.
If I have to rescue her from the crosswalk, you're giving me a bonus like you've never imagined.
Mark's laughter cut off as the call disconnected again. The grumbles erupted from him despite sincere attempts to stifle them. Believe she's doing this. Just walking into a trap. That's what she's doing. She's going to get herself killed. She can't take a gun in there. The thought unnerved him enough that he dashed for her gun case. Full. That's good anyway, if she stupidly... He choked back the words and returned to the window. Mark might be stupid, but Paris isn't. Ugh, she's walking into a mess, and I'm going to have to get her out of it. The vision of her tripping out in the short, rippling skirt and snug shirt that showed off curves he'd never known she possessed choked him again. She's going to give herself away. Then we're going to blow this. And if someone gets killed... Henry couldn't bring himself to finish the thought. A moment later, he saw a flash of yellow polka dots stepping out from behind the bus stop canopy and into the street. Who knew she'd look like that? A sense of betrayal followed. Why do women think they look better with a layer or three of makeup,
a short skirt, and a push-up bra.
Numb butt syndrome, NBS. Is it an occupational hazard of loggers or pole climbers? Maybe cowboys. A smile filled her heart. Definitely truckers. It couldn't have been more than an hour, but felt like 3. Occasionally, one or the other of the guys came close, but they never stood close enough for them to see her, even if they looked straight at her position. But it unnerved her regardless, if she could just make it until nightfall. A call came out from several hundred yards away.
"Ready for dinner, Brian? I'm starving." "I don't think she's done sitting up there yet. I think she's hanging on for dark."
What? But we'll be out here forever, and for what? She's had her fun. It's time to get back. If Mark had to move us, we wouldn't be there. She could almost hear Tyler's eyes widen by the way he screeched. That's why we came back so close to Rockland, isn't it? Tyler advanced. She could hear it in the increasing nearness of his voice, and the sounds of twigs and leaves crunching as he trampled closer and closer.
"No phones. We needed to be close enough for someone to drive to us for information."
Brian's voice, directly beneath her. How'd he get there so quickly? How did I not hear?
"She has to come down on her own, you know. We can't make her."
Annie looked down and saw Brian leaning against the tree.
"But she'll have to go to the bathroom sometime."
She could just stay up there and go. If I go here, will it land on you? It might be worth it just for that. Jerks. If we trank her, Tyler queried, do you think we could catch her before she hit the ground?
"Maybe."
Now you're just mocking me. That's rude. But the reality of her situation couldn't be denied. She had to go. She couldn't win. They'd found her. Fine, I'm coming. The ground swam beneath her in an unexpected moment of vertigo. Her arms refused to release their grip. Her throat, already dry from running and clinging to a tree for the past couple of years masquerading as an hour or so, croaked when she tried to call out again. Can't let go. Oh, come on. Tyler, you are going to regret that. Before she could finish the thought, Tyler cried out, Ow! Ugh! What was that for? Though spoken low and clearly not intended for her ears, Annie heard snippets of the words.
"Talk to, like that. She's our protect, and even when annoying, we understanding and patient."
You tell him. Before she could complain, Brian's voice rose up to her.
"First, know that if you fall, you're not likely to break anything. You're not as high up as it seems. Second, we'd catch you, or, in Tyler's case, break your fall."
Good to know, Annie choked out. I've never been afraid of heights. What? She smacked her lips together, trying to stimulate saliva. Is the problem?
"You're tired, possibly a bit dehydrated, and you're in an unusual situation. Any one of those can make you behave out of character, but I suspect the primary culprit is fatigue combined with fear."
Fear of what? You? I lost that days ago. You're not going to hurt me, I know that much. And I'm pretty confident you don't work for Ryan or the Russians. That leaves government. So despite what you say, I think you're definitely government. Probably FBI or Marshal Service. Can't imagine Secret Service would be involved in this, but what do I know? Several minutes later, Annie jerked and almost lost her grip at the sound of Brian's voice.
"Need to try, Annie. If I have to climb up there, it puts things in an awkward position, and then we're both relying on Scrawny over here to keep us from cracking open our heads. I'll make you a deal. You get halfway and then jump. I promise to catch you."
You said I wouldn't get hurt if I fell now. Why is that much of a deal? Annie could have sworn she heard him mutter,
Great, we have a rational one.
Legs shaking, whether from fear, pinched nerves, or exhaustion, she couldn't say. Annie fumbled her way around the trunk until she felt the next solid branch. Step 1, move. Step 2, move again.
Good job. Now to your left again. There's one just a foot or so down,
Tyler offered encouragingly. Brian's objection nearly drowned out his partner's words.
Don't listen to him. There's nothing to hold on to above you over there. Go right. It's about 3 feet, but you can do it easily enough.
But she could...
She's not an expert climber, Tyler. Let me do this.
For the first time since vertigo had struck, Annie glanced down and saw Brian directly below her, obscured, but there. Okay, going right. I think that's how I got up, actually.
I'm sure it is.
Branch by branch, inch by inch, she struggled down, growing more furious with herself with each passing second. Memories of the man who had taught her how to stay alive on the streets flooded her mind. Old Caleb would let you have it for doing something like this. You should be looking for a way to get to the other trees, or at least get them to go get rope or something. You're just giving up. You're a quitter.
Okay.
Brian's voice sounded reasonably close.
You can drop now. I've got you.
She refused. Annie's desire to overcome the fear grew stronger the closer she drew to the ground. Which is totally obvious. Who wouldn't be less afraid the lower they got? Still. But despite every effort to overcome the fear, every determination not to show weakness, the moment she hit the ground, Annie flung her arms around Brian and fought the urge to cry. Won't do it.
We've gotcha. Tyler's going to go back now and get dinner started.
Tyler stepped forward with a smile and offered her the bag of Doritos and the bottle of water.
In case you're thirsty.
Then the tears did flow. With her purse slung over one shoulder, Paris stepped into the boutique and scanned the room with an affected sniff. A sales associate smiled and made her way across the room, but Paris stood, hand on the door as if ready to bolt. It worked. May I help you? The woman appraised the designer bag on Paris's arm and nodded.
Great bag. Is that Vuitton's new line?
Yeah, my dad has a friend. Paris rolled her eyes and exaggerated her air quotes with panache that would have impressed anyone in the agency. In the industry. She likes to keep Daddy happy, so...
Keep a man's daughter happy, and maybe he'll keep you happy.
The woman gave her a once-over and led her to a nearby mannequin.
I think this would look amazing on you. I mean, you can wear yellow. This tangerine is going to be killer.
It's not me. I really wanted to check out purses. I have kind of an addiction to them. Some people drink coffee. I buy purses.
We have a fabulous selection here.
The woman led her to a display just as the door opened and 3 chattering women stepped in.
Excuse me, I'll be...
Don't hurry. I'm not in a rush, and I already see a couple that I think have to come home with me. You have a fantabulous selection. Inwardly, she promised to learn what a Hail Mary was and say a couple dozen for allowing herself to sound so inane. They call it penance, right? Well, I deserve some. I think I should convert. I'd be a good Catholic. I can handle the idea of God. As long as I don't have to look at the cross with Jesus stuck to it all the time, I'm good. Yeah, might look into that. Keith's religious. He works the job and still has a faith. I could use that. Yeah. Even as she mused to herself, Paris inspected bag after bag. The women all spoke in heavy accents and specifically complained about the distinct lack of Prada that week. She listened closely, trying to pinpoint the accents, and finally decided that 2 were clearly Russian, but the other sounded more Czech. Interesting that they are so clearly interested in Prada. Why? Since when are Russians so obsessed with Italian leather? Well, they're obsessed with anything profitable, but still. As she mused, Paris scanned each purse and chose what she assumed would be the least and most expensive options.
Mark is going to kill me, but what can I do? It'll balance out to the price of 2 middle-of-the-road options, and going for most expensive will make a statement.
A new thought brought a smile to her face.
I'll protest that the other one is underpriced, unless I'm wrong about it.
A side door opened, and a man stepped in.
Cat?
His eyes met hers. Paris allowed herself one lingering glance before moving to a shoe display just a bit closer to him.
6-inch heels. They have to be 6 inches. Why?
A red shoe appeared in her line of vision, red with heels that looked almost modest in comparison with the one in her hand.
I think these.
Paris set down the stilt masquerading as a shoe and accepted the proffered slingback.
It is cute.
She slipped off her own shoe and pretended to wobble as she tried to slip on the red. It worked. The man, Mikhail, if their intel was correct, held out a steadying hand.
Here, I'm sure Cat would help.
As her hand wrapped around his arm instead, Paris offered him a smile, slow and a little flirtatious. Thank you. I really hate people touching my feet. It is a thing with me. Pedicures are the worst. You have to have them, but the torture...
You must have had a good one, the man insisted. You have lovely feet. And see what I mean? The shoe is perfection.
Sorry, Mark, but I can't let this one pass. I think you're right.
She allowed herself an impatient glance over her shoulder.
But I really do have to go. I was just passing time while Daddy's signing papers over there.
It worked.
I'm Mikhail. It isn't my job, of course, but I can take care of you. Let's get those shoes. Is that the right size?
Perfect. You know your feet.
Paris allowed herself a slight blush and a roll of the eyes.
The stupid things I say when a hot... Anyway, I wanted a couple of the purses, too. That little black Jacobs and the Palladino.
She waited for him to ask for her to show him, but he plucked both purses from the display and held them out for approval.
Yes, shoes and purses. I should have known you were gay.
He gestured for her to sit and carried the 3 items out of the room. Paris made a show of impatience as she waited, kicking her heels and tapping the arm of the chair as her eyes scanned the room. Kat threw her an apologetic look and tried to extricate herself from the other women, twice. Paris scowled and looked away.
You poor thing. I bet Mikhail keeps the commission, too.
A hunch prompted her to zip Mark a text message. Need limo at store in no more than 5. Sorry. A moment later, her phone chimed. Be there in 3. What'd you get me?
Will a big credit card bill suffice?
She pulled out a wallet and grabbed the card Mark had delivered with a bag of clothes that morning. The moment Mikhail appeared with her shopping bags, she passed it to him.
My car should be here any minute.
The man's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly.
I thought you were waiting for your father.
Daddy is unavoidably detained.
She glared at the door as if her father stood there.
Again.
Once more her eyes swung back his way.
Honestly, sometimes I think he cares more about money than me.
She signed for her purchases and tapped her fingernails on the arm of the chair in impatient movements.
Where is that driver? Oh, there he is.
It took every effort not to grab the bags and run, but instead, she glanced at them and back up at him.
I know it's not your job, but...
Happy to oblige.
Mikhail opened the door and followed her to the car.
Shall I give them to the driver, or—
Back here is fine. Thank you.
Paris hesitated just a moment and manufactured a disappointed expression with a weak smile.
It's just too bad.
Before he could answer, she signaled for the driver to shut the door and sank back against the seat, phone in hand. Need a suite at the Nines. I think he's hooked. A moment later, she zipped another text. Oh, and I might need a father. 13.
You'll see her in a few weeks. This time, possibly for good.
Keith's words ricocheted in Shin's mind as he rode through the night to wherever the debrief session would be held. From the feeling of enclosure and the road noise, he suspected somewhere remote. The way the vehicle climbed suggested the mountains.
That would explain the enclosed feeling. Trees.
We're almost there. How alert are you?
Will I need to run? If so, my eyes—
Not that,
Mark insisted.
but they'll want to get started tonight. Could run through until midnight or later.
I'm fine. Won't sleep well anyway.
He struggled, anxious to ask the question burning in his mind and heart. Desperation overrode his need to appear cool and collected.
Who will be there?
A few trusted members of the national security community. There will be no names. I have your agreement with me, and my representative will present it. Without full support, we'll turn around and leave.
Shin started to nod and froze.
What will keep them from preventing my departure?
They wouldn't try, but if they did, we'd have no trouble restraining them. We are well—
Mark paused as if in search for the best word.
fortified.
How can you get away with that? I mean—
Mr. Kim, let's just say that they need me. I ensure that.
Shin felt Mark reach for his wrists, a sure sign they would arrive soon.
I assure you that all will be well.
Once his hands were freed, he asked,
May I remove the blindfold?
As soon as you're out of the car. And here—
Mark handed him a small gun.
Only one shot at anyone. It'll slow them down, but you don't have the training to try to do any more than that. Just one.
This is serious. He's willing to risk me shooting him to keep me safe. That means something. I won't betray your trust.
I knew you wouldn't, or I wouldn't have given you that. Ah, here's Emmy.
As the car door opened and the faint scent of familiar perfume wafted into the car, Shin's throat went dry.
Emmy Chen, the woman who nearly tempted me to forget I have a wife? Great.
He stepped from the car and his blindfold was removed. Shin forced a smile.
Miss Chen, nice to see you again.
Please stow the gun before you're seen, Mr. Kim.
We wouldn't want to alarm our guests. We have, of course, confiscated their weapons. Courtesy demands we not flaunt ours, doesn't it? Of course.
He started to pocket the gun, but she shook her head.
No, Mr. Kim. First, you check to ensure the safety is on. And it is. Very good.
She turned him slightly and slipped the gun under his shirt and into the waistband of his pants.
Less noticeable back here, don't you think? A holster would be preferable, but we can't give you one discreetly. Again, you must be casual. Forget it's there, if you can, or they'll know.
She turned to Mark inside the car and added,
I did manage to arrange a secure conference with our new client. Please be sure to give her my regards.
The car door had nearly shut behind them when Miss Chen stopped it once more.
One last thing, Mark. Our homeless client is enjoying training exercises. Code for something, but what? And does it even apply to me?
The short walk to the door left Shin nearly soaked with nervous perspiration. Mortified, he begged in a desperate whisper for a trip to the restroom. Emmy smiled up at him. "Of course, Mr. Kim. There is a fresh change of clothes behind the door. If you can attach it to the holster, do. Otherwise, remember what I said about the waistband." "I will." A gift bag with his name on it sat on the counter. Toothbrush, toothpaste, deodorant, shaving cream, and a disposable razor.
"Here, Duro."
Emmy's voice through the door stopped him as he reached for a washcloth.
"You'll have about 15 minutes, Mr. Kim. Elias, too, is here for your personal protection. Please do not hesitate to ask for his assistance." "Elias, too? They have more than one Elias? Not a very common name."
Mr. Kim?
Shin frowned. Something sounded off.
"Yes?" "I am just outside the door. Please do not hesitate to request anything."
The voice had switched to a clear, distinct Kenyan accent, each word enunciated with precision, all T's and D's perfectly spoken.
"Thank you, Mr.
"Two.
I am Elias Two, at your service."
Shin stripped off his shirt and filled the bottom of the sink with water.
"It's nice to meet you, Mr. Two."
"Elias will be acceptable, sir."
"Elias."
Shin agreed.
"Thank you for your protection. I'm just going to shave and change. I'll be out in a minute. Would you like to ensure the bathroom is secure, or—"
"That has already been done. You are protected."
"Well, you know what you're doing anyway. Now."
He ran the razor over his face, despite the fact that he had little stubble even attempting to surface. As he did, he went over his questions, his concerns, and the agreement Emmy had gone to have signed.
"If they agree, we'll be together inside the month, with 2 weekends in the interim. That is better than I could have hoped for."
With a washcloth, he scrubbed his chest, arms, and underarms. A hand towel dried him sufficiently, and the deodorant, antiperspirant.
"Good. That'll work better than the stuff they've been giving me."
Less than 10 minutes after he stepped into the bathroom, Shin Kim stepped out, feeling like his old self. Suit, tie, he'd knotted it before he realized the clothes were his. They'd retrieved them from his home. The man on the wall opposite him stood at ease, ready to take on anyone who dared step into the hallway. Shin held out his hand.
"It's nice to meet you, Elias. I'm Shin."
"Yes, I know. It is nice to meet you as well. This way, please." The large, comfortably appointed house gave the illusion of relaxation and ease. Shin expected couches, wing-backed chairs, and possibly snacks. But when Elias opened the door, all illusions shattered. A long conference table, empty, lay before him with a dozen chairs around it. Elias pointed to the head.
"You will be sitting there, Mr. Kim."
"Shin." The man nodded. "Yes, Miss Chen will be here soon to tell you how the agreement went. I will be behind you at all times. If you have to leave, signal me first."
"Leave?"
The man held the chair for him. "We will," Elias explained, "be in here for a long time. You will be talking much and will need breaks for relief. Please warn me before you request to rise. It is a vulnerable time should we have enemies here." At this, Shin laughed. He couldn't help it.
"I believe I am considered the enemy at this meeting, Elias."
The man's quiet response chilled him. "That kind of assumption will get you killed, if I may say so." She'd collapsed on the bed of her new suite at the Nines and hadn't moved since. Well, she hadn't adjusted her position. Paris had, however, called Mark and ordered one pampered daughter package, delivered ASAP. Now she waited, lying on the bed and surrounded by 3 tissue-laden shopping bags. The tissue still amused her. Had Mikhail felt silly as he tried to arrange the tissue to look remotely appropriate? A knock startled her from her reverie. A moment later, the lock clicked as a quiet voice called out, "Room service."
Oh, good. I'm starved.
Her eyes widened as she watched Henry step into the room and push the door shut behind him.
"Hello, Miss Furman. I have hot scampi that'll be disgusting if you don't eat it quickly."
I don't know why, Paris muttered, but I didn't imagine you bringing my stuff.
Henry scowled as he unloaded 2 suitcases from beneath the tablecloth that covered the food cart.
"Mark tried to make me go shopping. I thought he was serious at first."
Paris hardly listened. She snatched up the first suitcase and flung it on the bed. Unzipped, rifled, tossed aside, she grabbed the next one. Once she'd upended it, spreading a string of underwear and a swimsuit that covered little, Paris flopped back on the bed.
Not even yoga pants? Don't spoiled little rich kids wear them when they give a treadmill a 5-minute pass to feel virtuous about their workout regime?
No, that's how lazy middle-class kids do it. Spoiled little rich kids have trainers who are little more than porn to motivate them to move their buns.
Someone's not bitter or anything.
Henry snatched up the scraps of cloth she'd be expected to don for a trip to the pool and flung it at her.
"He's making you into a prostitute. Look at that."
Despite the internal order that she not show any response, Paris found herself swallowing a lump the size of Henry's fist.
That will not look good on me.
The muttered response could have been anything from,
"You got that right," to, "That's the biggest lie you've ever told."
She couldn't decide, but before she could find her voice, he hunkered down on his heels in front of her.
"You don't have to do this. Mark can't make you. Just tell him no."
But
"You could have to kiss that guy. Do you realize this? A Russian mafia guy. And I doubt he'll stop with a sweet brush of the lips, Paris. He's going to slobber all over you, grope you like—"
I get the picture.
Much to her disgust, she shuddered. Finally, Henry looked pleased.
"I knew you'd wake up. We're just supposed to be doing surveillance, not undercover work. You haven't even been trained for that."
He jumped up and started pacing and ranting.
"I just don't know what got into Mark."
I'll tell you what. The life of an innocent woman, that got into him. And yeah, I have been trained, thank you very much. What do you think? Mark is an idiot?
Her voice rose a bit and then dropped as she remembered how thin the walls were.
I volunteered for this, Henry. Mark would never make me do something I wasn't comfortable with. Yeah, I hate it, she agreed. Stupid heels and makeup and stuff like that. It's crazy. But if having a small waist and a noticeable bust line gets me into a position where we can nail these guys, then I'm using them.
And losing your self-respect is worth that to you, is it?
Henry stormed to the door.
Glad to know it.
Fury propelled Paris off the bed and to the door before he could open it. She rammed her arm against his neck and glared at him.
I chose to trade what you dare call my self-respect for another person's life. Don't you ever question my character again.
His eyes softened, just a little. A ragged whisper tugged at her heart as he said,
"Just be careful, please."
Paris stepped back, ready to change the discussion, but Henry slipped out of the room without another word. Her heart did a fluttering waltz as she practically floated to her plate of scampi, before collapsing into the pit of her stomach at the realization that his emotional response was more likely the effects of a semi-crushed larynx. Flynn stopped short as she stepped into Mark's office that Thursday morning, ready to start the diversion process in Portland.
Sir, you're not allowed in here. I've already called security, so—"
I've already warned them that you would.
The man looked up at her and smiled. A slow, deliberate smile.
"Mark?"
She stepped a little closer.
"No, not Mark. Are you related? No, your skin's too dark, but he's got that Asian name."
Flynn, I brought you a gift. It's in the bag over there.
The Burberry shopping bag elicited a squeal before she could stop herself.
"I can't believe someone, already got me this totes amaze backpack."
I thought you needed something to protect it in inclement weather.
The voice said the man was Mark, but the face. Her mind raced as she pulled an umbrella from the bag.
"It has to be him, but—"
If it makes you feel any better, I'm pleased that you doubt me. It means it has worked. I've already spread the word that Mark Cho has resigned.
"So you are—"
Mark. Short for Marco, of course. Mendina.
"Well, Mr. Mendina."
His laughter stopped her short.
Like Mark Cho, I prefer to be less formal. You'll find we're similar in many ways.
"Awesome sauce."
That's the Flynn who has revolutionized this office.
He leaned forward.
So, are you ready to get to work?
"Is what we're doing considered interfering with a federal investigation?"
Mark's light-hearted air faded, and in its place a strong determination formed.
I'd say it's up to interpretation, but in the long run it's actually aiding, so...
She sat, tablet in hand, and swiped her fingers across the screen until the program she sought appeared.
"Okay, this is what we have."
The minutes slipped past with stealth that seemed appropriate for their mission. Mark leaned back in his chair, hands behind his head, and nodded.
Is it ready to go?
"Totes."
Get it in motion. We have to find this man before they do.
At the door, she paused.
"Do you think it's good or bad for Ryan West that they haven't found him yet?"
The look on his face chilled her even before he opened his mouth to speak.
It's almost impossible not to leave some sort of trail these days. Any computer use puts him at risk. Any search, any attempt to earn a living, any injury that takes him to a hospital, anything. The longer he's gone, the more likely he'll lose concentration and make a stupid mistake.
14. The engine sputtered, choked, and belched to a stop on the narrow shoulder of Lake Road. Dan pounded the wheel in frustration and stepped out. Georgia had said something about banging on a carburetor or jiggling an air filter, but he'd been so focused on getting her the tea bags she didn't seem to think she could survive without that he hadn't really listened. He'd have to walk the last couple miles. Gotta get her that thing she said would make it run like new again, soon, even if I have to use the rest of my money to pay for it. The thought sent a fresh wave of panic over him. Thanks to Georgia, he still had $300 to his name, but old truck parts weren't going to be cheap. He couldn't afford that kind of guilt money. 100 feet from the truck, he stopped in his tracks and returned to retrieve the box of tea bags and bag of cheese puffs. The route? Easy. But the second time a car passed and slowed for him became 2 times too many. Dan bolted across the road and through the trees. His instincts insisted that if he went straight through them, he'd reach the cabin. Of course, walking straight through a mini forest of trees is less direct than it sounds, and within 15 minutes, and having to skirt 2 houses, he realized he'd made a terrible turn somewhere. Where to go, however, proved a harder question to answer. As much as he hated to do it, Dan decided. The next house he saw, he'd inch around the perimeter until he reached the road. Just have to do it. The house was smaller than most of the summer cottages that Georgia insisted on mocking. A new build, no doubt about that. In fact, it looked as if the owners were living in it while finishing the work. Odd for early fall in his estimation. However, it meant that the owners likely worked on it over the weekends, so they might still be at work. Curiosity moved him closer and closer. He saw no vehicles, heard nothing. Why it mattered, he couldn't say. He just felt driven to see if he'd guessed correctly. A step closer, then another. He peered into a window and saw a mostly finished kitchen. Dust on the glass brushed his nose. He rubbed it vigorously with his shirt, shuddered, and peered through again, this time without allowing facial contact. One correct guess. They are definitely living here while working on it. Looks good, too. More spacious than the outside implies. Smart use of space there. As he peered through several windows, not for the first time since he'd graduated from college and began work as a tax accountant, Dan regretted not becoming an architect. That thought sent a jolt of electricity through him. I'm a tax accountant. I wanted to be an architect, but I went the safe route. Everyone has to pay taxes, even in a horrible recession. People will need me. But look at that overlook. It's gorgeous. I want to design stuff like that. Design real houses instead of boxes strung together like Georgia's pathetic excuse for a cabin. That thought did prompt shame. She's been good to you, and you criticize her provision. Yeah, you're a winner. One more thought ripped apart his critique. And since when are cabins anything other than a couple of boxes taped together? They're cabins. At that moment, a man walked into the room and stopped short at the sight of him. Dan's mind ordered him to react. Perspiration beaded on his upper lip. His heart pounded until he almost couldn't breathe. The order came again, just as the man shouted and bolted for the door, the one nearest him. Run. His feet reacted before the rest of him could catch up. Dan almost tripped over himself in his attempt to escape. At the road, had his body been able to do it, he'd have split in two different directions. Mind demanded hiding in the woods again. Body wanted the advantage of a level running surface where he could kick up speed. In that moment, Dan learned something else about himself. I run. Mind won out eventually. He dashed around a detached garage and pounded his way between the trees. Whether sheer dumb luck or a deeper instinct helped, he couldn't tell, but the corner he had to round to reach Georgia's place came into view as he burst onto the road again. A glance around him showed that no one followed anymore. Georgia met him at the door. What's wrong? Guy, chasing. She jerked him inside and closed the door. Did he see you come in here? Dan tried to explain, but the gasped words left him nearly as confused as she was. But when she shook him and demanded an answer, he did manage to shake his head. No. And you might have once been a runner, but you've let yourself go. As she pulled into the drive, Mandy hesitated. Her confidence in knowing where her mother had taken Dan fizzled at the empty drive. Could be out for food or something, though. She'd taken the day off. Another day. Her boss wasn't happy. She could get back in time to finish up the paperwork she'd abandoned. Her fingers tapped the steering wheel as she deliberated. The quiet serenity of the family cabin nestled among the trees. Blackjack oak, Daddy had called them, belied the turmoil in her heart. Daddy knew all the trees. Her car door opened as if by its own volition. She stared at the ground. Can't hurt to look, make sure they aren't here. They could have gone to Uncle Elroy's in Wichita Falls, I suppose. The moment Mandy stepped into the cabin, she tensed and relaxed at the same time. The temptation to run out and hide her car flitted through her mind and out again. They wouldn't just hide from her if they saw the car. Just minutes later, the truck peeled into the drive and nearly rear-ended her Mustang. She sat in the old armchair, arms across her chest, legs crossed, eyes leveled on the door. A perfect imitation of her boss when someone was about to get reamed. It worked. Her mother pushed open the door and glanced around.
It is you. I told him it was. You're alone? What?
Georgia stuck her head out the door and waved. Dan appeared through the back door a minute later. He peered around the kitchen doorway, visibly shaken.
What are you doing here? Mama left. Took this messed up guy with her. I stupidly thought I should check it out. Make sure my mother wasn't being killed or robbed blind by a psychopath. Keep your voice down,
Georgia warned.
Why? This is Skiatook. It's not like we're surrounded by nosy neighbors. Of course, if you'd sold it like the rest of the family wanted, you wouldn't be here. Then you'd better be glad I did.
Georgia turned to Dan.
It's okay. She just got a burr up her butt.
Her eyes swung back to Mandy.
She should be grateful that we have it, or she'd still be on the road to Wichita Falls.
Smug satisfaction washed over her, and Mandy didn't bother to hide it.
And that's why I'm here. I mean, come on, Mom. If I knew that you only had two good options, everyone at home knows it too. All it takes is Sheriff Jessup hearing about you going missing, a strange man in the area, and then you buying men's clothes for him to call the Wichita Falls police and then the Skiatook police and tell them to go over to Uncle Elroy's or to this cabin. This isn't covert ops here.
Dan listened, eyes growing more panicked with each word, and grabbed his backpack. I've got to get out of here. I'm going to get you killed. I know it.
Then I die.
Mandy and Dan stared at the older woman as she sank into her favorite corner of the old couch. Mandy found her voice first.
What are you talking about? I'm pointing out that it's my life to risk. I want to risk it. I don't think it's much of one, but even if Dan's right and I'm wrong, it's my decision. Seriously, Mother.
Georgia laughed.
Did you notice? First, she was panicked. It was Mama then. Then she relaxed and I became Mom again. But now she's ticked. I'm Mother when she's really annoyed.
I think you're both nuts, but you may be able to choose to risk your life, but I get to choose if I want to provide that risk for you, and I don't.
Best thing this creep has said since I walked in the door.
Mandy nodded in his direction.
Thanks. I'm making lunch,
Georgia announced.
Who wants sausage wieners?
Dan took another step toward the door, but Mandy stopped him.
You don't know Mom well, so I'll tell you. That's her way of saying, put that backpack away and get your sorry butt in the kitchen and help me. And that goes for you too, Mandy Sue.
His thumb hovered over the send button. Each second that passed increased the rising panic that filled him until Levi Donato, once known as Leo Hassert, tapped the screen. He'd expected to feel relieved at the sound of Marshal Drake Weller's voice. Instead, the moment the man came on the line, he nearly wept like a little girl. There was a guy here, Drake. Came downstairs and he was staring through my window. Even when he saw me, he just stared for a minute. I tried to chase him. What? Levi, we've gone over this. You hide and call. You know the drill. His throat almost didn't let him croak out his indignant. Yeah, and I never actually thought it would happen. He gulped down water and tried to steady his nerves. Okay, we're on our way. Did you recognize the man? No. He looks more like a hitman, not Casimir. Skinny. Almost professional, but in jeans. Maybe he's local. It's probably nothing. Drake's soothing voice worked. Levi sank into his favorite chair and closed his eyes, listening as Drake assured him he'd made the right call. You don't just call because a local is curious about your house progress. Trust your instincts. Yeah, maybe. I need to call Bethany. I don't want her to come home tonight, just in case. She can go to her folks. Good call. Okay, hang on. Muffled sounds as Drake spoke with his partner left Levi feeling even more vulnerable than ever. But when he returned, the next questions blasted Levi with relief. But you saw him, right? You can describe him? Yeah. His heart slowed a bit. Yeah, I can. And I don't think he recognized me. The marshal cheered and promised to be there as soon as he could. Levi glanced around him and began loading the dishwasher, wiping off the counters, and sweeping the floors. He stacked tools in a corner, damp mopped drywall dust, and put tea bags in a pan on the stove to make sweet tea. I've become a hick. I'm making sweet tea for guests. Mom would have laughed. As usual, the thought of his mother brought a pang to his heart. Lord, I never even tried to tell her about you. I mean, I know what she would have said or done, but that's what people would have said about me. Forgive me. Heartsore, he worked through cleaning up the place and trying to relive each moment of his movements. Jogging downstairs, seeing movement in the kitchen window, getting closer, seeing the face staring back at him. He tried to paint each feature of the man's face in his mind, every mannerism he could remember or imagine. By the time the black SUV arrived, how cliché could they be? Levi felt prepared, and at that moment, he remembered Bethany. Idiot. A quick text would have to suffice. Don't come home. Go to your folks. Explain later. As he filled glasses of tea, Levi answered the standard questions, ones he'd already answered but needed to fill in for the mountain of paperwork he imagined the marshals had to process each time they connected with a witness. With a new trial coming up involving the Casimir biker gang and drug ring, he expected every duck to be lined up in its proper row. Seemed like a good way to make it easy to pick them off, but they'd kept him alive thus far. He'd keep hoping, praying. We made a sweep of the area before we drove up. He's gone, as far as we can tell. We'll check out your house before we leave, though, in case you've been bugged somehow. Before Levi could respond, Drake's partner sat down at the table and pulled out a tablet. Okay, so let's start describing this guy. He looked up at Leah, the new gal on the team, and began describing in a near monotone. He was average, or just a little taller. Couldn't be 6 feet. Probably closer to 5'10" or so. I know that because he didn't have to duck when he ran under that tree branch down there, and my father-in-law does. Okay, that's a start. Caucasian, Caucasian. Not very tan, but not albino either. Brown hair. Medium. He closed his eyes and focused his mind on each of the man's features. I'd guess brown or hazel eyes. I think I would have noticed green or blue. Had a clear shot. Not dark brown, though. I think I would have noticed that, too. Each word went into the database on the tablet before her, but Leah only asked for more. What about face? Was it long, short, round, square? Any distinguishing marks? He looked like he belongs in one of those business marketing pictures, but his clothes were all wrong for it. He's just that generic, handsome guy who tries to sell you insurance online or something. I think his chin had a dimple in it, though. Something about it, anyway. Kind of a line. Cleft? That's good. Not as common as regular stuff. Thin lips, thick ones, toothy smile. Seriously, Leah, do you really think the guy smiled at Levi before he took off? Drake whipped his head around and almost glared at Levi. Did he? The ridiculousness of the situation prompted a few nervous chuckles. No smile. But he's not one of those guys who has a smile when he's not smiling, if you know what I mean. He's got one of those relaxed faces that looks angry. Step by step, minute by minute, the picture grew before their eyes. Each change he made, Levi adjusted further until he shook his head. I'm making it worse. Can you go back a few? At last, he shook his head and slumped back against his chair. I think it's the nose. The nose is wrong. I just don't know what it was. It was probably obscured by the window somehow. That's okay. We'll run this against our database and see if we get any hits. You're doing great. We're also going to stay tonight. We'll drive through town, make a show of leaving, and return after dark. Hike through the woods a bit, just for good measure. There's a house down the road that's empty. We'll park behind it. Assuming the guy isn't staying there, Leo muttered. Wouldn't that be easy? 15. When Flynn stepped in the door, Mark's throat dried out in an instant.
What?
It's the assistant to the SIO. He wants you to call back on a secure line.
3 hours. It took 3 hours to set it up and another 3 to arrange the interrogation. Rather than a small room with paint designed to force confessions out of criminals in order to escape the sheer ugliness of it, Shin sat in a safe house in the Grosse Pointe area off Lake St. Clair. He spoke with Mark over a speakerphone as he nibbled on snacks and sipped coffee. A transcriptionist recorded every word on a laptop they'd turn over to the government later that day.
I know I'm not here because it's time for me to move home with the family. I'm not stupid, so what's wrong?
A second later, he added,
And are you now not speaking to me in person again? How did I offend you? Are you even in the house here, or?
Alone in a room upstairs, Mark watched Shin's reactions to his surroundings, the way his eyes shifted with each sound.
That's none of your concern. This is a security issue. I'm protecting both of us. Now, I'd like to know why the assistant to the SIO.
Who?
Secretary of Intelligence Oversight. The assistant called today and would like to know what you know about the endgame on the research you so generously shared with our enemies.
I told your people at that meeting. It'll be
used in a very public place, yes, I know. But what we need is where and when.
Mark let the order sink in, gave Shin time to recognize that it was an order, before he continued.
Let's talk.
I don't know. They never gave me an actual plan. In fact, I doubt I would have been privileged with that information. They asked my opinions, of course. I gave suggestions, but...
Mark did a slow side rock in his desk chair as he listened. A glance at his arms brought a smile to his face.
Nice to see my skin again. Strange. I didn't miss it, but seeing it now...
Shin's voice sounded impatient as he called out for Mark again.
Okay, let's begin with your specific suggestions to them.
Water supply, either directly into the DC supply or into a reservoir. The problem with DC Direct was that the water must be ingested to ensure effectiveness. That's why we were continuing with something that would penetrate the skin and infect that way as well. We also hope for other options, of course. Let's face it, most on the hill drink bottled water. We talked about infecting bottling plants, but it wouldn't guarantee anything. We have to hit all the major plants. Too risky.
As Shin spoke, Mark's heart sank further into his stomach.
So, the target is definitely Congress or the White House.
Preferred target, yes. But we also considered hitting inner cities across the U.S. Easier to do, actually. And if you upset the desperate in our country...
You make the entire country unstable.
Compared to the original suggestion of airports and amusement parks, this would be catastrophic instead of merely horrific.
We need to narrow down what they do. What other options were discussed?
Shin shifted uncomfortably in his chair. Mark leaned closer and tapped a button on his tablet. The camera zoomed in to Shin's face. A slow smile grew as Mark watched the emotions flit through Shin's eyes.
Gotcha.
Mark, this isn't as easy.
He tapped the screen and nodded as Flynn appeared in the video chat window.
I am in a position to relocate you and your family to a permanent residence. My team is already creating new identities for all of you.
Flynn gave him a thumbs up and disappeared.
New identities? Together?
Yes. I hear Vermont is lovely this time of year. They're in need of a chemistry teacher at a high school there. It seemed perfect for your particular skills.
A teacher?
Watching the expressions shift on Shin's face became an exercise in patience.
You've got a chance at a new life after you betrayed this country. Suck it up and deal with it.
Mark cleared his throat.
Is that going to be a problem? Would you like to hear the rest of your new life, or would you like to go back to North Korea and explain why you disappeared into U.S. custody for several months?
Fine, whatever. If I had an idea of when.
That I can give you. We're looking at sometime the first week of October.
Mark didn't need to stare at the screen to see Shin blanch. The man's face had drained to a lovely zombie gray. After a couple of hard swallows, Shin nodded.
There are only 2 that would work in that time frame.
I'm waiting.
Despite an overt attempt at appearing nonchalant, Shin shifted, twitched, and the faintest of trembles appeared as he reached for his now cold coffee.
I understand. I'll call Homeland Security and let them know you're ready for them.
Before he could pick up the phone, Shin jumped up and began pacing. Mark adjusted the camera angle and watch.
It's not that simple. I want to tell you, I do, but that means increased danger for me and my family. And for your guy, Keith.
We've removed the threat from his building, and as soon as he returns from his trip, he'll be moving, so to speak. I will not allow you or your family to be harmed. I'm a bit insulted.
Okay, fine. Figure out who has water fountain / bottling contracts in D.C. and shut them down. Also, don't replace them with another company. They'll have ears on where it's going and hit there. You'll be safer just filling jugs and bottles with a hose from your backyard. Second most likely place will be a catering company for the next state event. They want to take out as many politicians in high places as possible. It'll shake confidence around the world and put them in a position to invade South Korea again. They want that back.
Shin dropped into the chair again and closed his eyes.
If it's being moved up that fast, those are the only ones they should be able to get in motion in time. This was a plan for at least 2 years out. The other options are best for that. There's no way.
Got it. We'll handle it. Meanwhile, there's a Bible and a notebook in the drawer of the desk under the window. Choose a denomination and begin your education. You need to be a devout Christian, dedicated to your church of choice in 3 weeks. We'll be in touch.
Before Shin could reply, Mark turned off the camera and assembled his things. A minute later, the agent-turned-transcriptionist stepped into the room with a locked metal laptop case.
Your laptop, Mr. Mendina. The helo is 3 minutes out. Thank you, Spence. You can keep him here or move him back, whichever you and Denise prefer.
We'll stay for a couple of days anyway. I think he feels more at home here. Might make him comfortable with his new assignment.
Did you get in on the pool?
Mark struggled not to snicker at the eager look in Spencer's eyes as he spoke the word pool.
Right now, Presbyterian is in the lead. Reformed. They drink alcohol. A few are convinced he'll go Southern Baptist, but no one is in the Pentecostal camp. If you choose that, and he does too, that's a big pot.
I'll take Church of Christ. I've got a feeling. Put me down for double.
Mark shook his head as the door closed behind the agent.
Church of Christ. Doubt that. But there's only one other vote there, so he'd get a good pot.
Flynn knocked on Mark's door and opened it a moment later. The moment he saw her, Mark removed earbuds and beckoned her to enter.
I didn't hear.
She grinned.
I think we're set on the Shins. Want to see what I've done?
Give me name and social. I'll see what I can do.
Flynn tapped her iPad and a message appeared on his screen. Alex Park, wife Serena and children Drew, Danica, and Daisy. Mark's eyes widened.
Who named them?
Serena. She said she always wanted kids with, like, the same initials, and now she's getting them. And Alex was the name she wanted to name Austin, but Shin insisted on something totes American.
Still trying to prove your false loyalty back then. Interesting.
As Mark considered the names, he typed both Serena and Alex into Facebook and watched as an entire life appeared. Parties, friends, family, a history that dated back to 2009 and 2011 respectively. A Google search showed Drew Park in a dozen pictures playing t-ball and baseball. Danica Park played soccer and had just recently been in a dance performance of Beauty and the Beast, a teacup. Only Facebook pictures of Daisy appeared. Background check showed an accident for Alex and 6 parking tickets paid for by Serena. The deeper he went, the more impressed he became.
Bankruptcy 11 years ago. Really?
I thought she looked like a totes amazed shopper who knew how to spend some serious cash. It would explain them not having longer standing accounts. I could only go back like 2 years on the credit cards. Kept hitting a dead end that I thought would raise red flags.
The next hit came from the Walther Ridge Church of Christ in Joliet, Illinois.
He seriously chose Church of Christ? How is that possible?
Brandy, Serena's grandfather, was an elder. She spent her summers with them, so she, knows the songs. I guess that most still sing traditional hymns and such, no instruments. So it was soups easy to give her a head start. I guess the kids know a few of the songs because she sings them now and then when she misses him. So Alex thought.
It made sense. Every aspect covered. Flynn had to have been working night and day on it to have so much done so quickly.
I don't know how you got so much done in 36 hours.
I've been setting it up for weeks. I had everything figured out. Had their pictures altered, uploaded, etc. Just had to go in and add names. Facebook was the worst. Had to create the profiles and add a name at the end and then upload during server maintenance a couple of times. It wasn't easy. First few got, rejected, but it's there. There's also a defunct Bebo account and a few fake Google things that hint that there was a MySpace account for each of them, once.
Mark just shook his head and stared.
You're good at this.
It was super cool. I hope I get to try it again, if this works. It's like awesome sauce. I played Sims IRL.
She would equate it to a virtual world game.
Mark stuffed his thoughts aside and looked up at her.
Give yourself a level 2 bonus this paycheck. You deserve it.
The girl blinked, her wide eyes making her head look even tinier on her body, and coughed.
Level 2? That's a bit extravagant.
Serena Park is a bad influence on me.
He moaned. With a wink he added,
Just do it.
A convoy of sorts converged on Bennington, Vermont. First, the Speedwell and Company moving van rumbled past the Welcome to Vermont sign just 12 miles outside of town. A 5-year-old Honda Odyssey followed half an hour later. As they drove along streets, the whole thing seemed steeped in a movie. A horror movie, no less. The house, a colonial with a facade that belied the smaller space inside, would be haunted by something evil and would spark Stephen King's next bestseller. Shin turned Alex, just knew it.
We're here.
He turned to face the children in the back.
Names?
Danica Park. Daisy Park.
When his son didn't answer, Shin cleared his throat.
I'm waiting.
Drew Park. It still sounds like a first grader's art project. See, I drew a park.
Take it up with your mother. She picked the names.
The moment he heard his own words, Shin winced.
Sorry, that sounded funny in my head. It was rude.
Darn right it was.
Brandy, who had embraced her new role as Serena Park with much enthusiasm, groaned.
I know one thing. No swearing. Ever. They don't appreciate colorful language. Something about seasoning your speech with grace or kindness. Can't remember which it is.
Sounds like a bad cooking show, Drew muttered as he jerked open the van door. The squeaky wobble proved they'd need a repair job soon.
Can't they at least get us a van that's not falling apart?
He hadn't done it since his disclosure to Brandy, but it was time. Shin stepped out, put a hand on his son's shoulder, and arranged his features in their most stern expression.
Don't ever complain about someone else's provision again. If you don't like it, work hard and pay for something else.
Yes, sir. Brandy stepped close.
Here, you need to change that to Dad. I read some homeschooling message boards, and almost all of them had a thread about saying yes, ma'am versus yes, mom. Apparently, up north, it's considered sassy. In the south, it's essential, and it's up for grabs everywhere else. Fine. Yes, Dad.
He started to address the attitude, but his wife slipped an arm around his waist and pulled him toward the house.
Let's go see if it looks as good in person as it does in the pictures.
It'll be smaller. You know that, right?
I'm remaining
She hurried forward and fumbled for the doorknob.
optimistic.
When Shin stepped in the door, he could tell by the slump of her shoulders that she'd spent too much time convincing herself that the house would be amazing. Danica burst through the door, raced through each room, and came back to the closet-sized foyer.
It's tiny. Do I even have my own room?
Without waiting for an answer, the girl rushed upstairs. Doors banged against walls in her haste to discover the horrors within their new house.
3 bedrooms, right?
Drew's voice behind him sent Shin's heart plummeting.
Upstairs, yeah. It has a basement room too, but we don't know if it will work for you or not. Looks okay in pictures, but...
Can I just have it? And if it needs work, we can do it?
The hesitation could have meant anything from trying to create a cover story to trying to remember a new name.
Danica, that's it. She'll go crazy if she has to share with Daisy.
The frustration on his son's face ripped at Shin's heart.
You'll get it. A lifetime of one name.
But I had it down perfect. I did it first. I
never had to do it in an emotionally charged moment. And everyone's emotional right now.
Shin dropped an arm around Drew's shoulder.
You're doing great. Really.
They crept down the basement stairs, and each step seemed to disappoint more than the last. Shin couldn't imagine convincing his wife to allow their son to live in an unfinished and dingy space. But a door to one side of the open space opened to a bright, clean room with finished walls, flooring, a heat register, and even a closet, something that hadn't been mentioned in the specs or shown in pictures.
This'll work, right?
Drew's eager expression warmed his heart, mending the tear that had ripped at him only minutes before. The concern for his sisters, the little girls he usually saw as pests, nothing could have encouraged him more.
Shin, Alex? Mom needs you. Can I stay down here and figure out where I want everything?
Shin nodded and hurried upstairs. He found Brandy staring at towers of boxes that the moving crew piled up in the living room.
What?
I don't know where any of this goes. Nothing is labeled. I don't know which of these has what.
We'll take them one at a time then, maybe with a marker in hand. Just open, write on the box what's in it, and move on to the next. It'll be fine.
Keith stepped inside with a banker's box.
Where do you want your new files? This has everything from your new birth certificates and social security cards to tax records and the orientation papers for your new job.
Shin took it and carried it upstairs without a word. He set it on the floor before a window and removed the lid. Almost as if in an out-of-body experience, he flipped through pages and pages of documents. Marriage certificate, new anniversary. Birth certificate, new birthdays. Tax records for jobs he'd never held at salary levels that wouldn't have paid his kids' school tuition, much less their home and lifestyle.
This'll be the worst. Brandy, I mean Serena, will have to adjust her designer tastes to a Target budget.
He smiled.
Target. Don't say Walmart. Target.
Shin, drat, I can't do it. I had it down, but now...
Like I told Drew, things are emotional now. It's making it harder. That's why they suggested the whole homeschooling thing. A year to adjust, and then the kids won't slip up in public and in public schools.
You don't think we can afford private schools anymore?
He shook his head and swallowed yet another bitter pill of his own concocting.
Not on a high school teacher's salary. We can't afford almost anything you're used to.
Like?
Designer purses and shoes, for one thing.
That's 2.
She snapped.
So, where do I shop now? Thrift store?
Shin opened his mouth to answer, but she shut him down again.
Do not say Walmart.
I was going to suggest Target, Sears, Penny's, maybe Kohl's.
He reached for her hand, but she pulled open the box she'd carried in.
They gave us our albums. I thought witness protection people didn't get to take pictures with them. These are the albums I made in that class I took. Look.
But when she opened them, her breath sucked in.
Wait.
A glance at the first page told him something was off. He remembered that picture. The whole family laughing at a company picnic at Thornton Weinbach. But this time they were clearly in a backyard, one he didn't recognize. Page by page, pictures appeared. Most remained exactly as he remembered them, but many had a person cloned out or the subjects moved to another background. Similar ones, as if to show continuity.
Wow.
She pointed at another one.
Look at that purse. I've never owned a purse like that. I was carrying my Kate Spade that day.
Well, a pathetic chemistry teacher isn't going to make the kind of money necessary to provide Kate Spade or Coach.
That snapped her to attention.
What are you talking? Pathetic?
I was head of a research and development lab at one of the top companies in the world. Now I'm supervising kids doing canned experiments out of a book. I'm pathetic.
Brandy's eyes flashed.
You're pouting. I can't believe this garbage. You're pouting. You stopped a foreign country from doing serious damage to our nation and helped them catch the people doing it.
By them doing the opposite of what I would have suggested. If they listened to me, they would only have stopped it. At best.
Shut up.
She stood, hands on her hips, and glared down at him.
I know what this is. Pride. It's always the pride thing with you. Well, it's time you put a stop to this. Your kids are watching you. They know you're not thrilled with this job. And what kind of
I'm not.
For a moment, Shin expected her to slap him.
No, you don't. You're an example whether you mean to be or not. So, I'm going to tell you what I told Drew the other day. You need to decide what kind of example you want to be to them. How do you want them to act when they make a mistake? Do you want them to throw a fit like a toddler? Because that's what you're doing.
He pulled her into his arms and held her. In soft, nearly impossible to comprehend, ragged whispers, he poured out his fears, his feelings of failure, and promises not to let them down again.
Well,
he amended after a moment,
I won't do it consciously, deliberately. That much I can promise.
16. Dan tried to change out the accelerator pump, but even after half an hour, he hadn't managed to take off the old one. Mandy Sue sidled up to him with a smug look on her face and pointed.
You need... Oh, here.
He watched, half fascinated, half chagrined, as the prissy woman grabbed some kind of wrench and began working. So you've done this before?
It's the one thing about this truck that isn't good. Always has to be replaced. I think the new ones are just garbage or something. Don't know.
A streak of grease on her arm transferred to her face as she wiped sweat from her forehead. You got... He grabbed the roll of paper towels she'd brought out and handed one to her, barely repressing a shudder. Grease.
Yeah, and I'll probably get more.
She gave him a smile that made his mouth go dry. You seriously cannot react to an attractive woman. That's crazy, especially one with grease all over her. You don't even know your name, just because... His thoughts broke off midstream. A black vehicle rounded the corner and drove past. Hidden behind the hood of the truck, Dan watched with perspiration soaking his shirt, his face.
What's...
Her eyes followed the path of his gaze, and she stiffened.
Think they're looking for you?
Don't know. The moment the SUV was out of sight, Mandy pushed him toward the back door.
Get inside. If they come back, I'll take care of it. I know how to play the defenseless female.
He hesitated. She shoved him. After a last glance at the road, he hurried up the steps and into the kitchen. Georgia smiled up at him.
Did you get... What? What's wrong?
Black SUV out there. He peered out of a side window and almost shook at the sight of the vehicle returning. Mandy sidled out to the driver's side window and leaned in. A moment later, she jumped back and spun around, backing away. I think they told her they're looking for me. She's pretending to be freaked out. The moment the vehicle rolled away, he sagged against the wall and sank to the floor. With hands over his head, he moaned. I was sure she'd tell them where I was.
Mandy Sue thinks she's the smartest bulb in the box. She'll enjoy getting one over on 'em.
She's something else. Georgia's laughter filled the room.
I was afraid of that.
What?
Look.
Georgia pulled him into the kitchen and sat down at the table.
I can see it. Seen it before. You're going to go sweet on her. Most men do.
He protested, a bit too much at first, but by the time Mandy Sue stepped back into the kitchen, even Georgia seemed to believe him. If I only believed me myself. Nothing could describe the frustration and relief that accompanied the arrival of Marshals Drake and Leah. I didn't know if you'd make it back or not. I mean, we're here, and we might have really good and bad news all at once. Drake seated himself at the table and pulled a tablet from the backpack he slipped off his shoulder. What is... You know who it is? Is that good news? Levi tried not to shudder. And the guy is after me? We have to move. That's the bad news, isn't it? Leah shook her head, almost too enthusiastically. If it's who we think it is, you're a hero, and he's never heard of you. We just can't... Dancing close to the classified, Leah. Those words sent a cold chill through him. I don't even want to know then. A quintet of photos appeared on the tablet screen. One larger one, a driver's license photo, and 4 smaller ones. Levi suspected they were retrieved from a cell phone or Facebook. The driver's license helped little, but one of the others looked as if it had been taken that day. After a second, and a third, look, Levi nodded. Yeah, that's him. I'm impressed you found him so quickly. The marshals glanced at each other before Leah answered.
Several government agencies have been looking for him for almost 2 weeks.
Didn't see anything on the news about a manhunt. Levi looked closer at the picture and tapped the screen. That one there, though, that's him. I didn't expect that nose. Either the glass warped it somehow, or it was hidden by those pane dividers. Drew jumped up and moved outside. Leah gave Levi a reassuring smile and pointed to the phone in his hand.
You can call Elizabeth.
She blinked.
Wait, you call her Bethany, don't you?
Yeah, she's Elizabeth Ann, so I went with Beth Ann. Bethany. Her parents call her Elizabeth. They're better with the change than I am.
Levi sighed.
I thought I'd embrace a new name. I did for me, I guess, but for her... He shrugged. I still think Allison every time I say Bethany. To himself, he added, and she still calls me Leo when no one can possibly hear. It feels good. Dangerous, but good. Her forehead furrowed.
I don't get why she went with Elizabeth if you were going to call her something else.
Levi took a long drink of sweet tea and sighed. I guess for the same reason that some guys call their wives sweetheart or schmoochkins or something equally revolting. He gave her a non-committal shrug and added, I just went for something that was mine that didn't make my teeth itch. At her nod, he tapped his phone screen and waited for his wife to pick up. Hey, the marshals are still here, but we're in the clear. You can come home.
It's not us?
After a quick glance at Leah for extra reassurance, he relaxed. Nope, coincidence.
You're sure?
Honesty warred with the desire to instill confidence that he didn't possess yet. The truth won. They are, and that needs to be enough for me. The guy didn't look Casimir, and they say this guy is unrelated to the Casimirs, mixed up with other stuff, apparently. Wrong place, wrong time situation. Drew stepped into the room a minute later. They're on the way. We'll start combing the area come morning. Not tonight? The impatience in Leah's voice set Levi's heart racing. What does that mean? Let's face it, with the tree cover and darkness, all we'll do is spook him. If he doesn't think anyone is looking, he won't go running. He ran from me, Levi protested. How is that not running? But he was caught staring into your house. Of course he'd run. Drew pulled up a chair, turned it backwards, and straddled it. Trust me, I'll be up at daybreak for a jog. We'll start looking then. I run. Levi tried to keep his voice nonchalant to hide his eagerness. I can go my usual route and pay attention. We can't let you do that, Levi. It's not... Well, I'm not going to not go jogging. He waited for the protest to begin before he continued. Because that would make people notice. I run every morning. Anyone who hasn't left for the winter would stop by to see if I was sick, bring a casserole. It might be a bit of an exaggeration, but it had happened once. It could again.
He's right, Drake. There's no reason not to keep an eye out for anything suspicious, and not going himself would be unusual.
Drake resisted, every centimeter of his face ready to protest, but at last he nodded. His tone grew insistent, almost demanding. He's got to promise not to engage. Of course, I'm not stupid. I have a wife and a baby on the way. Hey! Drake reached across the table for a high five. Congrats, man. You didn't tell us. Just found out last week. She's not far along. 6 weeks, she thinks. Gonna get herself set up with an OB on Monday. Despite his nonchalant air, Levi grinned. God's been so good. So much more than I ever hoped for. The third car in a row, two looking suspiciously government for his taste, passed by the house within 40 minutes of each other. Dan hovered behind the pickup, avoiding touching the bug-splattered grill and watching. His hands trembled, his heart raced, and his feet demanded he take off for places unknown. Perspiration soaked him until he ached to flee from the house for personal safety and into the house for a quick shower. The moment he thought it safe, Dan dashed around the back corner of the house and into the kitchen. Mandy Sue, carrying her overnight bag in one hand and a purse nearly as large slung over her shoulder, stopped in the middle of the room.
What?
They found me. I don't know who they are, but I think it's like FBI or one of those agencies. I really did something bad. I just know it. I've got to get out of here before Georgia gets arrested for harboring a fugitive or something.
You're staying right where you are.
Georgia stepped from the bathroom with that look in her eye, the one that said, "Don't mess with me, bub." But
they can't arrest me for harboring a fugitive if I don't know who you are, and I don't. Neither do you.
Then why? Mandy Sue threw up her hands, covered her ears, and screamed,
"No more arguments."
The moment Dan leaned back against the counter, arms folded against his chest, and Georgia grunted a half-hearted humph, Mandy continued,
"Mom's right."
At the look on Georgia's face, Dan muttered, "Gloating doesn't become you, Miss Atworth."
"Poutin' doesn't become you, so stuff it, sonny boy."
"Mama," Mandy Sue snapped,
"You're not helping. He's trying to do." "He's trying, all right."
With a single sweep of her hair over her shoulder, Mandy managed to convey several things at once: authority, strength, and annoyance. As Dan watched, he knew, without a doubt, he'd never seen anything like it. Wow, ain't she something?
"I'm not a shiny new truck with crow."
Georgia and Dan's laughter drowned out the rest of Mandy's tirade. She stood, hands on hips, and glared at them. Georgia kissed her cheeks and slapped her bum.
"We're good. Just messing with you, darling. Now, get out of here before you blame me for losing your bonus." "But if he's right, and people—" "I don't want you involved. You weren't too fond of me having him around, remember? If whoever they are finds us and starts asking questions, they'll find it suspicious that you didn't report it."
From the corner of his eye, Dan saw a man jogging past. He almost vomited. Without thinking twice, he pointed to the back door. "Can I ride in your trunk until you get down the road a bit? Drop me off in Tulsa or something?"
Wait. You're shaking. What do you see?"
Mandy turned in a slow arc as if trying to find his line of sight. Instinct told him to look away, but Dan found he couldn't. Instead, his eyes followed the path of the jogger as he inched his way closer and closer to the door. Mandy's voice jerked him from his terror-stricken focus on the now invisible jogger.
"Dan!"
"What?"
"What did you see?"
"Jogger," he gasped. His mind insisted he shouldn't be out of breath. His body reminded him that he hadn't breathed in half a minute. "Same one as this morning."
"And?"
"Only one guy jogs around here. Same green shorts and black t-shirt every time. Long-sleeved t-shirt, even in summer. This wasn't him."
"So someone new showed up. That happens,"
Georgia said as she moved closer. Her hand rubbed his arm a bit.
"It's fine. You're gonna be okay."
Mandy's eyes met his, and he saw in their depths the truth he hated to face. He should be afraid. Very.
"Mama, why don't you go out and check the mail?" "There ain't gonna be—" "I know, but if you go out and check the mail, glare up and down the street like you're expecting something, and come back, we can get a feel if the jogger kept going or if he's looking around out there. If I go—"
Georgia strode out the door and across the yard to the mailbox without hesitation. She jerked on the mailbox handle, and Dan couldn't help a snicker when it wouldn't open. "Couldn't you have considered that you never used that before you had her do that?"
"I forgot. I bet that hadn't been open since I was 8. I used to play mailman. Then I got in trouble for putting fake mail in a real mailbox. Mail guy reamed me until Mama came out and turned the hose on him for being mean to a kid."
"Did she soak the mail?" He didn't trust himself to ask the question, but Dan ached to do it. Something told him she wouldn't care if she had.
"Look at that."
Mandy shook her head.
"I swear she should have been a character actor. I mean, she's good."
Her phone blipped, and the resulting text sent her out the back door.
Gotta go. Boss is getting ticked. I'll call later, okay? I'll see what's going on as I leave. Take a bit of the long route just to see what I can find out.
Thanks, Mandy. I know you weren't happy about me being here. She climbed back up the steps and stood before him.
I wouldn't. I'm still not, frankly. But I'm not afraid of you or for Mama anymore. Now.
She swallowed hard, and her forehead wrinkled as she tried to keep her eyes focused on his. Tried and failed.
Now, I'm more afraid for you.
Within minutes of Mandy's departure, the tension in the little cabin had grown to epic proportions. Dan stood, leaning against the counter, arms crossed over his chest, eyes trained on the fridge handle. Georgia paced in a lap around the wall that separated the living room from the kitchen. Across the kitchen, around the corner into the dining room, around the living room wall, and back into the kitchen. Twice she stopped and stirred her sweet tea that she never drank. The call came at just the moment he'd decided he'd leave regardless of what anyone thought. He'd outrun Georgia any day, even as out of shape as he'd proven to be. He turned, the phone rang, and he froze. Mandy? Georgia picked up the phone and nodded.
Hey, darling, what'd you learn?
People here really do say larn for learn. Wow. A moment later, she clicked off the phone and turned to him.
Okay, it's official like. You don't leave the house anymore. There's 3 government vehicles, maybe more, sitting around here. It's obvious they don't know what house they're looking for, so if you just stay inside and out of the front room, no one can see you.
Government? Could she tell if it was FBI? Military? Who else would be after me? NSA? CIA?
Didn't say, so I doubt it.
Her eyebrows drew to the center of her forehead, giving her the worst unibrow he'd ever seen.
Maybe Homeland Security?
At that moment, she leaned out the doorway and watched as yet another vehicle rolled down the street.
These yahoos don't know what they're doing.
I don't believe you. They're circling, like vultures. I'm the carrion, proof that I'm a dead man. He shuffled from the room and down the hall. The old, lumpy mattress of the bed he'd been assigned mocked him with torturous ideas of the desperate need of a chiropractor after too many more nights on it. Still, he dropped, and, as usual, waited for a cloud of dust to billow out of the musty old thing. But the great sheets that had covered everything in the house really had kept most of the dust from the depths of the furniture. Didn't even know people did that anymore. A full hour passed before Georgia stepped into the room, grinning.
Mandy Sue called. Had a good point.
What's that?
If they knew you's here, even if they knew for sure you's in the neighborhood, they'd have come and got you by now, even if it meant knocking on every door in the whole Sheatook area.
That's true. He smiled up at her. Thanks.
Still can't leave the house, of course, but it's better than nothing.
Way to kill a guy's relief. 17. Annie's eyes followed him as he read the letter. He felt them at every turn of his feet, every turn of the page. Distracted, he retraced his mental steps and reread the words. But Annie interrupted him. Keith? Claire said your girlfriend isn't a Christian, isn't religious at all. Is that true? Oh boy, here we go. If I've turned someone off Jesus because of my hypocrisy here, Lord help. He shoved the letter in his pocket and dropped to the chair opposite her. Yeah, it's true. Christians I've been around, Ralph and the others, they think that's wrong. I've heard them. I mean, one couple is getting a lot of grief because she's one brand and he's another. Despite her studied nonchalance, Annie's intensity almost radiated. You don't think it's wrong or stupid or whatever? It's not forbidden, Keith admitted, but it's discouraged because the relationship can't go anywhere. I'm in love with a woman I can't marry.
because that is forbidden.
Is that really fair? Maybe my friends have it right. As he chewed the inside of his lip, Keith worked to keep his hands from fidgeting, his heart from racing. The weight of the responsibility he felt in presenting truth while not force-feeding his faith into someone who only asked for a taster bite. Paralyzing.
It's not fair, Annie.
He took a drink, giving himself time to pray and decide how to respond. But her piercing eyes forced him to give up.
Better start talking.
Look, don't give me a...
I'm not.
He opted for raw honesty, hoping it would help.
Look, I love her. She knows it. She also knows I can't ever commit to this relationship. She knew it before we went on our first date. And if I tried to compromise and said, I don't care, I want what I want, she'd dump me in a heartbeat.
Annie's snort amused him as she muttered, Doubt it. Eagerness overrode his reticence.
Well, she dumped me when I had a small crisis of faith.
Keith stopped himself mid-sentence and shook his head.
That's a lie. I'm just beginning to grasp how huge of a crisis it really was. I'm used to thinking of it as small, but it wasn't.
Everything in Annie's posture changed. She sat up, taking note, and leaned forward with a classic signs of engagement. Yeah?
Yeah.
What'll you do if she never chooses God? The question that had plagued him since the day he admitted to himself that he wanted a relationship now presented itself from the lips of a woman whose opinion of Jesus could be molded by his answer. The stress, insane.
Keep loving her and praying. It's all I can do.
Seems unsatisfying to me. A lump welled in his throat as he considered her words. It took a couple of swallows to choke it down, but eventually he nodded.
It might be, but I can't think that way. It's too depressing.
Claire interrupted Annie's response, and as he watched her leave the room, Keith almost growled out his frustration.
Did it have to be this second, Claire? Really?
Mark has a question for her. Something's up. You're leaving.
He jumped from his chair and raced for his bag with Claire hot on his heels.
And what was so important that I can't do my job?
Sorry.
Keith made a conscious effort to turn and give her a genuine smile.
We were just talking about faith and Jesus.
Shock masked Claire's face. She stepped closer and whispered,
Is Annie really interested?
She has to be on some level, to ask, you know. But she was asking about Erica, and I don't know.
With eyes closed, he whispered the pained thoughts that plagued him.
I feel responsible, like if I don't get the words right, I'm going to turn someone off Jesus forever.
Of all the responses he could have expected, Claire's hysterical laughter wouldn't have even made the list. She choked back a few more chortles after a glance his way and sputtered,
Are you kidding me?
No, Claire. I might be the only person who ever...
Garbage. This is all garbage. Do you ever feel like you've ruined the president's reputation if you can't convince someone to join his platform?
It's not quite comparable.
It is too. Jesus doesn't need you to make him palatable to anyone. He's who he is, regardless of how pathetic you might be. No offense. You're not responsible for anyone's opinion of him. You're only responsible for people's opinion of you.
A movie blared at her from 8 feet away. Erica didn't hear it. Couldn't say if it was a comedy, romance, or Stephen King thriller. Instead, her eyes took in shifting frames and discarded them as if a mother's instructions to a tuned-out teenager. The tension of the day usually dissolved after a good meal, a hot shower or a long bath, and a few minutes in front of the TV. Instead, anxiety, agitation, discord, they built within her until she thought she might explode. Her landlord, Mr. Moretti, peered around the corner of her couch.
Erica, is everything all right?
She nearly jumped out of her skin and clung to the light fixture above. In a fumbling movement that resulted in even louder noise, she finally managed to hit the mute button.
Ack! What's wrong? You scared me.
When you didn't answer, I was concerned.
You knocked?
Erica's forehead furrowed.
I must really have been thinking about something. Sorry. What can I do for you?
He pointed to the screen.
Turn down just a little? I can hear it upstairs, and I wanted to go to bed.
Oh,
Her eyes widened.
it was loud, wasn't it? I'm so sorry.
Are you sure everything is fine with you? You seem off.
Before she noticed what she'd done, Erica pulled her knees to her chest and wrapped her arms around them.
No, not really. I don't know what's wrong. I'm just out of sorts.
You need to see Keith. You miss him. When will he be home?
The truth of his words hit hard and fast.
You're right. That's true, actually. I do miss him.
Mr. Moretti patted her shoulder as he turned to go.
I will pray that he returns soon. You're happier with him. More.
Erica knew the word he sought, knew it, but didn't want to say it. Not until he'd given up and left, not until she'd snapped off the TV and tried to get ready for bed, not until she'd crawled under the covers with lights out and the cocoon of darkness swaddling her could she face it.
Peace. I have peace when he's around.
The thought did little to soothe her rumpled spirit.
What good does that do me when he's gone as often as not?
Something about the idea of peace leaving troubled her more the longer she tried to pinpoint the problem. Erica rolled over onto her side and clung to her pillow with desperation she usually reserved for terrible dreams that no one knew plagued her on a semi-regular basis. Still, the solution refused to make an appearance, no matter how brief, and drown out the insomnia that threatened to shake her awake any time sleep tried to take root.
What's different about Keith's peace, besides the religious stuff?
Erica fumbled for her phone, ready and determined to call Mark and demand that Keith call her.
He said Keith could call. He took all those phones. This is craziness.
But instead of dialing the number that would eventually get her to Mark, she dialed the number she'd dialed her entire life, anytime anything went wrong.
Dad?
Groggy tones, nonsensical words, murmured reassurances. Clarity.
Erica?
Yeah, sorry. Didn't mean to wake you.
She swallowed.
Total lie. Didn't care if I woke you. Anyway, been thinking.
She felt it, even across the airwaves that separated her from her parents' house. Anticipation.
He thinks I want Jesus. He should know better.
About what?
Thank you for not starting off with the religious stuff. Wow, that feels weird to think.
It took until he'd called her name 3 times before Erica realized she hadn't answered him.
Sorry. Okay. So, I was in bed, just trying to get to sleep, and I couldn't.
You really need to try melatonin. I've read some solid science behind it.
Dad?
She grinned as she said,
Shut up and listen.
Yes'm.
Okay, so I'm just lying there, trying to sleep, when I realized why I'm so agitated. Haven't seen Keith in a while. Then I realized that I'm always much more peaceful.
She winced at the word, expecting him to scoff.
When he's around. Then I realized that Keith is peaceful too, but his is different. Well, it is now that he got his stuff worked out with Jesus.
Well, duh.
When Tom didn't elaborate, Erica nearly threw her phone through the little basement window that ran along the top of her wall.
Dad, what? I can't read your mind.
Heard that one a few times in your life, did you?
Tom scoffed. When she didn't respond, he cleared his throat.
Do you really want to hear the answer to this, or did you want me to tell you what you want to hear?
I want to hear the truth, even if I don't like it.
The difference is Jesus, obviously. You knew that. But what you didn't know is that the difference you noticed is that he always has it. He always has it because the peace doesn't come from anywhere but himself, from within.
Do you hear yourself, Dad? Really? Peace within? I know a lot of Christians. Well, not a lot, but enough. Can't say any of them have peace like Keith's.
She heard the soundtrack of crickets playing in her mind as Erica waited for him to continue. Then, two things struck her at once. Her father was a Christian now. That, and since his conversion, she'd seen a similar peace growing in him. It wasn't identical to Keith's, but it felt similar enough.
Dad?
I know. I'm not surprised. Maybe your mom.
No, listen. I just was trying to see exactly the same, and you're not the exact same as he is in any other way, so it will be a little different. You're right, though.
Erica jumped up for water to try to wash down the lump of emotion swelling in her throat.
You do have peace like his.
It hurt to admit it, a truth that made no sense to her. But Erica chugged her water as her father tried to explain spiritual nuances that, at least in her opinion, shouldn't ever come from his lips. His final words, however, choked her.
The Bible has a verse that describes what you want, Erica.
Yeah?
It's called the peace that passes understanding, and the Bible promises it'll keep your heart and mind rooted in Jesus. That's pretty powerful stuff.
One question, the one she hadn't ever been able to vocalize, burned in her heart. This time, Erica asked it.
Dad, are you dying? Is Mom?
His laughter. Was it because she figured him out at last, or because it was a ridiculous idea? After wheezing an explanation to his wife, proof that he found it funnier than anyone should, Erica's mother took the phone. Dad's perfectly healthy, mind and body, as am I. Faith isn't proof of a desperate attempt to cling to this life, honey. It's kind of like proof that there's more to us than just this life. For the better part of an hour, Erica stared at the screen, utterly lost and confused.
What happened to my family?
If I never look at another wall again, it'll be too soon.
The thought mocked him as the walls of the small cabin bedroom seemed to press in on him from every side. Darkness, imitation created by closed drapes that should have been impeached with Nixon 4 decades ago. At least Nixon had the decency to resign, didn't he? The fact that he knew so much and so little about history did give him an odd sense of comfort.
Get out of my house!
George's infuriated yell sent him bolting upright, a shotgun cocked. Hers or someone else's? Can't be the government guys if it's a shotgun. Has to be her. Dan crept closer to the door, listening. Only a muffled shuffle reached his ears. Then the low rumble of an unfamiliar voice reached him. A quick glance around him gave him nothing to work with as a weapon. Should have demanded a gun. Do I know how to shoot one? That question he couldn't answer. He felt comfortable with the idea of a gun, but knew, just knew, he never fired them. Above the door, however, a child's pop gun, rifle style, hung, as if the most valuable thing someone's kid had ever owned. Probably Mandy Sue's. Bet she wanted to take it and give that male guy a scare. I can hear her now. You're a public servant. You take that mail, or I'll ship you to the hospital full of butt shot. She'd say it like that, too. Little imp. Butt shot. He grabbed it, determined to butt punch anyone who came close enough. The door creaked as he opened it. Instinctively, he rushed from the room and into the living room. Georgia sat, duct-taped to a chair. He raced to her side and arrived at just the moment he realized that a man stood 2 feet away, shoving things into a backpack. Georgia's eyes glared at him, pleaded. Then he read the words she ached to say with acute clarity.
"Run, you idiot!"
His feet, his instincts, demanded he obey. His heart refused. He turned to the man with the backpack and pleaded with him. "Look, take me. Just leave her alone. Don't hurt her. Kill me. This isn't her fault." Georgia's eyes widened just as Dan felt an arm across his neck. He struggled, pleaded in rasped, strangled tones. But a voice behind him, soothing in a strange sort of way, tried to calm him.
"We're not going to hurt anyone. We're here to help you."
Just as he heard the voice promise to send someone to untie Georgia, blackness consumed him. 18. The motion had stopped hours ago. They'd carried him into some place, but still, Dan remained alive. Something deep within him, something primal, warned him that it would be better had he died already. What does that mean? Torture? Do I know something I don't know I know? Will they kill me trying to beat it out of me? Worse?
Pretending you are still asleep isn't fooling anyone. Thought you ought to know.
He recognized the voice. You're the one who said you weren't there to hurt anyone. What kind of idiots do you think we are? You probably shot Georgia the moment. Tears sprang to his eyes. They flew open and searched the room for some means of escape. If I can just get back to her. 2 men stood at a breakfast bar, watching him with what appeared to be amused expressions. They couldn't have been more opposite, mostly. One stood tall with dark hair cut in a decidedly military style that contrasted starkly with the unshaven jaw that boasted several days' growth. The other man, while not exactly diminutive, stood 2 or 3 inches shorter, sandy hair, fully shaven. The only things they shared in common were shoulders that no woman should ever have to birth, and expressions that shouted, "Don't mess with me." How can they look ready to laugh and rip off my head at the same time? It's ridiculous. Though it might get him killed that much faster, Dan had to ask, "Did you promise to send someone to untie Georgia?"
"Yep, all taken care of. She's finally coming around to the idea that you're safe."
His throat withered in an instant. After a choked and failed attempt to respond, the sandy-haired guy tossed him a bottle of water. He swallowed fast before asking, "Which means what? You beat her to keep quiet?" The darker-haired man stepped forward and dropped into a chair next to him.
"We're not here to hurt you or anyone else, Ryan."
Dan's eyes widened. "Oh, no. They can't. This cannot be happening. All that stress and fear. Georgia. And for what? They got the wrong guy, I think." Keith?" The guy next to him turned slightly.
"Yeah."
"Did you see that?"
"Yep."
Dan tried not to bolt from the room. "Take it slow and steady. You've done a good job so far. You can get out of this if they don't just shoot you." The other guy shifted, and a gun showed at his back. "Like that one. Ugh." Ignoring his half-dozen other pressing questions, Dan tried to work with the information they gave him. "What do you see?"
"You think you're not the Ryan we're looking for."
Keith leaned forward.
"Just save yourself and us a lot of time and unnecessary denials. You are. You're Ryan West, and you should be glad we got to you before Fyodor found you."
Once more, Keith sank back into the chair, this time his hands behind his head.
"Gotta say, though, that you've kept them at bay this long is impressive."
Nothing Keith said made sense. A glance at the other guy showed that Dan wouldn't get anything out of him. Ready for the ordeal to end, but determined to fight it out, Dan chose another strategy. He tossed the other guy a quick look and said, "Look, you got me, but what does that even mean? What did you get when you got me? What's the point?"
"Look, Ryan, you don't..."
"And where did you get this name, Ryan West? What makes you think I'm him?" His plan seemed to be working. They stared at one another for the better part of a minute, almost conversing in the silence with the same air his parents had as a kid. That thought jerked him from his attempts to relax them enough for an escape attempt. "My parents did that," he whispered. In the darker shadows of his memory, an outline appeared, a silhouette of ghosted events that eluded him.
"Did what?"
He spoke, and as he did, Dan cringed at how much he'd given away. "Communicated without speaking, I think." Keith leaned forward again, his eyes searching Dan's.
"You think? Don't all parents do that?"
The words "don't know" gave way to,
"Suppose. I only had the two parents, you know."
This time, when the two men exchanged glances, it sent chills up and down Dan's spine. "Gotta get out of here. I just set off some kind of freaky alarm in their heads." Keith jumped up and retrieved something from a locked backpack. He folded a paper towel into a thick pad and pressed the item to the other guy.
"Brian, can you get him?"
Dan struggled, wrestled, fought. Only when Brian's arm came across his neck again did Dan relax. The man laughed. "This one learns quick." To Dan he added, "Don't worry, we're just going to take your fingerprints." "Since when do assassins, or whatever these guys are, take fingerprints before knocking off their targets?" His throat went dry at the realization of what that must mean. Without any resistance, Dan watched as they rolled his finger onto the inked pad and off onto the inside cover of a notebook. Keith pulled out a phone, popped in a battery and SIM card, snapped a picture, hit send, and disassembled the phone again while Brian pulled a bottle of alcohol from the cupboard above the sink and gestured for Dan to use it. "It'll take off the ink, or most of it." Dan didn't have to be urged twice, just the chance to wash his hands. That thought prompted a series of questions, one he couldn't help but ask. "Is the guy you're looking for kind of a germaphobe?" "You mean, is Ryan West? Are you one?" "Yeah." Brian turned to Keith, head shaking. "Did we hit this guy's head, putting him in the van or something?"
"Seems like it, doesn't it?"
"Do I tell them? Tell them that I woke up in Portland with some kind of amnesia that sometimes seems to be going away and then just gets worse after a hint of a memory? Will it make them think I'm safe? Will they believe me?" His self-questioning muddled his mind until a new familiar sarcasm struck him. "Can I tell them the dog ate my homework while I'm at it?" Still, despite knowing he'd made a foolish mistake, a new question formed. "Maybe I could get away if I..." "Don't even think about running, Ryan. You can't." "I'm not Ryan." He swallowed the bile that rose in his throat and tried again. "At least, I don't think so." Keith grabbed another phone from the backpack, assembled it, and waited. A moment later, a text appeared. He shoved it in Dan's face. A driver's license, one with his face on it, stared back at Dan. "Ryan Matthew West, 1115 Southwest Jefferson, apartment 231, Portland, Oregon, 97201. Height 5'11", weight 170, brown hair, hazel eyes, no corrective lenses." "I'm Ryan West, or do I just really look like this guy?" Keith tapped the phone, and another picture appeared, one of his thumbprint.
"It's a perfect match. Took 32.4 seconds for our tech gal to match it."
It took him a minute to realize Keith was just emphasizing a point. "He couldn't know the exact time. I'm gullible, too? I didn't think so." Brian spoke first. I think you should sit down. I'll make sandwiches. Keith'll debrief you.
Yep, totally government.
First, Keith began the moment Ryan, who still felt like Dan, lowered himself onto the couch, ready to bolt.
We're not FBI, Homeland, NSA, CIA, or any of the other agencies running through your mind right now.
He couldn't stop the dumbfounded expression he felt forming on his face.
How?
Their laughter made Ryan want to punch someone.
You're not the first to make that assumption. In fact, it's always an indicator that people have figured out we're not likely to kill them.
A protest welled up in his chest, aching to burst free. He wanted to insist that he wasn't confident his brains wouldn't decorate the walls behind the couch, but the more he struggled to speak, the more he realized that he truly didn't believe it.
Okay, so who are you? You're not going to kill me. You're not with the government, so you're not here to help me. Who are you? We're real help, unlike the kind you'd get from the government. We can keep you alive. The government will try, but if we had confidence in their ability to do it, we wouldn't have taken you. So who's trying to kill me, if not the government?
The men exchanged glances again. At Brian's nod, Keith turned back to him.
Does the name Fyodor Malakov mean anything to you?
Sounds Russian, but that's all I can come up with. Ukrainian, perhaps?
You were right the first time.
Keith's fingers tapped the arms of his chair as he watched Ryan squirm.
You really don't know him? Why not? What happened?
A moment of clarity struck just as Ryan began to resist.
I can either keep quiet and be no better off, or tell them and likely not be any worse off. Why wouldn't I? I could demand that I talk to Georgia. I'll tell you anything you want to know as soon as I hear from Georgia and Mandy. Georgia's daughter? It just occurred to me that if you can find me, you can, or someone else can, find Mandy too. If they're safe, I'll tell you anything.
To his utter frustration, Keith stood, grabbed the backpack, and ran out the door. Brian arrived at his side and pulled something from beneath the couch.
Here, strap that around your leg.
The ankle cuff churned his stomach. Ryan tugged on it, and a length of chain long enough to allow him some freedom of movement appeared. Sorry, when I'm alone, my clients are protected by me, and I'm protected from them. Standard procedure. When Dan didn't clamp it around his ankle, Brian pulled out the gun from his waistband. Now. His hands shook, his throat went dry, and Ryan ached to cry in frustration. I almost trusted these guys. I'm such an idiot. 6 hours. It took 6 hours for Keith to return. Brian tried to keep Ryan's mind off the fact that he still remained a prisoner, shackled, no less, to strangers. But when Ryan couldn't take it any longer, he curled up on the couch, grabbed a throw pillow, and pretended to sleep. Right up to the moment the door opened.
Ryan, let's do this.
He peered under one eyelid at the chair where Brian sat. The man's eyes were trained on him.
We know you're not sleeping. Do you want to talk to them or not?
Keith nudged him.
Ryan.
That time it clicked.
I'm Ryan. Not Brian. Ryan. Got it.
His eyes flew open.
Yeah. Let's call Georgia and Mandy.
FaceTime, a fabulous app, but it ended too quickly. Georgia promised to stay put until he returned. Mandy promised to make sure her mother was alive and healthy. Had he not seen their faces, spoke to moving mouths and stared into concerned eyes, Ryan would never have believed it. Exactly 1.5 minutes each. That's all they gave him. He glared at Keith as the man pulled batteries and SIM card from the phone, destroyed the SIM card, and shoved it in the backpack.
Let's go. Gotta get out of here.
Why,
We don't take chances, especially with someone like you.
What's so special about me? Ryan watched, dumbfounded as they loaded everything through the garage door before Brian came to release him. "Let's go. We'll talk on the way." Once in the minivan, Keith zip-tied Ryan's hands and feet and helped him get comfortable before climbing into the passenger seat. Brian started the engine as Keith pulled out a gun.
"It's like this. We talk. You keep quiet and don't cause trouble, and no one gets shot. If we have to stop and you make noise, you will be shot. It will not kill you or even require medical attention, but you don't want me to have to do it. The minute I have to shoot a client, all civilized behavior ceases and you become a prisoner in every sense of the word. Don't push me. Got it?"
"Sure." Again, Keith waited as they wove through the outskirts of a residential area and onto a 2-lane highway before he spoke.
"Okay, this is what we know. You work for Fyodor Malikov, Russian mafia in Portland."
"Wait." Ryan shook his head to clear it. "Are you telling me that Portland has mafia? Seriously, are you nuts?"
"Every city over 100,000 has some kind of organized crime. Sometimes it's just gang activity, but there is some order, even to that," Keith explained. "Get a city over 500,000 or 1,000,000 or 2, and you're going to have serious organized crime. Period."
"Wow, and I work for these people? Really?" Ryan shook his head. "But I'm an accountant. I know I am. Tax accountant, I think. I wanted to be an architect, but accounting, it's recession-proof. Everyone has to pay taxes."
"That's right. So that's good."
Keith gave Brian a look that Ryan couldn't read but suspected implied doubt about his mental state.
"So you work for him as an accountant. What we don't know is how much you know about their true operation."
Perspiration soaked him as if caught in a sudden rain shower. Had his hands not been bound together, they would have shaken with inexplicable fear. Keith watched, curious but silent. After several frustrating seconds of cluelessness, Ryan snapped. "What?"
"Why does that scare you? You were curious, but somewhat ambivalent until I said they had a hidden operation. Then you looked like you wanted to vomit."
"I was hoping you'd tell me." "Just tell him, Keith. I've been watching him since we got him. He really doesn't know anything now, if he ever did."
"Mark doesn't think he's in."
Brian's hand slammed against the steering wheel. "Well, Mark isn't here. He can't see this. This guy is terrified. This isn't an act." As the man ranted, Keith nodded with slow, deliberate movements. Why, Ryan could only assume.
"I think you're right."
"Could have told you that." The men laughed, the kind of laughter that bespoke the lessening of tension rather than true amusement. Keith took a swig of water, pointed at something, and turned back to him.
"Okay, well, regardless of whether you do or do not know Malikov's true business, we do know that you stole sensitive information that Korea was selling to the Russians."
At that moment, Ryan had a fleeting feeling of appreciation for not having had his mouth taped shut. As he fought to avoid losing the scant contents of his stomach, Ryan choked. "I did what?"
"You're surprised at what? That you work for a criminal? That you'd steal from someone like him? What?"
Keith's questions, despite its genuineness, were laced with distaste. "All of the above, I mean," he hastened to add. "I knew I was probably in trouble for something. I always felt like I had to keep running, to hide, but stealing. Ugh. And from Russians? Sensitive information? That's spy stuff, right? How did I get spy stuff? Was I working for the FBI? Is that why they're after me?" Only the sound of road noise in his ear answered him. 19. All of Henry's objections returned to blast her thoughts as Paris stood out in front of the restaurant opposite his building and waited for a limo that wouldn't come. She stepped out, peered around cars, and moved back close to, but not under, the awning. But despite the tantalizing aromas emanating from the restaurant, her stomach still churned at the job before her. I even look like a streetwalker just standing out here trying to get noticed by a guy. I even have to pretend like I'm not, just like the real thing. He's probably spitting nails over there and devising ways to torture Mark for making me do this. That thought, however, almost made her break cover and smile. He doesn't like it. That's something. It's not as good as him liking me, but I'll take it. After another 5 minutes of staring and punching at her phone as if the most livid creature alive, Paris gave up. She'd have to call a cab. Henry's going to gloat. Doesn't he get that the sooner we take care of this, the sooner we get to go home? The mental picture of her cluttered, dismal apartment with neighbors who didn't know, or care to know her, made Paris amend that thought. Okay, maybe another assignment. As long as Will doesn't put me with Amir. Too bad I can't keep working for Mark for a while. Will's stuff is usually more stressful. Then it happened. The ringtone she'd hoped for. With her head turned as far from the Malakhov building as she could, Paris strained to see movement at the door. There it came. Mikhail. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He'd made it halfway across the street when she threw her phone in her purse and stormed into the restaurant. I have to eat sushi now. Great. Mikhail reached her before the hostess could return to the desk to serve her.
Ms. Furman?
She snapped her head around, her features trained to look ready to blast him, and froze, as if trying to remember him.
Mikhail, from across the street. I picked out your shoes for you, remember?
Oh, right, she grinned. The guy with good taste. You know your purses and your shoes.
With superhuman effort, she repressed the shudder that tried to erupt and slid a finger down Mikhail's upper arm.
Such a shame.
His eyes flashed just before he bent close and murmured, his lips brushing gently across her ear.
Oh, yes, you have the erroneous idea that I'm gay.
Score. The hostess couldn't have appeared at a more opportune time.
Would you like your table now, Miss Furman?
Please.
Will your father be joining you?
Mark, you're scary good. You make Will seem like an amateur sometimes.
She shook her head.
He ate with me yesterday. A daughter can't get greedy. Bad for the allowance.
She couldn't have hoped for a better response, couldn't have feared one more either. He led her to the table with a hand just a millimeter or two off the small of her back. Had her already fitted shirt been any snugger, the movement would have been excessively intimate for a second meeting, particularly one supposedly by chance.
Okay, if there's a God, save me from being forced to do something that'll ruin Henry's opinion of me forever, not to mention annihilate my self-respect. Gratefully yours, me.
Mikhail showed no signs of rushing. He sat, smiled, retrieved a napkin, all in one languid but fluid movement. He ordered wine, something she wasn't supposed to drink on the job, but couldn't quite refuse either. With nothing else to do but enter the role with everything she had in her, Paris drew lazy circles on the tablecloth as she watched each movement with overt interest. He spoke first.
I saw you from the store. You seemed...
Perturbed, irritated, ticked off? Yeah, you could say that. Daddy's new driver is pathetic. I mean, how hard is it to be on time? How much easier is it to be 5 minutes late? I mean, I waited for almost 10 minutes before I just gave up and came in here. I wanted to go to Verdigris. I hear they have salads that are to die for. But no, I get sushi. Again. And why?
The interest, amusement, in Mikhail's eyes kept her going.
Because some stupid driver, who clearly isn't worth what Daddy pays him, can't be bothered to pick me up on time.
Paris leaned forward and narrowed her eyes as she growled.
Paris Furman waits for no one. That guy is so fired.
There it came again, That smile. If she hadn't read a dossier on him that would curdle whiskey, Paris would have crushed hard on that smile. She leveled a mock glare on him that would have sent Henry laughing.
What is so funny?
You say you wait for no one, but the first time I met you, you were waiting on your father.
Their wine arrived. As the server poured their glasses, Paris watched the champagne-colored liquid flow into the glass, debating how far to take her supposed pique. Too far made her a pouty, whining snot that no man wanted to be bothered with. Eventually, he knew it would turn on him, but not far enough, and the urge to rescue, prove himself better, fizzled before it could form. She opted for safe.
But I love Daddy. I don't love anyone else. He's not anyone. He's Daddy.
So, you tolerate disrespect from those you love?
The hint of an edge, razor sharp, in Mikhail's voice could mean one of two things. He liked knowing he had the power, or he didn't want a spineless bimbo. Paris, once more, went for diplomacy.
For those you love, you forgive a little more, sure, but I'd say that if Daddy disrespected me in any other way, I might not be so forgiving. But he's my father, you know. He's only ever late when doing something to secure my future. She snickered. Until we're billionaires, he'll never consider my future good enough for him.
Seamless. She couldn't believe how seamless she managed to shift from ticked to defensive and around to amused in the space of 30 seconds. Must be a record for me.
You have spirit, fire. I see it. It's very attractive. So many women with money are spoiled. Annoying.
Perfect entry. She gunned it.
That's not fair. You're in retail. You see people at their worst. The end of a long shopping day when their entire worth is rated based upon how many hundreds and thousands of dollars they sign over for stuff that may or may not ever get used.
And this is a problem. Why?
Paris allowed just a hint of a glare once more.
Because to understand your customers is to take your business to the next level. You see a woman come in with a whine and a pout when her father or husband doesn't appreciate being dragged into yet another store. But if she doesn't do it, they ignore her. She's been trained, like a dog or a trick pony, to act certain ways her entire life. If she doesn't, she's ignored for someone who will follow the stupid game.
So...
Mikhail slid his hand along the tablecloth and stroked her wrist with his thumb.
Why are you so special? How did you learn to be different?
Daddy.
She winked, slid one finger along his hand, and pulled hers away.
Another reason I think he's the best. I have friends who hate their lives.
But surely not all.
No, gosh, no.
Paris grabbed her wine glass and downed half in one gulp.
Oh, wow. I was just trying to explain the brats. A lot of my friends are normal, down-to-earth people who just happen to have a bigger bank account, and even more in the middle. A bit privileged, but not snobs and spoiled idiots. You see the worst because, let's face it.
Paris rested her elbow on the table, leaned forward, and propped her head on her hand.
Retail therapy works, in the short run. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
As nonchalantly as she could, she dropped her arm down again and reached for the menu.
Have you eaten here often? What do you recommend?
Again, his fingers played with her hand. Gentle, subtle, almost non-existent touches that, had they come from someone she cared about, would have done dangerous things to her heart. Instead, she fought hard not to bolt from the restaurant. He collected their menus and handed them to a passing runner.
Will you inform our server that we're ready?
Certainly.
Another glance, one that boded well for her assignment. Mikhail smiled again.
Sushi is not very filling. We should plan an afternoon exploring and then have a real meal. Are you busy?
Is that an invitation?
His eyes answered. 12 seconds. Experience had taught her that men like Mikhail needed 12 seconds for the optimal uncertainty. There it was. That hard swallow that demonstrated his confidence in her answer had waned.
Well, I can't explore this afternoon. Scheduled for a mani-pedi in...
She glanced at her watch, something Paris the agent never wore, and sighed.
45, but later.
I'll pick you up. You're staying at the Nines. She pulled back again, eyes narrowing.
And you know that how?
You just told me. Mikhail smiled, drained his wine glass, and dropped his voice to an intimate murmur. Where else would you stay in Portland? Of course it's the Nines.
Oh.
Every flirtation device she'd perfected with hours of sessions with Will and a coach scanned through her mind and stopped at lowered lashes.
You made me nervous for a minute.
Let me make it up to you. I'll take you out to dinner and to my favorite club afterward. He leaned back, arms folded over his chest. And before you ask or think of it, your money does not interest me. Skepticism. She worked her features into the best semblance of it she could.
Hard to believe. Money interests everyone, even me.
I should amend that. My interest in you has nothing to do with your money. My boss takes excellent care of me. If I wanted a financier, I'd go after a cougar without someone holding the purse strings. He leaned back in his chair once more and smiled. No offense.
None taken. So, sure. Room 1200.
One slow wink later, she added,
Don't be late.
Again, Mark sat in an office and watched a bank of security cameras on a monitor the size of most home TV flat screens. Unlike the house in Grosse Pointe Shores, the Georgetown apartment in D.C. offered a perfect place to observe while protecting his new identity. They could interview him all he liked, but they wouldn't recognize him in Emmy Chen. The car is here, Mr. Mendina.
Didn't even hesitate. Let's see how you do when speaking to them.
Mark cleared his throat before answering.
Excellent, Miss Chen. Offer 1 drink, no more, unless it's water. Homeland first, correct?
Even as he spoke, the man stepped out. For a man rarely surprised, Mark almost started.
Looks like they sent Charles Jensen.
The Secretary of Homeland Security? They must want Mr. West more than I realized. Should you move off-site?
I'll be fine. They couldn't find me here if they wanted to, but thank you, Emmy.
The calculated use of her first name proved insightful.
She's still affected by me. Good thing I never asked her out. We'd be in a mess now.
His mind reminded him that he should have considered that before going out with Claire, innocent as he tried to convince himself that it had been.
Claire won't be interested now, not now that I look old enough to be a grandpa, so we're safe. Probably the best move I've made in a long time for multiple reasons.
The doorbell rang. Jensen smiled, his usual charming self. That would change in 5, 4, 3... The man frowned when he entered the living room. When will Mark arrive?
Showtime.
Mark is, as you can imagine, a very busy man. As am I. I don't have time to play these silly cloak and dagger games. I want to speak to Mark immediately. They'd planned for Emmy to speak for him, but Mark had underestimated Jensen's ire. The man looked ready to blast Mark's assistant.
There's no need to be rude, Jensen. Emmy is just the messenger.
Mark? Secretary Jensen scanned the room, eyes taking in every spot a camera likely hid. Are you here or off-site?
That's none of your business. You asked to speak with me, well, speak. This is, I assure you, a secure location.
Jammers?
Of course.
Jensen frowned. Hardwired?
Definitely.
Mark's eyes followed every slight movement of the man's face, how often he blinked, when the crinkles at the corners of his eyes relaxed or deepened, the slightest flutter of an eyelash, nostril flare, lip twist, particularly the jawline. Veins in the neck, everything told a story, giving Mark a second or two's notice. Each of those seconds could make or break a discussion when dealing with federal agencies. "This is highly irregular." A laugh seemed the best response, put the man at ease and give him a different kind of irritation.
"Considering who you are talking to, wouldn't you say that it's highly regular? Then again, I suddenly feel as though I'm discussing my intestinal health with my internist. Perhaps you should take a seat and we can get down to business."
Emmy stepped forward again. Mark hadn't even noticed her fade into the shadows.
"Gin, Secretary Jensen? Straight, if I recall correctly?"
"Yes, please." He softened, just a bit, clearly mollified by her remembering. "I have a feeling I'm going to need it."
"That,"
Mark interjected,
"is up to you."
"I want West."
"So does every federal agency, it seems."
Mark waited until his guest took a sip of his drink before he added,
"And you're not getting him."
"Cho!" Mark inhaled slowly, exhaled. He let the man stew a moment while he prepared for what could be the first time the U.S. government chose not to honor their unspoken agreement.
"Until West's safety is guaranteed, until I determine that it is guaranteed, I'm not giving you even a hint at his location."
Again, Mark watched each nuance of the man's features. He became impossible to read. Each microsecond that ticked past seemed longer than the last, but Mark refused to speak first. In the game of political chicken, the one who speaks first is dead last, something he couldn't afford for the sake of too many lives. His eyes slid over to Emmy. She stared at the camera in the planter closest to her. Morse code with her eyelashes. Hands. It took a moment, but he saw it.
"Keith has been getting to her. Maybe he's got something in the hands. That man is about to cave."
Fine, fine. I know you have to do what you have to so people will trust you. You've given us a lot of good intel over the years. I can't ignore that, but... A string of expletives spewed from Jensen's lips, a throwback to his Navy days. Even Emmy, hardened as she was, almost winced.
"You don't have to insult the lady's ears."
Jensen stopped mid-tirade and had the decency to flush. "Sorry, you're right. Okay, fine. I'll back off right now if you assure me that I'll be the first one you call when you've identified the threat. We'll extract him and remove it."
"And those are the exact words I expect to hear from my later guests today. I make no promises. I'll hand him over to the one I trust most once I've ensured his safety."
"You know you're talking about a criminal, right? He works for the very people who sold..."
"I know exactly who he works for, thank you very much. I have people risking their lives to ensure we don't lose this intelligence, so be very careful before you question my integrity. It will not endear me to your plea."
This time, Jensen laughed. "And if I insulted you every way possible, you'd still hand him over if you felt me the best candidate to keep him alive, so that won't work with me, Cho."
"But you forget that there easily could be two equally qualified agencies."
Mark let the words sink in a moment.
"Is there anything else I can do to help you, Secretary Jensen?"
The man stood without a word and left without even a goodbye for Emmy Chen.
"I think we've irritated the good secretary, Ms. Chen."
"If he knew that you know about his extracurricular activities, he'd be a bit more respectful."
"Those are none of my business,"
Mark reminded her.
"Not until the day that he betrays the trust the American people placed in him. Then it becomes my business, if that's what it takes to keep my people and this country safe."
Erica rounded the corner of her house with a bounce in her step and optimism shining in her heart. The day couldn't have been better if she'd ordered it from Amazon. Profits were up. She'd handed out 2 raises and had received both a raise and a small bonus herself. But the sight of a woman sitting on the steps that led down to her basement apartment sent a chill through her, one she dismissed as an overreaction.
If something were wrong with Keith, Mark would have come, and I know Mark isn't a woman. Hi. I was totes sure you'd be late or something, and I've got kind of a date, so... Flynn. Wide eyes made an elfin-looking girl twice as elf-like. How'd you know? You have a unique way of speaking. I knew immediately. Awesome sauce. Okay, I'm here to relay a message.
Her throat constricted in spite of herself.
Oh?
Erica glanced around her and jogged downstairs.
You'd better come in. Oh, thanks. You're right. Privacy is probably best. I started to go to your work, but that could get awkward, so...
Once inside, Erica offered Sprite, tea, water. Nothing tempted Flynn.
Anything? I can't stay, but thanks. Look, things got a little intense. He is hurt, and Mark sent this little tween wannabe to tell me? Seriously?
Flynn's face contorted into a horrified expression.
No. Please, tell me I did not just say what I was thinking. No, you didn't say anything, but I could read your face, I thought. You looked like you thought Keith was like totes gone or something, permanent kind. Well, he's not. Promise. He just can't call for a while, and he'd promised, so I said I'd come tell you. Mark can't, you know, privacy and stuff. How long?
The girl shrugged.
Dunno. Could be tomorrow if all the stars align and Venus cooperates, but since when does that ever happen? Probably at least another week or two, maybe 3. Could be more. It's complicated.
Flynn sagged in relief.
Man, if I ever have a girlfriend, well, boyfriend because I'm a girl and I don't like girls. Well, I totes like girls, but I don't... Got it. You think I'm being all understanding. I am. Of Keith. Mark, on the other hand. Gonna have it out with Mark. I'll schedule it whenever you want. Mark's afraid of you. It's awesome-licious.
How does Mark stand it? I'm already set to throttle her. Tomorrow, I'll call at 2:30. He'd better be available. Despite her assertions of understanding, frustration welled up in her, all the way to her eyes where tears formed and threatened to embarrass her further.
This drives me crazy, okay? I don't know how he can stand it. His family never knows where he is or when he'll call next. How can they stand it? It's probably his faith. Family is probably religious, too.
Flynn cocked her head and took a couple of steps backward and shrugged.
Maybe that's what you need. His faith.
Leaving Erica standing, stunned at her words, Flynn turned, wriggled her fingers behind her, and slipped through the doors. 20. Motorhome. Last thing Ryan expected, but he did see the advantage. Except for the fact that we can't go over 55 without the engine whining. It's worse than a little kid who doesn't want to leave the McDonald's play place. But I don't want to go. That thought prompted him to ask the obvious question. What happens if someone finds us in this thing? I'm a dead man unless it's a car powered by hamster wheels. We get in the car and take off that way. Dangerous minute between the door and car, but otherwise safer to be moving consistently than sitting still. Keith murmured, We're taking you to a doctor. Okay, that right there. There's no way they'd take me to a doctor if they were just going to kill me, right? The answer unnerved him more than the question. The best time to kill him would be after getting his memory back. We're not going to find out what you did with the file and then kill you, Keith assured him. Just as I think you finally figured out that we're on your side, we're right back where we started. Ryan stared at the rearview mirror, confused by the man's grin. I don't get it. From across the little aisle where Brian had been sleeping, a grumpy voice muttered, If you're suspicious, you keep fighting. If you keep fighting, it's better for your mental health. Now, can you just shut up so I can sleep? Plate, a can of Dr. Pepper, and a paper towel. Ryan carried it all to the front of the motorhome and sank into the captain's chair. Sorry. Tried to keep the mess near the kitchen, but... Don't worry about it. Brian's just tired. You talk all you need to. He has to drive later, though, doesn't he?
Seems like I could shut up so he can get some sleep.
The next mile or two passed while he ate his double-decker sandwich and polished off the rest of the soda. As he ate, Ryan considered his situation, and once he finished, he tossed his garbage and washed his hands. The moment he sat down again, he asked his first personal question.
Do I have a family?
Yep.
Are they worried about me?
He noticed the hesitation, slight as it was.
Why would I notice something like that? That's not an easy thing to see. Not really. You don't have much to do with them.
Keith glanced his way.
You know, that's how we realized that you really didn't remember.
The words? Nonsense. He couldn't make them out at all.
I don't get it. You said something like I only had 2 parents, you know. How can you have... Oh, divorced. My parents are divorced.
Keith cleared his throat.
Divorced and you were adopted. Technically, you have 6 parents.
And I don't speak to any of them?
No.
Ryan steeled himself against the words Keith would say.
I don't think it's that severe. You show up for holidays, and I think we found a calling pattern for both parents. I think you schedule it in your phone or something.
Makes sense in a weird way. A new thought prompted another question.
Girlfriend? You date, but I wouldn't say you have a girlfriend. I think Deanna might have made you gun-shy.
He felt it again, that strange scrutiny that came with certain words. Ryan hadn't connected the meaning behind the prompts, but he had figured out exactly what they meant.
Will you react to that? My question is, am I supposed to react to the name, the idea that someone hurt me? What?
Usually he didn't respond, but this time Ryan decided it couldn't hurt.
Who is that? Deanna? Yeah, obviously an ex-girlfriend. Bad breakup? Yeah, you could say that. She thinks you're trying to kill her. Been off-grid for over 2 years now.
He glanced Ryan's way again.
Hiding from you.
The words churned his stomach. Panic welled up in him. His hands shook. Perspiration exploded from his pores. Just the thought of the toxins running down his skin in rivulets of sweat prompted his gag reflex.
What kind of monster am I? I have a woman afraid of me? We're about to see if we can find that out. If it makes you feel any better, we haven't seen any sign of aggressive behavior in you at all. We don't know if Deanna was overly concerned, hard to imagine with the way you beat her, or if you had a moment of out-of-character anger or what.
It happened again. Deanna had to be the trigger word. Before he could ask another question, they pulled off the interstate and wove precariously through back streets to what looked like an urgent care clinic. As he stepped from the RV, Ryan nearly groaned.
Seriously, a fake traveling blood bank? That's just wrong. Brian's going to sleep. You're coming in with me. I'm prepared to trank you and make you drop.
Keith warned in his ear. He put an arm around Ryan's shoulder.
Walk as if you can barely keep upright. What's wrong with me?
A low chuckle proved only that he amused Keith. After a moment, Keith murmured,
I'll tell you once I size up the situation. Depends on who's working today. You've been here before? Dr. Breckman's the best we know, and he's discreet.
Even before Keith opened the door, he groaned.
Eyes closed, moan at any noise at all. Beg for a bucket. You've got a debilitating migraine. Becky gets sympathy headaches, so she will send you back immediately to get you out of her sight. How can she work at a clinic if... Keith shushed him and jerked open the door. Beck, shh.
The slight squeeze on his shoulder told Ryan he'd done well. The moment they reached the reception desk, Keith whispered,
Crazy, sudden onslaught migraine, I think. But there's a family history of aneurysm, so I figured Dr. Breckham should make the call if meds or hospital.
Exam room 4 just emptied. Get him back there, now.
A protest from chairs to their left sent Ryan whimpering and begging for a vomit bucket. Keith glared at the guy.
Do you mind?
He hissed.
My appointment was scheduled for 40 minutes ago. You just walked in with a headache?
Ryan attempted retching noises and sagged even further. Keith flung him over one shoulder and made his way back.
"We're going now unless you want to clean up this mess,"
he called back. Just as the door closed, Ryan made one last whimpering moan, much too loud to be realistic, something he didn't notice until too late. "How'd I do?"
"Not too bad."
Keith passed him an emesis bin.
"Puke."
"What?" The look on Keith's face drove him to try to gag himself, but the thought of vomit and the germs in his mouth stopped him.
"I can't."
Keith moved behind him, grabbed the bin, and shoved a hand down Ryan's throat before he could react. The desired effect ensured that Ryan would need a sink, soap, mouthwash, water, and another lunch, in that order. With a grin that sent another wave of nausea through him, Keith almost skipped out the door. The doctor arrived before Ryan could get his mouth sufficiently clean for his taste.
"Got any mouthwash?" "So, you're the puker. Irate patient out there?"
"How do you know?" The man shook his head and pulled a small bottle of Listerine from a top cupboard. "We keep this here for Keith's patients on days Becky is working front desk." Before he knew what hit him, Ryan found himself lying on a moving table for a CT scan. "No talking. Ask questions when you're done. Don't move. Just pretend you're paralyzed." "That won't be hard with my head in this thing. I can't move if I want to." The weight, however, the weight nearly killed him. He paced the office. He listened to doors opening and closing, patients talking, Dr. Breckham laughing. Hours. It took hours. The clock on the wall said 6:30 before the door finally opened. Keith grinned.
"Hey, you got in here quickly. Thanks. I think I hurried a bit too much with a couple of patients, but otherwise everyone seems to have forgotten the migraine guy. Well, everyone but Becky. She went home early. Felt an aura." He growled at Keith. "Thanks a lot." "Sorry. Seemed to be the best way to get a private room immediately." It was. The moment he opened his mouth to ask about the private room, Ryan clamped it shut again. "Because then I'm not out there where someone might recognize me from a TV clip or whatever." "So, Mr. Smith." John. Your name is Smith, remember?" "I can't remember my real name. Can't I be—" Dr. Breckham interrupted the argument. "Smith is best. Okay, here's what we learned." He rolled a trolley tray to where Ryan sat and pointed to a laptop screen. "Okay, right there. Big black spot? That's the one. I suspect it was a lot bigger. Looks a couple of weeks old or so." Ryan shrugged. "Somewhere around there." "That's the frontal lobe, memory center. Now, this isn't an exact science, but my experience tells me that when it shrinks about 20% more, if it shrinks from this area here," the doctor pointed, "you'll probably start getting flashes of memory, if you haven't already." "Not flashes, but a few things I just knew that I didn't know before, I mean." "Good, good." Dr. Breckham leaned back away from the computer and stretched out his legs. "Long day." Keith asked the question that terrified Ryan too much to ask. "So, will he get his memory back?" "I'm confident of it. He just needs rest and relaxation. If he has a couple of memories already, I see no reason to consider the damage permanent." "What if—" Ryan stared at his hands and willed the doctor to say what he wanted to hear. "What if what you hear about yourself doesn't resonate with you?" He looked at Keith. "How much can I say?" "Generalities. You can tell him what you're afraid of, but no proper nouns. Adjust for comparables." The words tumbled from him. "I scared a woman, made her afraid I'll kill her. She went into hiding. I work for criminals, but Keith says I'm not one. He thinks I might not be aware of the depth of their criminal activity." Keith shot a quick look at him. "I'm not stupid, Keith. I know how to read you. You keep saying her name, trying to see if it triggers something. You keep using the most subtle nuances to see how I react." And you don't see yourself in those things?
He shook his head. Keith interjected before Ryan could bring himself to speak.
He did act in a naturally protective manner over a woman who took him in. He wouldn't cooperate until he had proof they, the woman and her daughter, were well. It doesn't fit the profile of someone accustomed to considering people he cares about.
He hesitated.
Disposable. I feel like I'm behind the shower door. You know, those bubbly ones where everything becomes distorted. It's like an ineffective attempt at privacy, but all it does is warp the view of the person in there. That's what I have. I know I can see me, I just can't. I know things, I just don't know what. I'd say that's good news. Look, I can't tell you what you want to hear, the doctor insisted. Brain injury is known for changing people's personalities, often to the opposite of what they were before. However, I don't think yours was that severe. You don't have any signs of crushed skull. From the timeline Keith gave me, you couldn't have been out more than a few hours to a day at most. That's not good, of course, but it's not a day or 3 coma or worse.
Then why aren't I any better? Don't amnesia patients do better by now?
Before Dr. Breckham could respond, Ryan jumped up.
Maybe we should crack me over the head with a 2x4.
I wouldn't recommend.
No, like the movies. I can't think of one. Ugh, but I know I've seen it. Guy gets hurt, can't remember who he is or his family, gets knocked down by the family dog, cracks his head again, it all comes flooding back.
Dr. Breckham and Keith exchanged amused glances. It works for Hollywood, and it can happen that way, he admitted. But generally, further brain trauma just risks you for permanent damage. Rest. They'll take good care of you. He turned to Keith and added, if he starts seizing, becomes aggressive, or shows any signs of schizophrenia, get him back in here. Don't even hesitate. Got it. Thanks.
Keith pulled up to the country house where Tyler had dropped Ralph Miner only hours earlier and inhaled the sweet scent of damp grasses.
Love it when the job gets me closer to nature for a bit. Man, I wish I could live in the country, outside Fairbury or Ferndale. That would be awesome.
That thought struck a pang at his heart. He didn't even know where he lived anymore. They'd captured the woman sent to spy on him. FBI had. Meanwhile, he had a key to an empty apartment, one they'd want back once he made a show of doing a final walkthrough with the manager. In his pocket, a letter for Annie burned his conscience. He resisted the idea of giving it to her for reasons he hadn't identified yet, but the moment he stepped into the house, Keith knew he'd do it. She sat at the breakfast bar, hands covering her head, the very picture of dejection.
Annie.
Without turning around, she said, if you're not here to tell me that I can go home, just go away.
What if I'm here to tell you that I think you can go home in just a matter of days? Does that count?
Though she still didn't face him, her posture took on a bit of life. What does that mean? He dropped his bag at the end of the couch and pulled the letter from his pocket.
This might help.
Without another word, Keith hugged his cousin and pulled Claire out the back door. Only one word marred the surface of the tri-folded sheet of legal paper. Annie. The writing, while not familiar, it felt as though it should be. Her eyes swept the room, but only the cameras she couldn't see and the sight of Claire and Keith talking outside the window reminded her that she never was truly alone. Her fingers, almost of their own accord, reached for the folded page and opened it. The sight of her name, her real name, sent shivers down her spine.
Deanna, they tell me my name is Ryan West and that I work for criminals. They tell me that I threatened your life, that I hurt you badly. If half of what they say about me is true, I'm not the kind of person whose word you will trust. I just want to say that I'm sorry. Keith assures me that once my memory returns, he'll ensure that I don't hurt you. He also says he doesn't think I'll want to anymore. He hasn't told me what you or I or we did to make me threaten anyone's life.
When I suggested you'd harmed my friends or family, he said that wasn't it. That's the only reason I can think of to justify threatening harm to anyone. Regardless, when I learned Keith was coming to see you, I asked if I could send this note. He hasn't promised to give it to you yet, but I hope he does. I want to apologize. From the sounds of it, I really ruined your life. When I'm back to normal, if I can make it up to you, I want to. Keith or one of the others will know how to reach me. Again, I'm sorry. I can't imagine that anyone could do anything short of killing someone I love to make me do that. I hate thinking about what kind of person I must be. Ryan. The words should have relieved her, but instead, her heart raced. Annie jumped up from the bar stool, snatched the letter from the counter, and stormed outside. She shoved it in Keith's face, rattling the page for effect, and demanded,
"Do you actually believe this drivel?"
I don't have an opinion either way.
When she could do nothing more than stammer and sputter, he added,
The man we have in custody isn't the man he was when he threatened you. Of that I have no doubt. What I don't know is if he'll revert back to that person once his brain heals.
"Got smashed up?"
Keith nodded.
"Good."
The moment the word dropped from her lips, Annie winced.
"Ugh, I'm not a very nice person today."
Claire inched her way across the patio.
"I'm going to go start cutting up stuff for salad. Call if you need me."
Eyes scanned the page again. Balled up into a tight wad, Annie threw it at Keith.
"Why do you bring me that?"
Because I have a question for you.
"I'm not going to meet with him, if that's what you want to know. No way. Not happening."
Even as she spoke, Keith shook his head.
No. We wouldn't go for that anyway. No, I want you to look back to before all this happened with Ryan. Way back then, before the day he discovered that you downloaded those documents. Would you have imagined him capable of threatening you like that? Of beating you like that? Would you have ever thought he could or would actually hurt, much less kill you?
The protest, the utter rejection of such an idea, nearly exploded from her, but Annie sucked it back as she tried to anticipate his response. Truth won out over self-preservation. Barely.
No, I don't. He was a really nice guy. Not all that interesting to me, but nice."
You're sure?
She plopped down on the picnic table bench and straddled it.
"Yeah, I don't want to admit it. Makes me feel like an idiot, okay? But the only reason I went out with him more than a few times was because I found out who he worked for. Otherwise, I would have been unavailable until he got the message."
Most guys would rather hear it straight, even if it cuts a bit.
As he spoke, she nodded.
"Exactly, that's my point. Usually I'd do just that. I'd say, 'Look, I really appreciate it. You're a nice guy, but no, I don't think I'm interested in going out again. Call me if you ever need anything, but this should probably stop here.' Something like that, depending on the guy. But Ryan, I could tell he liked me, and he was a little insecure. I couldn't do it to him. And leaving it open meant that maybe, if I felt like it, I could give it another shot someday, just in case I was wrong."
I see.
"Okay, so I didn't want to hurt him. Usually I couldn't care less. I don't owe any guy a date, my friendship, nothing. I don't owe people relationships just because they want it. But sometimes, even when you're not interested, people get under your skin. He did."
So what exactly did he say when he called about the thumb drive?
"If you don't get that back to me immediately, you're a dead woman."
She frowned.
"I don't know if that was first or last, but I know he also said something about how he would find me and make me pay. That definitely was after he left me looking like a poster child for domestic abuse."
As she talked, Keith nodded, frowned, grew a far-away look in his eyes, and then his features rearranged into set determination. Annie started to ask why he'd questioned her, but Keith spoke first.
I think it was just a threat, A way to try to scare you into giving it back before his bosses found out.
Yeah, well, I believed him. You're a dead woman usually doesn't mean I'm going to yell at you a bit.
He may, Keith mused more to himself than to her, have meant that the Russians would come after you.
He met her stony gaze with a smile.
Look, from what we can see about this guy, we just can't see that he would have followed through. He probably thought you'd capitulate after a threat and an attack like that.
As much as she hated to admit it, even just to herself, Annie could see the possibility of what Keith suggested, but the memory of Ryan seeing her in Rockland reversed it. No, he found me, remember? In Rockland. And Derek. Keith paced, his long strides making creepy-looking spider-legged shadows on the grass.
No.
He stopped and leaned against a support beam.
I don't think so, really. I think that thing in Rockland was an accident. Derek, coincidence.
That's a bit much for me to swallow, Keith. First accident, and then coincidence? Do you really expect me to believe that?
I can't prove it, but I'll tell you the minute I know. It just fits the rest of the information we have.
The idea, preposterous as far as Annie was concerned, but she couldn't help considering the ramifications of it. So I left everything and everyone I knew. I lived on the streets, was robbed, attacked, and raped. For nothing? I didn't have to do it? She glared at him. Is that what you're saying? I went through all that for nothing?
That's just it, Annie. I think it was reasonable to go. Prudent, even. You had no idea who this guy really was or what he might do.
True. Once started, he didn't seem to be able to control himself. Keith began rambling, half-spoken thoughts in a dozen directions, but his final words soothed a fresh wound on her heart.
In your place, I'd have done the same thing. Going to the police would have been a great way to get you killed if any of them were in the Russians' pockets. Staying there could have as well. You had no way of knowing if the Russians knew this. So, even if you came to the same conclusion I did, Ryan wouldn't hurt you. There's no proof that his bosses wouldn't have. You did the right thing.
He gave her arm a slight nudge as he walked past.
You have such good instincts. It's why I really want Mark to hire you.
21. The scenes on the enormous outdoor screen flickered in perfect synchronization with the radio in the dashboard. Paris inched a little closer and nestled her head in the crook between Mikhail's shoulder and neck. When you picked me up in this old thing, I almost made an excuse not to come. I mean, it doesn't look like it'll survive a pothole, but this... She craned her neck just a little before dropping her eyes again. This is genius.
I thought something different. Everyone goes to those rose gardens or the grotto, but who can watch a drive-in movie in a car with bucket seats? I couldn't get my neighbor's Buick, so it was just this. Boss uses it to transport junk when necessary.
Junk, yeah, I'll bet he does. Junk with 2 legs, 2 arms, preferably a head, and what was once a beating heart.
The irritating vibration of her phone in her pocket saved Paris from having to respond.
Sorry, if it's Daddy.
The message, cryptic. She frowned and shoved it in Mikhail's face.
Ex-boyfriend. If you can call 3 dates a boyfriend, how do you tell a guy that it's not going to happen?
Mikhail read the message and pulled her a little closer as he typed a one-handed reply for her. Why is he so concerned about what your friend will think if you aren't with him? Sounds like an insecure man.
Boy, not man enough. That's the problem. It's manipulation, pure and simple. Tell me that Chloe will be so disappointed if we're not together at her party, and how can I refuse? Ugh.
She accepted the phone and read his reply. Ooh, good one. Without hesitation, she tapped the send button and wriggled the phone back into the pocket of jeans tighter than anything she'd worn in months.
This better work or I'm going to pitch a serious fit or two.
Action exploded onto the screen before them, jerking her attention back to the movie. She clutched at Mikhail, and, much to her chagrin, it was more instinctive than calculated. However, it had the desired effect. She could feel the way he chuckled, the way his arm tightened around her, the brush of his lips on the top of her head. Hooked. The make-out session she'd dreaded since putting on the low-plunging top designed to tempt that very thing never materialized. Whether it had to do with his personal dating style or the constant interruptions from his own phone, she could only imagine. Gratitude for something as simple as not making out with a hot guy, a new and unexpected experience.
Henry will laugh when I tell him about it.
They climbed from the cab of the truck between features and walked the outskirts of the outdoor theater. Others stood out there, too. Teenagers making out, smokers getting in a cigar or cigarette before the next film began. Mikhail kept a proprietary arm around her waist whenever they passed a larger group and allowed his hand to slip into hers when alone again.
It's almost cruel. He's handsome, he's charming, he's at least attempting to be a gentleman. Oh yeah, and he's a criminal. No biggie.
Mikhail's phone buzzed again.
I am sorry. We don't usually have so much work at night. I wouldn't have.
It's fine. I understand work.
The memory of their lunch prompted her to add,
but just don't get too used to it either.
His lips brushed her temple before he turned and walked away. Paris pulled out her phone and zipped a quick text. Great date so far. Only complaint is his boss. Too clingy. The sight of him nearly jogging back a minute later sent her heart racing. The moment he reached her side, his hand slid behind her ear as he tilted her head back ever so gently.
Would you mind? Not that I can do anything about it. One of the guys came back sick and there's an important shipment we must accept. It's my job to inspect. I have to go.
Paris nodded with a disappointed pout to her lips and turned away.
Let me run to the restroom first, okay? I drank that soda and the drive back. Doubt I can make it 45 minutes.
With a hand laid on one cheek, she kissed the other and scurried off.
Be right back. Sorry.
Once in the bathroom, Paris pulled out her phone and began a text message. Her previous message burned in her mind. She shut the phone and shoved it in her pocket.
What's the point? No news they don't already have. Not worth the risk of him seeing another text. Yeah.
The ride back grew more and more awkward until Paris feared she'd destroyed all rapport with him. Her eyes darted his way, but each time his eyes were trained on the road ahead of them. He passed cars with abandon, zipped around curves like a professional driver, and the tension mounted. Frustrated, she started to hop out the moment he pulled up to the valet service at her hotel, but Mikhail stopped her.
I'll walk you up.
That says something, doesn't it?
The moment he reached her door, Paris flashed him a smile.
I'm sorry you have to work. I didn't even thank you for taking me. I was having fun.
He said nothing. Heart sinking deeper into the pit of her stomach with each passing second, Paris couldn't hide her genuine dejection as she followed him inside and into the elevator. The moment the doors closed behind them, his hand reached for hers.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to be like him, your father. I wanted to be a night where you got what you deserved, my full attention, and work ruined it.
His finger traced the edge of her jaw.
I'm sorry.
I think you said that already.
She flashed him the biggest, most sincere smile she could manufacture and moved just a smidge closer.
And you're not like Daddy. He doesn't care. Not really.
Because he cares in other ways.
The doors popped open, and she tugged his hand as she practically bounced out of the elevator.
Exactly. See?
The inscrutable look he gave her prompted yet another self-assertive statement.
Look, I'm not going to be happy if every time I go out with someone, anyone, all I get is crumbs left over from his boss, his mommy, or his ex-girlfriend, any of those things. Not putting up with that. But come on, you didn't ignore me at lunch. We had a whole movie free of hassles. Except Daddy. And it's not like this happens often, right?
No, it doesn't. Usually when we say we're not available for a few hours, the others respect that. The dilemma appeared before her. Push or wait? At the look in his eye, she opted for push.
Then you'll just have to prove it to me. You proved you weren't gay. Prove you're a great date, too.
Can't tomorrow. Next day? She slid the card key in her door and jerked the handle. It failed, just as it was supposed to. Before she could try again, Mikhail took the card, opened the door, and led her inside. In one smooth move, she dumped her purse, jacket, and card key on the chair by the door and turned to him with a smile no man could mistake.
Just take me up on it. Remember your boss is waiting, and get out of here before it gets too much.
Mikhail pulled her closer, cradled her face in his hands, and lowered his lips to hers.
Reel him in? Check.
A presence, the only warning Georgia had before rough hands jerked her arms behind her and dragged her to a chair. She screamed, little good that it did her. The man laughed while another stepped through the door.
Noisy one. Duh.
With heavy accents, the men stood before her, demanding in rapid succession to know where Ryan West was, when he'd left, who he left with, everything. Disoriented, Georgia just shook her head.
I don't know who Ryan...
The words were slammed from her by the back of the shorter man's hands. Her eyes exploded in her head. Her scream, she couldn't prevent it.
I don't...
He was here. We know this.
No.
Again, her head exploded with the impact of the man's hand on her face. Light flashed. Stars.
I didn't know it could really happen, but I see stars.
It took until her lip bled and her right eye swelled shut for her to realize that they meant Dan. The taller man lit a cigarette and stepped close.
Tell us where Rye...
Dan. His name was Dan. That's why I said I didn't know. I was scared. I didn't know you meant Dan.
The man pulled back a bit, smiled. The smile that made her shake with repressed fear.
I knew you'd realize the importance of cooperation.
I didn't know. You scared me.
Her screams drowned out the sound of singed flesh. The sound, but not the stench. She vomited. The men sneered before the short one began the questioning again.
Who took him?
I don't know.
The cigarette moved closer.
I mean it. I don't know. They tied me up. They left me here. Some people came back to let me go. They promised they wouldn't hurt him.
Her cries, her protests fell on deaf ears. Georgia saw it in their eyes. She'd lied, as far as they were concerned anyway. Nothing, no matter how honestly and sincerely spoken, would convince them otherwise. She hated herself for it, but Georgia begged for mercy, then for death. Still the punches came, the burns. Only blackness relieved the pain, the terror. Beyond blackness, a whisper in her heart.
Take care of Mandy Sue, Lord.
Sleep. As Paris carefully painted the perfect butterfly wing to her eyeliner, her phone buzzed. The text simply read, "Room service." The obnoxious cha-chink of the door unlatching and the single squeaky wheel of the room service cart announced his arrival less than a minute later.
Text sent from elevator. Nice.
She stepped out, eyeliner wand in hand, and smiled.
What'd you bring me?
Cobb salad and artichoke soup. With his attention otherwise engaged in setting up a meal, Paris's glare failed to produce the desired effect, whatever that was. She stormed back into the bathroom and went to work on the other eyelid, calling out,
Since when do I eat hot and cold rabbit food as a meal?
Since you need to keep your new Russian boyfriend ogling.
In an attempt at displaying patience she didn't feel, Paris blinked slowly and met Henry's eyes in the mirror. What she saw there choked her. He's not just bothered that I'm undercover. He's scared. Wand, in eyeliner tube, she reached for her lipstick and tossed it back on the counter.
I'll put it on after I eat, and you tell me why you're here.
At the doorway, she patted his cheek like an old woman meeting a little boy for the first time.
Your concern is good for my ego.
Concern? I call it disgust, but whatever.
She tried to hide, would have succeeded at any other time, but her reaction registered with him before Paris could stop it. Henry stepped aside and added,
I just hate that you aren't you. Didn't mean that you are disgusting. Sorry.
Who am I, then?
He waited until she seated herself and stared at the green soup before he seated himself opposite her and tried to explain.
Well, you're not a pampered, spoiled little rich girl. You're not shallow and self-serving. You're not a flirt who goes after guys because of the size of their muscles or the perfect cut of their clothes.
Still doesn't tell me who I supposedly am.
His smile sent electric jolts through her heart.
Man, that smile, the rare times I see it, is more effective than a defibrillator.
Paris shoveled a bite into her mouth, burning her tongue in the process, as a failed attempt to keep from saying something stupid.
Wow, I didn't expect it to be hot.
Because soup is generally cold?
The amusement in his voice, the camaraderie. Normalcy never felt so wonderful.
Ever heard of gazpacho?
Henry leaned back in the chair and gave her his familiar gotcha expression.
Name one chain restaurant that serves cold soup.
Since when are chain restaurants the standard for quality food fare?
His head dropped in his hands as he growled in frustration.
You've got to get out of this thing before it ruins you completely. Now you're a food snob.
Always have been,
she protested.
Burger. I like quality burgers, like from a food truck where they aren't afraid to make it right, and fries cooked in whatever oil makes them yummiest.
Paris made it 3 bites into the salad that taunted her with the temptation to throw the remainder at Henry's head between each crunch of lettuce, before she remembered that he must have come with a purpose.
And if he hasn't brought it up yet, it's because he dreads it. Great. They found out that Mikhail killed someone last night.
She swallowed the next bite unchewed.
Or worse, that he found out who I am.
Her fork clattered to the plate as determination won out over dread.
Fine. Tell me why you're here.
You should finish eating.
Now, Hawkins, or I'm taking you down.
His snicker nearly made her throw the bowl of soup at him.
Can't. Might mess up your makeup. And there's no way you can move effectively enough in that getup.
When she eyed the bowl again, he sighed.
Fine. But if you're starving on your date and make a fool of yourself gorging on whatever this guy buys you, don't blame me.
I won't.
Georgia Atworth is dead.
Her hand shook so violently that soup splattered from her chest to her lap.
When? How?
The question, unnecessary.
Malakov's thugs. Man, if Mikhail hadn't been with me last night, I'd be seriously shaking right now.
Why does it make a difference? He works for the guy who did this. If he finds out who you are, do you think you're going to avoid torture and death?
Lettuce, drizzled with blue cheese dressing, and a chunk of egg lodged firmly in her throat and refused to move. Henry nearly leaped across the table in his attempt to help and nearly crushed 2 ribs in his delodgification attempts. A solid whack to her back did what standard medical protocol failed to achieve, and she promptly vomited her lunch all over the table. Tears, uncustomary and inconvenient, sprang to her eyes. She blinked them back in a desperate attempt to salvage her cosmetic artistry and choked. "That's it. Get me my burger. Then you tell me what happened with Georgia. I'm going to go clean up."
Henry paused at the door. "I should take the cart."
"Take it." Just before she entered the bathroom, he called out,
"I'm sorry, Paris."
I bet you are. Sorry you didn't get to make me do that in front of Mikhail. Jerk.
22. Lunch break, 2 o'clock. Erica took a bite of her sandwich while sitting at the desk in her office with one eye on the front in case an unexpected rush occurred. The new guy, Bob, glanced her way and mouthed something undefinable behind his mustache. She beckoned him into the office and nearly choked as he murmured,
"A woman is out here, says she's your mom. Considering you look a lot like her, I'd say she's telling the truth."
Ma, what?
"Can I send her back?"
Erica nodded as she wiped her mouth and took a drink.
Prepare for the worst so it'll seem like nothing in comparison.
When the worst she could think of was the sight of Keith's coffin with a flag draped over it, something she didn't know if he would even have, Erica deemed the oft-heeded advice no longer beneficial or relevant in her life.
Not going there ever again.
At the sight of her mother's anxious expression, Erica nearly exploded into a tirade on everything and nothing at the same time. Only another drink of coffee and sheer willpower kept her from saying or doing something she knew she'd regret.
Everything okay? Everything is amazing for me, but I don't think you're going to agree.
The obvious question rose within her and fizzled as understanding slapped her upside the head.
You got religion. I think they like to say got saved or became a Christian. Same thing, though.
Tammy beamed, the kind of joy that Erica had expected to see from her father, in a perfect imitation of bad movies.
Whatever you call it,
I believe. It's amazing.
You believe what? Why? Because Dad does? Seriously?
I thought you were smarter than this. For a woman who had lived with Tom Pulowski's lack of empathy for nearly 30 years, Tammy still managed to wince at Erica's words.
I knew you wouldn't understand. Oh well, I came down to tell you myself. I thought you'd want to hear it from me rather than someone else. Give me one reason you'd even listen to Dad's nonsense. One other than how great Keith is, she added quickly.
Because it changed your father. I mean, did you ever expect to hear him admit that emotions exist? Ever?
The idea? Preposterous. Not even the Bible, even God himself, could change her father's brain chemistry.
Mom, I don't believe that a miracle has occurred. Dad isn't suddenly emotional. He's faking it to...
No, Erica, Tammy snapped. Look, you don't have to like it. You don't have to believe. You don't have to do any of it. I didn't think I would. Why should I? But there is something to this whole thing.
Just because it made a difference in Dad doesn't mean it's true. You don't have to drink the Kool-Aid to be appreciative for the...
Her analogy fizzled midstream.
Whatever, you know what I mean.
No, that's just why I gave it a chance. Why I read it in the first place. Sorry, Tammy interjected. I did make it sound like I was just out to be happy to get Dad to agree with me. That's silly. But if the Bible can change your dad into someone who accepts that emotions are real, even if he can't feel them, then I want what he's got.
As simple and unsophisticated, as unintellectual as her mother's words were, Erica couldn't deny that they touched a place in her heart. She hugged her mother with a sense of loss and frustration welling up in her heart and choked out, "I'm just glad you're happy. Even if this means I'm even more alone than ever." Ralph hadn't been gone for 36 hours before Keith felt it, a shift in Annie. He zipped a message to Flynn, short, cryptic, but necessary. "Gonna bolt. It had been a risk letting the man who had made the first overtures to get Annie to safety come to visit, but she'd softened after a few hours of resistance, and as she did, Keith had watched their friendship restore itself.
It's never hard to get someone you have to help for their own good to trust you again. He did great there. The next question is, will she do it, or am I overreacting?
Annie crossed the room, third time in 10 minutes. She didn't realize it, but she was pacing. Slow, sure, but each movement screamed, I have nervous energy and need to release it. She plopped in a chair and glared at Keith.
When are they just going to throw Ryan's sorry butt in jail and get me out of here? You have him. You can keep him from hurting me, so do it. I want to go home.
That right there was worth the delay, seeing her go from betrayed to desperate to rejoin her life.
Keith knew she'd resist that idea, so he opted for one of his usual vague assurances.
We're working on it.
Well, work faster. I'm not going to put up with this. So help me, if I'm stuck here much longer, I'm going to find this Mark guy and wring his neck.
Keith took a risk, one he hoped her instincts would work with, and said,
Dare you?
Dare me to what? Wring Mark's neck? Bring him on. He's keeping me a prisoner, kidnapped. This is kidnapping.
So, do something about it.
Like you wouldn't chain me up if I even blinked at the door.
The rules didn't allow him to give away the client's golden ticket, but Keith pushed again.
You're right. You bolt, and I'm going to prevent it. But if you want to let Mark have it, then do it.
He's not... Wait, you're Mark?
Nope.
Keith couldn't suppress a grin. This time, the pacing began in earnest. On the third loop, she marched up to him and demanded,
Fine, get this Mark on the phone. I'll show you a little verbal neck-wringing.
He left her standing there, mouth gaping, and dug through his backpack for the one phone he hadn't expected to use. Taped to the outside, a battery and SIM card, thanks to Flynn's insistence that they keep everything separate. In seconds, he handed her the phone and dropped to the couch to watch the performance.
This is Mark?
Her eyes narrowed as if she didn't believe him.
How do I know it?
He'll say, how do I know you're Annie, otherwise known as Deanna Longman. She'll say, Keith is right here to tell you.
Well, Keith gave me the phone. That's kind of proof enough in my book.
And here's where Mark says, and he gave you my number. Why would he do that?
Maybe.
Annie shot Keith a look that could mean anything from, I don't think this charade is very funny, to, why did you get me this guy so easily? He couldn't stand it.
Tell her why I called you, Mark. She's still not sure.
Usually, in cases like these, the client sagged in relief at hearing that just demanding a conversation with Mark would get them one. Annie almost climbed through the phone to do that neck-wringing she'd promised.
I could have chewed you out weeks ago? Really?
Keith turned on the phone in his pocket while he listened. Mark would text instructions any minute. As he waited, he enjoyed trying to anticipate where the conversation would go. Most patterns were easy enough to predict, but Annie threw a curveball or three into the mix.
She's good, Mark. We really need to consider agent status.
Forget it. I'm going back to Hearthland, and I'm growing lettuce, tomatoes, green beans. I'm milking cows, learning to make baskets, and trying to forget that a man stole 2 years of my life. Jerk.
The text arrived at the end of her latest tirade, one Keith suspected was more for catharsis than because she had something she wanted to say. He pulled out his phone and read it. If you're up for it, let her go. Just keep watch until we're 100%. Survival. He'd have to live under her trailer and anywhere else he could. While Annie wound down her rant, Keith slipped a few things into his backpack and slid quite a few more out. Water bottle, chlorine tablets, jerky, reflective blanket. He couldn't help but notice a certain irony in the very type of blanket Annie would have used on the streets would help him keep her off the streets while he protected her unseen. He piled everything in each time her back turned. Grabbing clean socks would be helpful, but he didn't know how to manage it without her seeing. As if on cue, Claire walked in and announced that she wanted oatmeal cookies.
Anyone else?
Sure. Annie covered the phone with her hand. Some with raisins? Do we have them?
Keith always keeps a few of those little boxes in the duffel for quick energy. Let me see.
As she dug for raisins that he'd never eat unless forced, she tossed socks and underwear, a couple of T-shirts, behind the cabinet where Annie couldn't see them, but Keith could retrieve them. He winked at her.
There might be some in the cabinet down here. Karen eats them.
It worked. He came up with the box and shoved a wad of clothes into the backpack. Annie's back was turned. He dropped the box and reached for more clothes. All but one sock.
Got it.
Annie didn't even notice. All the diversion wasted. Keith zipped a text to Mark. Ready. She'd take one of two ways out. The one through the sheep pasture to the east of the house made more sense. She'd have an advantage, being ahead of running sheep. By the time he reached the trees, Annie would have a much stronger chance of staying hidden, especially if she just waited for a few hours. A glance at her told him she wouldn't do it. Annie would make a straight shot to the road and try to hide behind low stone walls, but she'd want him to think she moved toward the pasture.
She'll run out there, get the animals moving, and double back. Smart move. Let's see if she makes it.
Annie dumped the phone on the counter in front of him and took off to her room.
Call me when the cookies are done. Sure thing.
Claire winked at Keith.
I'm sending Keith to bed, though. He hasn't been getting enough sleep.
If pills were allowed, I might even take one, but that's just stupid talk. Proof I need it, I suppose.
He kept his voice low, almost too low for Annie to hear, but if she wanted to, she'd do it. That much he knew. He dumped his backpack on the floor beside the door and collapsed on the bed. Creating a completely relaxed look while still ready to spring up at any moment, easier said than done, as the saying goes. The door stood mostly open, where she could see every move, or lack thereof. Waiting, however, waiting was the worst. Exhaustion, the bane of every agent's existence, always tried to lull him to sleep. Add to that a comfortable bed, a pillow that cradled his head just right. Keith would have been doomed if his concentration techniques hadn't functioned properly. A one-eyed glance at the clock showed exactly 20 minutes had passed. Too soon. She wouldn't. The slightest shuffle of shoe on carpet sent his senses zinging.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Lord, please don't let Claire take the chase. 2, 1.
Once more, his eye peered out under the lid. No shadow, nothing. He rose, cat-like, and crept to the door, listening. With one hand, he hooked the backpack over one shoulder, then the other. She'd made it across the living room without Claire noticing. The clang of cookie sheet on the burners told him how.
Waited until Claire's back was turned and she's making noise. Man, your instincts are killer. You're going to hate it when you figure out that she did it deliberately.
The moment Annie stepped out the door, Keith stepped into the hallway, finger on his lips in case Claire blew it. The irritated look she threw him, dagger-like no less, earned her a thumbs up and him another glowering scowl. She pointed at the window and spoke.
To the pasture.
I know. She's going to double back around. I'm going to get ahead of her. She'll be looking behind.
And if she doesn't?
Then you better pray I know where she's going.
23. Brian, Tyler, and Karen stood guard over him, almost literally. 2 people in the same room at all times, one circling the cabin through the woods, circling and searching. They said nothing, didn't talk or joke as they had. 1 minute they'd been playing poker in the motorhome. The next, they'd abandoned it in favor of the Jeep on the trailer. At first, fear had kept him from asking what had happened. Now he didn't think they'd answer. Karen burst through the door. Same black SUV passed twice inside 30 minutes. We need to go, but we can't. I'll call for backup. Brian grabbed a cell phone and began to reassemble the battery pack, but Karen shook her head. Don't. They'll never get a helo here in time. At least there's nothing to ping if it stays off. Even as the other two spoke, Tyler backed out the door. I'll go watch and see if the thing comes back. I'll take the radio. Change the channel to fit the minutes by 5. Ryan stared, half fascinated, half terrified, as they synchronized watches and Tyler dashed out the door. With binoculars trained out the window, Karen called out the moment Tyler vanished into the trees. Okay, he's gone. Went southwest. Any idea why? That curve, half-mile that way. He'll be able to see them closer there. Maybe get a picture. What? Ryan snapped. What is going on? Brian gave half a chuckle before pulling another gun from his backpack. The man is back. Shock is over. Reality sets in. The questions begin. Stop mocking him. Karen tossed Ryan a grin before checking her watch. Any time now, I think. Maybe. The frustration welled up inside of him. Ryan snatched the cereal bowl from the end table and threw it at the wall. Tell me. The room spun in dizzying circles. Faster. Even faster. Karen grabbed the extra gun from Brian's hands and shoved it into his. Ever shot a gun? What? I asked. Right. No. Never, I think. He shuddered and nearly dropped the weapon. What is going on? We think. Noise, a slow, steady drone, jerked Karen from his side into the window. Is that a... Oh, great. Brian? On it. Seemingly from out of nowhere, a trap door appeared, and Ryan found himself half stumbling, half falling downstairs into a cellar. Karen jogged down after him and wrapped his hand around the hilt of the gun. Safety is off now, so what you do is just pull. You shouldn't need more than 2 per person, but if they don't slow after the second, 1 more. You have 10 tranks in there. Make 'em count. His hand shook with every beat of his heart. Ryan scrambled to the stairs just as Karen reached the top. Panicked, he tried to climb up, to get out of the oppressive darkness, but her last words stopped him. Keep quiet, or you're dead. The steps creaked as he made his way back down. Each one seemed louder than the last. At the bottom, his eyes darted around the black hole of his new prison. Ryan shuddered, first at the darkness, then at the dirt, dust, and the realization that spiders and bugs would likely make homes in his clothes before he got out of there. An idea hit him as he felt around behind the stairs. Ryan pulled himself into position, brushed imaginary critters from his hair and arms, and settled the gun between the steps. He stood and waited. Karen called out the first warning. Vehicle oncoming. Arrival in 10, 9, 8. Wait, it's Keith. From the back bedroom, Brian half cheered. That chopper is circling. Did it follow Keith here? She calculated distance and called back. No, not possible. Call Tyler back. This is happening. I think they're dropping guys in from the helo. What makes you think? Because that's what I'd do if I had to extract someone in the situation. Now, get ready. I don't know what direction they'll be coming from. Gunfire erupted as Keith ran the 8 feet from the minivan. He burst through the door, gun drawn and ready.
We got word of an SUV heading up this way, the gas station. Love that old guy.
The helicopter hovered, almost making it impossible to hear for a moment. Keith signed as he watched men zip down. 4 men. Karen grinned back at him and raced to tell Brian. 4 men. They could handle it. Tyler burst through the door at the rear of the cabin, ready to fire. SUV! Let out 6 guys at the road. Shaken, Karen took a second to inhale before turning to Keith and signing again, even as the helicopter pulled away. What does that mean? Do they expect to lose at least 4? What? What does it say about our odds? For the first time in her career with the agency, doubt overshadowed confidence. She reached into the duffel bag Keith had dropped on the couch and pulled out weapons. The sight of them both alarmed and reassured her. Semi-automatics. Mark must be terrified. 2 men burst through the door. Keith took one down with a trank. She shot the other, but even with 2 tranks, the man kept coming. She dove behind the couch and switched guns. The man fired. I'd be dead if it weren't for Mark's forethought. Karen patted the Kevlar-backed couch and took yet another cleansing breath. She stood, fired, and dropped the first man who wouldn't wake again. She called out to Keith. Headshot. They've got Kevlar. From the bedroom, Brian called out. Incoming. 4 at once. Side window. Before he could leave the room, the window next to the kitchen table exploded with the impact of a body flying through it. Keith tried to shoot, but a spray of gunfire in his direction sent him diving for cover. Tyler took down a man climbing through the window and barely escaped being made into a human sprinkler with the arrival of the next. His scream rang out through the cabin, and with it, Karen's heart cried out, No! The kid is doing so great. He'll take it personally. A melee followed, one that coexisted in slow motion and warp speed. Karen fired, dove, fired again. Brian managed to cross the room to Tyler's side and drag him into the bathroom. As he stepped out again, he managed to take down yet another entrant. Noise grenades exploded around them. She fumbled, disoriented. Her eyes caught sight through a haze of smoke. Smoke grenades, too. That meant they'd take Ryan alive. Take him if she failed to prevent it anyway. Alive. We'll survive. We can get him back. The moment the words sliced through her consciousness, she ripped them back out again. No, we'll stop this. We'll keep him here and safe until we can get him out of here. She saw the trap door open and fired, her aim pathetic. She missed. Karen grabbed the semi-automatic and sprayed gunfire at the man. He disappeared into the abyss of the cellar. Alive or dead, she didn't know. Gunfire, almost impossible to follow. Brian was closest to the trap door. Time for heroics. She stood and swept her gun in a wide arc. High, low. Bullets flew at her. She dropped. Again she rose, and again she took out another advancing threat until, after a fumbled, stumbled sweep of the room, she saw nothing more. No one. She slipped from window to window. Nothing out there. Nothing she could see. Are they gone? Are they hiding? Is there a second wave? How many people would they usually bring? We ended up with 10 here. Surely. Brian's head popped up over the trapdoor. He signed. Brian's unconscious. She stumbled toward him. Unconscious or dead? Even with Brian's reassurance, Karen snapped on the light and ran down the steps 2 at a time and dropped to the ground next to Ryan. A gentle pass of her hand over his head showed a goose egg the size of a golf ball on his temple. Keith, get down here! Silence. Where's Keith? Brian pulled zip ties from his pocket and began tying the man lying on the ground a few feet away. Probably securing the perimeter. Duh, get with it. This is insanity. You need to get your head in the game. Ryan needs everyone at their best. That thought sent her racing up the stairs. Where are you going? Checking on Tyler. She found one man stirring and aimed her gun once more. Ty or Trank? The sound of someone just outside decided for her. She fired a shot and swung to face the door, gun at the ready. Keith called out seconds before he filled the doorframe. Secure out here. Coming in. Karen pointed. Just gave him another dose. I think the guy just inside the window and the one on the kitchen table both need to be restrained. Not sure about the others. Too fast. My brain isn't processing. Gotta check on Tyler. Ryan? Unconscious. Her voice trembled a little, much to her disgust, as she added, head injury. She saw it. The rare occasion when, if he'd let himself, Keith would use the foulest words he knew.
I know. We've got to get him and Tyler to the hospital.
Brian stays behind to process. Are the cameras safe?
With one hand on the bathroom door, Karen shrugged. I'll check on them after I check Tyler. Flynn's gonna kill us.
We'll make him sound like the biggest hero ever, and she'll swoon,
Keith promised. The sight in the bathroom, a literal bloodbath. He sat in the tub, pressing a towel to his shoulder, but had managed to smear blood on nearly every surface. Tyler's eyes pleaded with her for understanding.
I tried a few things to clean up, get it to stop. I couldn't, so I got in here to contain the mess.
He ducked his head.
A bit too late, I know.
Yeah, well, we'll get that. You're good. Let me see.
He moved the towel and winced as she pulled his shirt away from the bullet hole.
Did it go through?
Before she could move him, he nodded.
If the pain in my back means anything, yeah, it went through.
Her fingers, with the gentlest touch possible, ran lightly over the back of his shoulder and found the exit wound.
You're right. Good catch. That's where a lot of the blood came from. I bet you smeared it on the wall when you stopped to catch your breath.
Oh, duh. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, you're not bleeding too badly. Let me get you patched up a bit and get you in the van. You and Ryan have doctor's appointments.
The young man blanched, even paler.
Ryan
is fine, I think. He's just got knocked out. Looks like he took out one of the guys. We got him. Another one tried to extract him, but Brian got the jerk. Permanently.
She watched Tyler swallow hard and forced herself not to sigh.
He won't make it if he can't handle that sometimes loss of life is unavoidable.
Mark's gonna be ticked.
Why?
First rule, Karen. Avoid casualties. We had to pull out the big guns. That's...
She soaked a washcloth and cleaned the area around the wound on his back. With a swab of betadine, she cleaned it better and taped a pad of gauze to him.
It's okay, Tyler. That rule is primarily for clients. We couldn't have kept him alive. It was 10 against 4.
3 pretty quickly.
I've no doubt that you kept that one guy from getting to the trap door.
That thought sparked another.
How did they even know about the trap door?
Tyler stammered, sputtered, and winced. Karen watched in the mirror as his eyes grew wide and perspiration glistened on his upper lip.
Karen, there's only one way.
We just dealt with a mole. We can't have another. We just can't. Flynn's the...
It's not Flynn. No way. He turned and glared at her. Don't even think it. It's not possible.
Is it you? Claire? Keith? What about Brian?
Each name produced a violent shake of Tyler's head until Karen feared he'd give himself whiplash. And with each shake, the dejection on his face and in his eyes tore at her heart.
Poor kid. Doesn't get just how hard this job will be. He's gonna drive himself nuts.
She finished taping the gauze to his chest and pronounced him fit to get in the van.
I give you another month or assignment. Tops.
Want me to help restrain the others first?
It'll hurt too much. We've got it.
Tyler shook his head. You go help them bring up Ryan and the other dude. I'll get these guys.
Maybe 2 assignments, she amended. Nah, they've got it covered. I'll start taking pictures and retrieving SD cards from the cams.
Karen mentally counted down and with the first jerk of the zip tie, passed the camera to Tyler.
How about we trade? You're gonna keep aggravating that thing if you aren't careful.
Brian arrived with the hitman on his back and Keith bringing up the rear, literally.
Let's go. Ryan's in the van,
Keith ordered. He gave Tyler a nod.
You good?
I want to cry and beg for painkillers, but it's just my inner nerd trying to override my fledgling agent. Agent must prevail. The trio of agents beamed at him.
Maybe you'll make it after all. Admitting that? Impressive.
24. Her nose wrinkled and her eyes squinted as she wielded tweezers with reckless abandon. Again, she heard the clink of the door lock releasing and the cha-chink of the handle turning.
Henry's at the loft.
Paris grabbed her gun and flattened herself against the bathroom wall. The mirror, of course, showed nothing.
Great. She is probably against the other wall.
Despite the difficulty of moving freely in a short, tight dress, Paris slid down the wall a bit, took a deep breath, and turned on her heel, gun aimed at the doorway, and a pair of familiar knees. Henry towered above her.
What do you think you're doing?
She stood and jerked her skirt back into place. The sight of Henry's gun, unmoved, kicked her instincts into overdrive. She raised her gun again and demanded, once again, to know what made him think he could pull a gun on her. "Where's your boyfriend?" A cold shiver rippled through her. No snarky emphasis on boyfriend, no sneer. Just cold, steely tones that sent an encore shiver up her spine. Paris swallowed the lump of fear that welled up in her and tried not to stammer.
My fake boyfriend is at work. Won't be here for...
She checked the watch that had probably set Mark back the equivalent of her paycheck.
Another 40 minutes at best.
I need a rundown of every conversation you've had. Every one. As word for word as you can make it. His eyes darted to her gun. And put that thing down.
I will not. You have yours.
It's an order, Furman. You are under orders to stand down. Paris stepped back into the bathroom and fumbled one-handed for her phone. When it didn't turn up, she ordered Siri to call Will. The phone answered first ring and without the office manager's irritating interference. "Paris, stand down."
How do you know?
Henry pulled his phone from his pocket, connected to the office phone. "Now just do it," he growled. But she couldn't. Fear sent her senses into overdrive. Paris disconnected the call and ordered her phone to call Mark. Again the order came. "I'm sure Henry can work this all out, but for now, you have to surrender your weapon. And," Mark added, "if I recall correctly, you only have about 30 minutes before Henry needs to be out of there, so I suggest you hurry." With a tremor that betrayed her, Paris lowered her gun and handed it, barrel down, to Henry and turned to finish with her hair.
I'll be done in a minute. You can talk to me here or wait.
"I'll wait." Nonchalance. Henry became the personification of it. He leaned against the door jamb and watched every move she made. Each lock of hair she wrapped around her iron, each spritz of hairspray, which he choked on, much to her delight, seemed to make him more confused and frustrated than the last. Why do women do that?
What?
Fry their hair, plaster it with shellac, and then just wash it all out again. Paris grabbed another lock and wound it around the curling wand, determined not to sound as hurt as she felt.
It's called the price of beauty.
It's too steep.
I agree, but since I can't do my job without it, I mean, we both know Mikhail wouldn't have given me a second look in my baggy t-shirt and yoga pants.
Though she couldn't be certain, she would have bet the whole pot that he muttered, "Because he's an idiot." With a toss of her curls, a final flip of her head, she stepped forward.
Let's get this debrief over before I have to explain why I'm chatting up the bellhop.
It might have been inappropriate, but Paris couldn't help a deliberate sway of her hips as she moved to the table. She seated herself, folded her hands, and waited until Henry sat opposite her before saying,
Now, tell me what this is about. Why are you here to debrief me? Why did you take...
There was a breach on the safe house for Ryan West. Questions. She fired one after another at him, but Henry didn't answer. He sat looking at her until she stopped. I'm waiting. We need to know everything you've said to...
Wait, what? You're asking me about our conversations because you think I told him something? What is wrong with you guys?
It's the only way.
But I didn't know where Ryan was.
Henry seemed to capitulate, but resolve entered every pore of his features, hardened him. I'm sorry, but it's the only thing possible. You have to have said,
I didn't, Henry. You know me. I wouldn't.
But Henry's calm nonchalance exploded into utter fury. Do you see why you can't do this? You didn't mean to. He conceded as his voice dropped a notch or two. I know that, but this isn't what you were trained for. You're trained to protect. You're not trained for undercover work. You don't know. Paris reached across the table and grabbed his hand.
Look at me, Henry. Not just at my eyes or my face or my hands, my gestures. Look at me.
The moment she felt his full attention, Paris held his gaze and said,
I was trained for this by the best CIA. I know what I'm doing, Henry.
You. Indecision. She saw it in his face. A second passed. 2. That explains a lot, but Mark. He shook his head. You're right. It wasn't you. I'll call Mark. Pain. Throbbing, burning pain. Ryan's eyelids flickered. Light. Blinding, stabbing light. A groan ripped through him as he struggled to focus. A voice asked how he felt. A familiar voice. Keith? He turned to look, but the movement nearly sent his pain through the roof. Oh, man. Another voice. Dr. Breckham. I believe I told you that the solution was not to get whacked in the head again. He turned, once again too sharply, and sought Keith. I wouldn't have killed her, Deanna. I wouldn't. I know it. I was ticked off, furious. Still am. A new memory exploded in his mind. But I hurt her, threatened her. I beat her up trying to get that thumb drive back. Anger welled in him at the memory of her insisting she'd given it all to her editor. Anger and shame. He swallowed hard and added, She downloaded the financial records of Molokov's organization, and now he's after me. He thinks I did it. Keith's piercing gaze dragged the rest from him. And it proves that I was skimming from them. Karen stepped forward. You remember? The question struck him as odd. Of course he remembered, but a new memory overshadowed the old ones. I forgot. Amnesia. I fell off that truck. He turned to Dr. Breckham. I was running from Sergei and his guys, climbed up one of those little ladders on semi-trailers. When I climbed down, I slipped, woke up under a truck. Keith interrupted before he could say any more. We'll talk about it later. The doctor moved to the door. I can go. Before the doctor could finish, Karen interrupted. I'll take him to get dinner while we wait for Ryan to come fully out of the sedation. Sedation? I thought I got hit in the head. He groaned and clutched his head. Quieter, Ryan tried again. But that guy in the cellar, he didn't shoot me. He just rammed his gun into my head. His focus, still a bit fuzzy, but Ryan could have sworn he saw the doctor give Keith a thumbs up. Still a bit fuzzy about the cabin. What happened? We're looking into why, but Molokov sent 10 men in there. We have, well, the FBI has 4 in custody. And I'm the only one who got hurt? Why didn't they shoot me? Keith's hands clenched at his side, but he answered in a steady tone. We assume they wanted you alive so they could retrieve the information you stole. But I didn't steal anything. I know better. His own voice drove fresh spikes of pain through his temples and behind his eyes. I don't know why they think I would. I have access to it all. While Karen and Dr. Breckham enjoyed dinner, Tyler and Keith helped Ryan go through every FBI and Homeland Security agent who had been in the Portland area in the past 24 months. Several times he hesitated, one finger hovering over a picture of the most generic-looking men and women. But at last he sank back against the plastic-covered pillow on the examining bed and closed his eyes. They just look familiar, but not all of them. One guy's eyes, that woman's half-smile, the jawline on the other one. I know I've never seen one of them with any of Malakov's guys. Probably wouldn't. Too easily recognized, Tyler muttered. A strange look filled the younger man's eyes, one that gave Ryan shivers, and he grabbed the tablet. It took the better part of a minute before he passed the tablet back. Just in case. A combined picture, somewhat gruesome in the poor blending of skin tones, stared back at him. Ryan shook his head. I've never seen that person, no. Had to try. Figured it wasn't likely. Just as Ryan expected to hear they'd leave soon, Keith took the tablet and made several swipes across the screen. He passed it back to Ryan and said,
Okay, let's try the marshals then.
Ugh, it's not law enforcement, people. It's crazy Malakov and his schemes. He's got the best tech support I've ever seen. Bet he hacked some database somewhere. How hackable is your agency? The agency, Tyler snapped, is not hackable. Ryan's protest exploded unbidden. Everything's hackable. Fine. Tyler softened a tad under Keith's withering glare. It's as unhackable as you can get. Mark keeps 95% of our stuff offline, never online at all. It's just not possible. Well, someone got through, somehow. It's the only way. Keith's words reverberated in Mark's mind as his hand cradled the phone. His exact words were, well, someone got through somehow. That's the only way. He's right, Mark. Someone got through. Makes sense that it's Paris. May be an accident or not. Can't say that. Don't know her well enough, but... Will would arrive at any minute, if not there already. Mark punched Henry's number and steadied his nerves as he waited for the man to answer. Hey, Mark, what's up? Will said to meet him in a room on Paris's floor. Paris with you?
Here, Mark. What's going on? Did you find the leak?
His gut told him she was innocent of deliberately feeding information. That left a less than optimal alternative.
She missed something. She's either getting too close to this Mikhail or she's more scared than she lets on.
Mark?
Sorry, no, we didn't. But Ryan said something that puts it back on you, Paris. Henry's right. You've got to get out of there. You had to have...
No! Mark jumped at the vehemence in Henry's tone.
Wait, you told me.
I know I did, Henry growled. But I'm telling you now, she isn't responsible. It came from somewhere else. A knock sent someone, likely Paris, scurrying for the door.
Will's there. Great. He can't be objective about Paris, so now what do I do?
Despite the treasure trove of ugliness it could open, he lowered his voice and said,
Henry, take me off speaker. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, clear?
Yeah. The biting tone told him he'd just raised Henry's threat level from annoyed to antagonized.
Look, Henry, I think, and Keith and the others agree, if it's not Paris, it has to be someone in the agency or one of the government agencies.
Then rule us all out and put the blame where it obviously belongs. Make them figure out which one sold out to the Russians, because it wasn't Paris, it wasn't me, it wasn't Will or any of his guys. It was someone else, or the Russians just took their hacking skills to a new level.
I'll have Flynn go over all security footage for the past 2 weeks, but...
That'll take her 2 weeks. The truth of Henry's words, Mark had tried to avoid it. He ordered Henry back on speakerphone and gave out orders.
Okay, this is what we have to do. First, Henry, you need to come in as the ex-boyfriend. Make Mikhail jealous enough to keep her close for a few days. It's the only way she'll get in there to see what's going on.
Mark struggled to keep the snicker out of his tone as he imagined the amusement on Paris's face and the disgust on Henry's.
And don't pretend it won't feel good to make that jerk squirm.
Got a point there. Thanks. You just made the assignment palatable.
Thanks a lot, Hawkins. Glad to know I'm so repulsive.
Come on. You've got to open your eyes, man.
The temptation to steal Cupid's arrow and practice a little archery, while intriguing, could get his people killed.
Don't put them in that kind of awkward position. She's handled it well, but if you start meddling...
Mark's roving thoughts nearly caused him to miss Henry's response. It wouldn't be if you were you instead of some kind of airheaded bimbo. It's an insult to both of us.
You did great, right up to the point where you used the word bimbo. Who uses that anymore?
The idea of what Flynn would say brought a twist to Mark's lips.
I can hear it now. That's totes redonk.
Mark, Will interjected, do your agents always squabble like siblings, or is this just special for me?
No clue. I'm not usually involved in their work. When on protection duty...
You have to keep them isolated from you. You're right. I think you need a few reconnaissance teams. It'll shake up your world, trust me. Shuddering at the thought, Mark signed off and stared at the phone before buzzing Flynn. She popped into the room with a bounce and a grin that might mean anything from winning at her latest attempts at her phone game to excited for more work. With Flynn, either was equally plausible and probable.
So, what happened? Is Paris, on probation, or is she coming here, or is the...
Whoa. First, I want you to start reviewing all the security footage starting back 2 days ago and work your way back. Bring me a few as well. I'll do what I can. Second, I want exact logs of where everyone was in the 5 days preceding the attack on Ryan. Then
So, it's not Paris?
The sagging relief on her face dissolved a second later.
But you totes have to rule the rest of us out now. I'll write up mine first for you. It'll take the longest to verify. Then I'll get the others. Most are in pairs or trios, so that'll be easy. What about the team in Phuket? They'll be hard to get information from.
His brain spun with the dozen questions she fired at him in rapid succession. He held up his hand and said,
Start stateside. Otherwise, use your discretion. And yes, let's get you cleared so we can move on.
At the door, she hesitated. Mark stifled a sigh.
Yes.
I know it, won't help. You've totes got to go, do the vetting thing, but I didn't do it. And I didn't say anything to Erica that could have given anything away.
The door closed softly behind her, and Mark sagged against the back of his chair. Eyes closed, fingers rubbing his temples. He forced each muscle in his body to relax until his arms dropped, and he did little more than breathe.
Knowing that you're right, that I can trust you, Flynn, that's what'll keep me from going insane tonight. No sleep for me.
25. Bleary-eyed, Mark rescanned the last hour of footage once more. Second by second, he turned the video knob that allowed each tiny frame to appear. Most were blank. Flynn's reports lay spread out before him, nothing suspicious about anyone on his team or Will's. Final frames scrolled out without so much as a shadow, a blip. He dropped his head in his hands and sagged with relief. Even those being guarded hadn't had an opportunity to give anything away. Annie, the couple from Milwaukee, the Dallas oil giant, none of them had the opportunity to flub up. Images of Lucy Todd's body lying on a narrow dirt road, surrounded by trees, neck snapped because of an innocent mistake. A phone call haunted Mark's memory.
A gas bill. She lost her life because of a gas bill.
None of the agents carried smartphones anymore. They all checked their phones hourly instead of twice a day. They spoke in code in front of all clients, something Mark had discarded 5 years ago as unnecessary and ridiculous. It was too late for Lucy Todd, but no client would lose his or her life again merely because of a careless, automatic thing like remembering to pay a bill when a phone was in reach.
Never again. For you, Lucy. Never again.
His finger hesitated over the button before punching the numbers. Seconds passed as he was routed through 3 screeners.
Should have used his personal phone. That'd get his attention.
But he wouldn't. Only for immediate life or death would Mark ever play that card. Let the Secretary of Homeland have his security illusions, just like the rest of the country did.
Jensen, Mark Cho.
He shouldn't have been surprised by the expletive, or 20. Ex-Navy, it always seemed like a prerequisite. What's wrong now?
This is a courtesy call. I'm calling the AG next. There's a breach somewhere between FBI, Marshals, or Homeland. Out of respect for you, cut the...
Jensen blasted Mark with his vivid descriptions of his opinion regarding the call. Not in my group, not possible. Bet it's those scurvy Marshals.
Whatever.
Mark nearly snapped his pen in half, trying to keep his opinions to himself.
As I said, it's a courtesy call. Good night.
Wait, what proof? The question made having to deal with men like Jensen worth it.
As you said, it can't be one of your men, so the details aren't relevant to your organization. Good night.
He dialed Marla Orbed before Jensen could try to call back. This number he had as a direct line. He'd used it once before, only once. She answered herself, which was never a good sign. What is it, Cho? So help me, if you've got more problems than the garbage with the Shin business, I'm going to personally see that you squirm for it.
Find the target?
You know I can't tell you that. Now, what do you want? Just give it to me now. He debated for half a second, the most he could give himself, whether he should consider mentioning Jensen, but when she swore at him for not speaking quickly enough, he decided to appease her.
First, you should know I just got off the phone with Homeland.
Jensen?
Who else?
The woman swore. Somehow she always made the least culturally offensive words sound the worst. Even Mark winced at the putrid air that polluted his ears as they filled the phone. Okay, let me have it. I know what you're going to say, but I'm going to pretend, as long as it takes you to say it, not to know what's coming.
Someone in the FBI, Homeland, or Marshals fed information to Malakov's organization.
You're positive it didn't come from you?
Marla, I haven't slept in nearly 55 hours going over every single detail of every individual with even the hope of hearing something that could have gotten passed on. It didn't come from the agency.
Seconds passed as she processed his words, but eventually her voice returned, and with it the tone he knew so well.
If her tone was named like a lipstick shade, they'd call it guillotine.
What does Malikov want? I mean, I know that downloaded information, but why? They could have killed this West, right?
Yes.
And they wanted him alive? Mark didn't bother to answer it. Again, she swore. Then what does he know or have that they need?
We don't know.
A new thought occurred to him.
But I might have an idea of how to find out.
Good, the Attorney General growled. Don't tell me, just get it. We need to get this dealt with. Meanwhile, I'll find the leak, find it, and plug it.
You'll ensure that the leak just happens to draw a weapon so your guys can plug him full of bullets. Dumb move. Dead men can't talk. Hopefully you'll figure out that you need him to before you do something stupid.
Mark didn't bother to say goodbye. He signed off, set the phone gently in its cradle, and moved to a bank of built-in bookshelves on one wall. In a few quick movements, a queen bed folded out horizontally and settled. In fewer than 3 minutes, Mark collapsed onto it, sleep creeping over him until he grew fuzzy-headed. The doorbell rang just as Shin jogged down the stairs for his morning run. Got it, Rena. Don't call me that. His smile grew as he heard the mutter all the way from the kitchen. Sounds like some kidney failure problem. But the sight of Emmy Chen on his doorstep nearly choked him.
What are you doing here?
He hissed. I'm sorry to bother you like this, but we have a bit of a situation and need your help.
Who is?
Serena's model wife persona draped over her with almost frightening precision.
Hi, can I help you? Alex was just off for a jog.
That's code for I'm not letting a woman like you around him a minute longer than I have to. Smart woman, Anna.
I'm sorry, but I need to speak to Alex. She let the name hang between them, waiting for his wife to catch on.
It's okay, Rena.
Don't call me that.
All playfulness disappeared, and the edge in her voice sliced through a corner of his heart.
Where's Mark?
This time, Serena, would he ever get used to calling her that, pulled Emmy into the house and shut the door behind her. Her eyes darted around the house to ensure none of the kids had been awakened before she pushed them into his office. Once the door was shut, the show began.
Mark, you're kidding me. We're supposed to have a new life, a new one here, one that doesn't involve creepy people from his past showing up for no reason. People get suspicious. Just get out of here.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Park, but I can't do that. Alex might be able to help us with something that could save a man's, possibly someone else's too, life.
I don't care. He said, Mark said, once we got here, and Alex gave him all the information he had, that we'd be free. Well, Alex did, so get out.
He pulled her into his arms, holding her even as she resisted him.
Shh, we can't just ignore these people. They got us out, set us up here. They gave us a new start. I am glad you see reason, Mr. Park.
Ms. Chen turned to Serena.
You're free to go back to whatever you were doing before I arrived.
Serena missed the not-so-subtle order to get out. Each word dripped with unveiled sarcasm as she folded her arms over her chest and announced, I'll stay in case I can help. With that, she plopped in the chair beside the window.
You'll leave now, Mrs. Park.
When Serena leaned forward with a glare in her eyes that should have struck terror, even in Emmy Chen, Alex feared he might have to physically stop a catfight. It didn't happen. Ms. Chen pulled out a G-19, 4th gen if he knew his guns, and swung it from about a foot over his wife's head to the door.
As I said, you'll leave now. You will show my wife respect in her own home. And you show respect to me. We both know that if I'm here, she cannot be privy to our conversation. It's not safe for her or us.
Siding with someone other than his wife, Alex almost groaned. It never turned out pretty.
She has a point.
If someone were after me to give them information, they'd torture me longer to get it than if I just told them.
Her eyes closed and she exhaled as she heard herself speak.
And then they'd kill me, wouldn't they? They'd have no reason to keep me alive.
Without another word, she stood and moved to the door. Just before she slipped through, Serena sent one last glare in Miss Chen's direction and said,
If you ever show up here again, I'll call the police. If they need Alex again, tell Mark to come himself.
Serena's words did reignite Alex's initial curiosity.
Why are you here instead of Mark? It's complicated. Needless to say, you will be speaking with him today. I'll go help your wife in the kitchen,
she replied as she set up a laptop, a tiny one, with Skype. He wanted to argue, to point out the insecurity of something like that, but as she set it up, she continued her instructions.
You will have very little time to answer. No chit-chat. Answer direct questions as briefly as possible. The connection will disappear for 29 to 72 seconds after each one. Flynn is monitoring your service, so we hope to flag any piggybackers.
With that, she left. Shin waited, staring at a screen that produced more fear than he should have felt over something as simple as a video chat. A voice, so quiet he almost couldn't hear it. Alex leaned closer.
I can't hear you. Let me get the volume.
A whisper.
Headset.
He glared at the giant headphones Miss Chen had left beside him.
Hate these things.
Once they'd settled over his head, Mark's voice was almost loud enough to hear reasonably well.
I still need to turn it up.
No, let's get to work. First question. Have you ever heard of Molokov?
Alex blanched. The screen shifted to offline.
Why can't I see him? Has he had surgery to alter his face? Proves I was right. We were right.
When Mark's voice returned, he continued as if 48 seconds hadn't passed.
I'll take your response as a yes. So then, can you tell me why he would care more about capturing a man who he thought downloaded financial records than just killing the guy?
Again, Alex felt what little blood was left in his face drain into the pit of his stomach. It churned. 5 seconds passed before Mark said,
Answer the question.
Sorry, a bit of a shock. If someone downloaded financial records, they have the encryption codes.
Fear froze Alex as he waited for Mark to return again. This time, he understood why the disconnect. Mark's tech person could route it through different paths each time. Harder to find that it was happening, much less trace and decrypt.
Smart.
Mark's voice came over the program again once it reconnected.
Tell me about these codes.
His eyes closed.
Remember how I told you that North Korea sells old intel to the Russians after they've used it?
Yeah?
Well, they sell encrypted intel, and they sell the codes separately. Everything.
The connection fizzled again. His hands shook as he waited for yet another reconnection.
I'm so dead. They're going to find me. I should leave now. They might not go after Brandy or Serena and the kids if I turn myself into them.
You're safe, Alex.
Mark assured him as soon as the connection reset. 69 seconds this time.
Feels like a death threat.
Well, it's not. So, why would Molokov want an accountant for encryption codes?
He had to be careful. There were things he hadn't told the American government. Mostly things he'd guessed. He'd bet his life on being correct about most of it, but he'd felt justified in keeping to himself because it was all supposition. He had to tread carefully, very carefully.
Look, I'm giving you opinions rather than first-hand fact. I'm extrapolating from years of dealing with these people, but they sold lots of intel to the Russians over the years. They wait as long as they can before handing over the decryption keys for a price. If I were Molokov, I'd send those encryption codes in something with lots of numbers.
Spreadsheets.
Exactly.
Thank you. Please apologize to Serena. I'm sure Emmy showing up must have been unsettling at best.
At that moment, a burst of laughter reached him from the kitchen.
5 minutes ago, I would have said I agreed. Now, sounds like they're BFFs.
Women,
Mark muttered before signing off. Alex closed the laptop with shaking hands and set the headphones on top.
Yeah, because there's nothing weirder, scarier, more unpredictable than women.
26. The scene looked and felt ripped from every B-spy movie ever made. Rippling water in a pond where the last frogs of summer, the ones determined to stick it out just one more night, croaked their feeble song of goodbye at just mere feet away from a park bench, dimly illuminated by a nearby lamppost. One man jogged to the bench and dropped on it as he mopped his face with the neckline of his shirt. The autumn breeze skimmed over the surface of the water as a homeless man ambled over to the bench and stared at it before sitting on one end. his arms wrapped around the backpack he carried as if it contained his life, his world. Anyone observing would assume it did.
What'd you find out?
Mark wanted to scream at the lunacy of the entire meeting, but he needed the anonymity that came with it.
The fewer people who ever see this face, the safer all of us will be.
The man, FBI Director Conway no less, spoke again before he could.
Nice night for a coon hunt. If I hadn't seen your face when I sat down, I would have sworn you weren't who I know you are.
Instead of replying, Mark cleared his throat.
Sorry, a line from a movie my wife likes. Usually works well for an icebreaker. Jim, are you feeling okay? Is there vodka in your water bottle?
The man laughed. Something about that relaxed him. Exactly what Jim Conway probably intended. Make him relaxed enough to miss cues. Feeling a little ridiculous, Mark checked his chest for red laser dots. Feeling good. You have to have something for me to drag me out here with this ridiculous cloak and dagger garbage. What gives?
Just necessary.
Mark shifted, pulling his battered fedora down a bit farther.
Look, this is what we've managed to uncover.
This isn't your job, Conway interjected. Your job is protection, not investigation.
Yeah, and this time my client needs both. Considering one of the agencies nearly got him killed the other day, we're glad we didn't leave it to you guys.
How do you... Never mind, you know your people. Mark relaxed a little, mollified.
We did an internal investigation of every client and agent, checked security cameras everywhere, and reviewed dossiers that couldn't possibly be connected. It's not in the agency.
Appreciate the reassurance, but it's not necessary, Cho. I know you. Don't like you, but I know you. If you say you're clean, you're clean. Mark's jaw worked. He hated the idea of having to deal with yet another relocation, but couldn't see how to avoid it. Once he opened his mouth, the deal would be sealed.
West is going to disappear.
Not on your life, he's got...
He never had it, Jim. He isn't the one who down...
He had the laptop on the day it was downloaded. This much we know.
It was downloaded while in his possession,
Mark agreed.
But it wasn't downloaded by him. He tried to recover the flash drive it was on, but couldn't.
Mark paused for emphasis.
We recovered that, too.
What? Conway turned to face him, but Mark bolted. The man's voice was too loud. Thankfully, just as he rounded a large tree, he heard Conway talking to himself, to his phone.
Good cover. See you on the other side of the park.
Mark shuffled off across the grassy areas, hiding behind trees any time he saw a shadow shift, and made his way to the bench nearest the pool. The lights of the city twinkled around him, but Mark curled up on the bench, hooked his arm through the straps of his backpack, and used it as a pillow. In the other hand, a copy of the thumb drive. The waiting commenced. 10 minutes. 15. The hardness of the bench made Conway's gaffe all that much more irritating. At last, the steady tread of running shoes alerted him to the FBI director's likely approach. Seconds before he arrived, Mark tossed the thumb drive onto the path. Conway stopped to tie his shoe.
Got it, he murmured. Sorry, wasn't prepared for that. Stupid mistake. Whatever. Look, is my girl safe? Can she go home?
48 hours. Give us 48. If you don't hear from me, she's good.
Encryption?
The man sighed. Fine. 96.
Deal.
Mark didn't move. 5 minutes. 10. After 15 minutes, he shuffled off toward his car. Near a garbage can, he dumped the hat. Near one by the car, he dumped the newspaper-filled backpack. 15 minutes later, he called Keith with the good news.
She's safe, most likely. 4 days and we can let her go home.
The sound of a gurgling brook took a bit of the sting out of such a ridiculous meeting.
How's our not-so-homeless woman? Doing better. I think she'll be fine. She's come alive since we arrived, hitchhiked even, although the poor fool didn't know it. I barely convinced a trucker to follow them.
He laughed and added,
You should have seen her when she saw the state of the greenhouse. She's actually worked a bit in there, using the kid's flashlight. Kid? Yeah, a local kid has a weird fort, a travel trailer hoisted up in a tree and strapped down. That's where she's staying. Odd. Bizarre, actually, but how close to the others is this? Half a mile or so, maybe a mile. It's quite a ways out there, but I haven't walked it in the day. Don't trust my judgment at night. And you can't walk it in the day. Just curious. Sounds optimal for her. Mark mused. What about you? Staying warm enough? Yep, but seriously, I want a good meal or 3 already.
Just before he hung up, Mark added one more thing.
I'll send someone to meet you by the bridge on the highway. Tomorrow night. She'll bring a burger.
Flynn?
Mark shook his head and smiled. No, sorry. Flynn's kind of busy right now. Call me after dinner and let me know how it went.
One last call. Mark made just one more.
Flynn?
Yeppers.
Oh, brother.
Ignoring the excessive perkiness from a gal who hadn't had much more sleep than he had lately, Mark gave her the next day's marching orders.
Visit Erica. Tell her to meet Keith at the coordinates I'm sending you tomorrow night at 8, with a hot hamburger, fries, maybe chocolate shake.
You're letting a civilian...
Seriously, girl, we're all civilians.
Still, he knew what she meant.
It's far enough away that we don't have to worry about it. No one would follow her there, and she's not going to assume we're housing someone in a closed community like that. The risk already is ridiculously minimal as it is. Just being cautious.
Which is why you let her go. Keith's gonna love this. You're a good man, boss. Anything else?
Call Claire back for a briefing.
Mark choked on the thought and signed off.
Where do you get this stuff?
Flynn stumbled blindly to her front door and peered through the hole that never told her anything worthwhile. This time, only blackness.
Who's there?
Flynn, I'd appreciate it if you'd open the door.
Mark?
Inside would be better.
She jerked off the chain, unlatched the deadbolt, and pulled the door open. Before she could apologize for being too sleepy and muddle-headed to see through the peephole, gentle fingers pushed up the sleep mask she wore over her eyes.
That should be better.
Oh, duh. Thanks. What's up it?
She stared blindly through the doorway into the kitchen and tried to read the sickly blue-green numbers of her microwave.
Soup's early-o in the a.m.?
That'll work, actually,
Mark said as he pushed her backwards to her favorite chair and helped settle her down.
I'll make coffee. Left of the stove, middle cabinet.
How do you know?
Flynn didn't bother to finish. He'd either profiled her in some way, asked someone she knew, or had watched her fumbling through. That was it. She grinned.
I moved stuff around at work to match home. He's good. Really good.
Just the smell of coffee set off internal triggers. She unfolded herself from the chair and went to heat up a Danish.
Want one?
Sure, I'll...
Nopes. Got it. Go rest. I'm awake now.
The minute he seated himself on the couch, Flynn asked the first question.
Good news or bad?
Both.
Deal. Can you drag my laptop out from under the coffee table right there? Get it booting? It did an update last night, so it's gonna take a bit.
From inside his jacket, Mark pulled out an iPad.
My iPad?
From the office.
Brought this if you need it.
And you are why I totes adore my job.
Being on her own turf gave her just a little leeway, or so she decided.
If I blow this, I'll never forgive myself. But he's so cute when... I'd say I totes adore my boss, but I think Claire might kill me.
There it was, the hint of red behind his ears. She stared at his mouth and almost missed it with only a profile to work from, but the corner of his mouth twisted in a partially repressed smile.
I should be mad at you for that.
You should, but you're not, because thinking about her is a great thing.
Two could play at this game.
She laughed, didn't even bother to keep it quiet so she wouldn't bother the neighbors. They could deal.
Yeah, except I won't be embarrassed. It's not as fun if you can't, get the other person all flustered. I can. You can't.
I'll let Tyler know.
He can. But sorry, not into you and not embarrassed that I totes puffy heart him.
There it was, the full smile. Flynn knew people found her vernacular on the annoying to extremely irritating side, but when not under stress, Mark found it charming, maybe even endearing, and with his new look, he could almost pass for a doting grandpa. She carried 2 plates to the coffee table and returned for coffee cups before settling back in her chair and sitting cross-legged in it. After tucking the ends of her fleece sleep pants around her ankles, she pulled the iPad toward her and said,
So, what's up?
We have to extract Keith.
Her eyes widened and her heart raced, but professionalism took over.
Can't do it. Don't have the manpower.
That's why we're going to get Ryan a new identity tonight. He's safe now, so let's get him out of protective custody and into a new life.
I've got him almost done. Just need to get a name. Everything's ready to upload.
Mark nodded.
That's why you are going to prove indispensable. Tyler was good, but you anticipate and act, so you're ready for me.
Someday it's gonna be a totes waste of time, but it'll be worth it.
I agree. His name is Terry Ryan.
Her eyes widened.
Same name?
He's the kind of guy who will turn every time he hears Ryan. I thought about doing Brian, but I thought...
Not good. You're right. If someone mistypes or something, yeah, soup's smart. Okay.
She jumped up and pulled a trash sack from a wastepaper basket. A false bottom twisted, and she retrieved a thumb drive.
Can't be too careful.
Smart girl.
Flynn heard what he didn't say.
Not necessary, probably, but safer than sorry.
One after another, she added names into documents, files, everything.
Do you have his accounts covered? Are they ready for me?
He's got enough to live comfortably for a year and pay for the entirety of his architectural education. The rest is in an offshore account.
Awesomeified.
She winked at him, but he was intent on his phone.
Okay, here are the numbers you need for his credit cards. Ready?
Shoot.
For an hour, she finished up all the details, uploading a social media life that would take a hacker of epic proportions to unravel.
So, what does this have to do with Keith?
Mark stood and began pacing.
We need Brian to help take him. Claire can't do it. We'll need 3, so Karen and Tyler.
But we've got that new case that could blow up any minute. You need a couple of women on that, and Tyler isn't ready to try to outwit and take down Keith. He's a totes adorbs guy, but come on, Keith?
She raised one hand.
Tyler?
Up went the other.
Keith?
Tyler's hand plummeted to her lap.
No contest.
I told Will he could pull Paris and Henry tonight. We'll bring them into this assignment. Between them and Brian, we can get Keith out.
She passed the iPad to him.
Just have to finish putting up the year packets. He was a little late on the Facebook game. Didn't join until 2011. Didn't even give him a MySpace or Bebo. Added him to Twitter in 2012. No Instagram, but I did give him a LinkedIn back to 2007, and he's had a blog since 2005.
What does he write about?
His microbrewery addiction, his dissatisfaction with corporate life, and his inability not to choose girlfriends who hate him.
20 minutes after Mark finally left, Flynn crashed into a deep slumber where Keith was dragged into a safe house only to be slaughtered by a Russian mob waiting inside. Paris rolled over and trained an evil eye at the door. The pounding came again. She dragged herself out of the bed and didn't bother to fumble for her filmy and sorry excuse for a robe. If it was Mikhail, well, he'd been a gentleman. He probably wouldn't take her short silky nightie as an invitation when he hadn't actually been invited. If it was Henry, well, he deserved every uncomfortable moment that he got for waking her at that time of morning. whatever time that was. Henry almost pushed through the door the moment she opened it. The words flowed from her in a surprising moment of clarity.
Couldn't you have just come in?
And find you and Stalin in bed? I don't think so.
I'm an agent, she spat. Not a prostitute. When will you get that through your head?
You are again, anyway. We're out of here.
What?
She peered at him through gritty eyes and then grinned.
Really?
Paris didn't even wait until he'd finished nodding before she began unzipping his jacket.
Come on. Where are they? Ah, see?
I know you too well, she crowed as she grabbed her own clothes from inside his jacket and dashed into the bathroom.
Tell me you brought shoes.
A double thump hit the bathroom door just seconds later.
There you go.
Her eyes stared at her reflection as she combed through her hair with her fingers, despite the brush inches away, and tied it up in a half-stretched-out hair tie. Baggy t-shirt, faded pink with "Exercise your right to be silent, now," on it. Gray sweats, bleach-stained, of course. She gave herself one last glance in the mirror and said,
That's more like it.
If she had any doubt, the moment she stepped out the door and saw Henry look up from throwing her stuff into suitcases cleared it. He grinned.
Could have my partner back.
Did you text Mikhail yet?
Henry jerked his head to her phone on the bed.
Thought you should approve it.
She snatched up the phone and read it.
Genus. Daddy just got back and said he has to be in Paris, the real one, by day after tomorrow. So we're catching a plane to NYC tonight. I mean, what's with that? So I guess I have to cancel. See you around. Thanks for a great time. Burnin'. What?
Paris deleted the last 3 sentences, the ones that would absolutely tip off Mikhail but had clearly been a cathartic moment for Henry, and pressed send.
Let's go.
He lugged a suitcase off the bed and pointed to 2 more.
Do we have to take all this junk?
Mark spent a bundle. I'll give it to Milan. She'll love it.
He gave up trying to load everything and dragged it out the door.
I'll go get a luggage cart.
But Paris grabbed the phone and ordered one.
Man, I felt like Milan at that moment.
You don't look like her anymore. Thank whoever you're supposed to thank when you're not religious.
Her eyes snapped up.
That's it. You don't hate the makeup or the clothes. You hate that it makes me look like my sister.
When you're you,
Henry agreed.
It's easy to forget that you have an evil identical twin. There's just something seriously wrong with identical twins being such polar opposites.
Paris giggled and pocketed her phone.
Did you know she used to tell people that I copied her, even in the womb? Wouldn't even get my own egg. I had to steal hers.
I thought you were born first.
I was, but try using that as proof of first conception to a lawyer.
She swept the bathroom for all cosmetics, the abandoned brush, and her toiletries before dumping them in the overnight case.
So glad to get out of here.
She eyed the things she bought at Malakov's store.
But I'm keeping those, if Mark says I can.
Henry's face fell.
Why?
Because I can sell them on eBay for a fortune. Some poor schmuck gets a great deal, and I get the better part of $10K.
She rushed for the door as a knock came.
I might just get a decent car out of this assignment.
The sun rose over Salt Lake City as Paris and Henry began debriefing. They each sat before a video camera answering questions that flashed on the screen and narrated their version of every event they could think of. Henry had just begun his take on the situation that made him question Paris's loyalty when Will burst into the room.
Rockland, Flightly Z11. Mark needs you to help extract Keith tonight. Extract? Voluntary?
Will shook his head.
He's sending in Brian, but it'll take all 3 of you to get him. Do your debriefs on the way. It'll have to do. Turn them into Mark. He'll get me copies.
Henry grabbed his jacket and bolted. At the door, he hesitated.
3 of us?
Paris is going with you.
Yes.
27. Headlights zoomed toward him, but Keith waited. hiding in the shadows of the concrete bridge that covered the narrowest part of the brook he'd followed to get there. It zipped over the bridge, and 2 red eyes glowed before disappearing in the darkness as the vehicle zipped around the corner. Time made staccato jerks around the face of a clock, somewhere. More headlights, from the wrong direction. It whizzed past, and Keith gave it one last glance before settling in again. But the road and engine noise quieted too quickly. He peered over the bridge and watched as someone crawled from the vehicle now parked a few dozen yards up the road. His eyes narrowed as he tried to focus.
That shape looks like...
The silhouette turned, and his heart leapt.
Erica? What the heck is Mark thinking?
His thoughts slammed to a stop as he analyzed them.
Don't go there. It's too easy to justify just slightly more offensive words, and just slightly more.
His heart demanded that the word was innocent, innocuous. And perhaps it was. Keith had never cared. He knew, for him, the word represented a slippery slope into language too easy to adopt in his line of work. When she'd grown close enough, he hissed,
Erica, down here.
Seriously? You just about made me dump this Coke all over me.
Keith stuffed down the rising frustration at his demolished attempt to be quiet and chose to go with, glad to see you. He jumped from rock to rock, 3 large ones, and landed on the other side of the brook before rushing up the embankment and wrapping his arms around her.
Hey.
Seriously, this is great. Glad you're happy to see me, but you're flattening your burger.
He didn't even hesitate. And at that moment, Keith realized how much he cared about her.
You're worth it.
Erica stepped back, stared at him, and passed him the bag.
I think you mean that.
I do.
Flynn says you haven't had a real meal in days.
I haven't.
Her lips found his for much too brief a moment.
I'm flattered. Eat.
He led her down to the edge of the brook and sank into the damp grass. He pulled his reflective blanket from his backpack and passed it to her.
Sit on that, and you won't ruin your car seat later.
Thanks.
Erica settled next to him and leaned into him as his arm slipped around her shoulders.
Gorgeous out here.
If it was safe for these people, I'd absolutely move here. Ralph isn't trying to create a Christian community, but the core group here by the main tower are all just really strong, encouraging people, willing to do the hard things because they love each other. It's amazing.
But you can't move here.
If he didn't know it was contrary to her personality, Keith would have assumed that she'd sniffled.
I can't. Would love to, but I'm technically a target already. Can you imagine what kind of ugliness I could rain down on this place?
She sniffled again. No doubt about it.
Can't say I'm sorry. I think I'm allergic to the grass or something growing by this water.
A sneeze blasted and drowned out his reply. Keith dug into his backpack and pulled out a roll of toilet paper.
Roll of Kleenex?
I have a friend who says that. Thanks.
He'd nearly finished the salad plate-sized burger when he noticed a shift in her. She stiffened. Instinct drove him to hold fast.
Thanks for coming. The food is great. I needed some serious protein. Raw fish is just gross.
His chuckle rippled through her. Keith felt it in a slow, steady relaxation again. Just as he squirted, one-handed no less, a glob of ketchup on the now empty burger wrapper, Erica pulled away from him and wrapped her arms around her knees. Discouragement shrouded him in an instant.
This is bad. I don't know what I said, Lord, but she's gonna bolt. She seemed happy to see me, but now...
A lump welled in his throat, and tears unbidden and unwelcome, stung his eyes.
It was a risk, loving someone who doesn't believe. I'm glad I kept it as simple as I could. Thanks for helping with that. I'm sure I would have lost myself otherwise.
Keith? The whispered question in just a name. How many times had he done it when wrestling with something? Asked his father, his mother, his grandfather.
How can you stand it?
Against every self-preservation-induced instinct, he allowed himself to rub her back in slow, lazy circles.
Stand what?
You said that when you're a Christian, you're a new person. The old one is gone. I think I read that section somewhere. If someone is in Christ, something, all things are new.
Close. I think it's, therefore, if anyone is in Christ, he is a new creature. The old things passed away. Behold, new things have come.
Yeah, that one. How can you stand it? I don't want to give up who I am. The old me goes away. Who I am changes, and I don't want to change. I like who I am.
As his mind whirled to find the right answer, a truthful one that would still appeal to her as a person, if possible, Keith offered her a fry. Nothing profound presented itself as the perfect solution. Instead, Keith spoke from his heart.
Look, I don't know if I'm right about this. Biblically speaking, I can only tell you what I believe from reading the Bible and seeing its fruit in my life and in others' lives.
Let me have it.
Assuming you believed, okay? Assuming you yielded your life to Jesus.
Keith?
Something in her tone choked him.
Yeah?
Cut the religious jargon and the qualifiers and just talk to me before I decide this Jesus stuff isn't worth it.
Okay, I can do that.
He tried to hide the hope in his heart.
I believe God made you who you are, and because I believe that, when he makes you a new creature, he strips out the old man full of sin and decay and makes you new.
But he created me, so the new is just like he built a barn and got it all old and weathered, so he shored it up, fixed the broken boards, and gave it a new paint job?
A barn, eh?
Erica snickered.
Sorry, must be the location. Stupid analogy, but I'll take it.
Heard a preacher compare women wearing makeup to barns. He said even an old barn needs a fresh coat of paint sometimes.
If you weren't living out in this mess, I'd dump your Coke all over you for that.
Timing may have been horrible, but he didn't care. Keith wanted to remind her that he cared about her, not just her spiritual condition. She may assume the wrong order of preeminence, but that was her problem. So before she could speak again, he kissed her cheek, lingering, inhaling the faint scent of coffee in her hair.
Best perfume there is.
What is?
Coffee, as long as it's in your hair.
Someone has been deprived of human contact for too long.
Despite the sarcasm in her tone, Erica also sounded pleased.
Truth,
Keith insisted.
just happens to be a bit sappy, too.
Night closed in around them. They huddled together, jackets warming their bodies, the closeness and contact warming their hearts. Keith knew he should go, should have gone after the first half hour, but he couldn't make himself do it. Just as his conscience overrode his heart, she exhaled low, slow, quavering.
Sometimes there's a little part of me who wants this.
Wants what?
The God thing. So many times I've almost said, okay, I'm in. I'm God's. I'll do it all.
His heart leapt into his throat as his spirit hip-hopped to the Hallelujah chorus. Her head turned toward him, but in the darkness, Keith couldn't see her eyes, read her expressions. But before he could try to assure her that it had been done for her, Erica continued.
I know I'm supposed to believe, duh. I think I do, actually. Well, most of the time, anyway. And Dad said telling me about it was his confessing Jesus. Something about how if we don't confess him, he won't confess us.
Okay.
Shut up and just listen to my brain, and then tell me how stupid I am, okay? So then, I'm supposed to repent. Something about all perishing if we don't. I assume that's hell.
She paused and grabbed a handful of grass before throwing it into the brook. Most of it ended up in their faces.
Ugh!
Yes, hell.
At first, I really hated the idea of hell.
Most of us do.
He felt it. Impatience.
I have to acknowledge that I'm listening somehow. 4 little words, Erica. Work with me.
But then I kind of got it. It's like if sin is really as horrible as God sees it, then it's justice and punishment in one. Justice because we killed Jesus. Punishment for being so messed up as not to accept that he did it for us.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Just wish I was sure about it all. Anyway, so then there's this whole repentance thing. I googled that. Definition is to be sorry for wrongdoing.
Well,
Pretty sure you're still not shutting up here. I feel like Nicolas Cage in National Treasure. You're Abigail, if you haven't figured it out. You just can't be quiet, can you?
okay, but we'll discuss repent when you're willing to let me talk.
Don't think we'll need to. There was another entry debunking that. It said in the Greek, the word was like this military term which meant turn around. Sounds an awful lot like retreat to me, but whatever. Maybe it's retreat from the bad. I can go with that.
She hesitated.
I suppose we only repent of the wrong things, though. I mean, if I'm not a thief, I'm not going to repent of not being a thief and start stealing or anything.
His fingers twitched. The ache to speak almost killed him, but Keith just nodded.
Okay, fine. What? What are you trying to stuff back?
You asked for it.
He stretched one leg, then the other. His backside already felt numb, probably from the damp ground.
Okay, you've got the right idea with repentance, but I'd say it's more like turning from being 100% independent to being 100% dependent on Jesus.
Which scares the stuffing out of me.
Thanks for that.
Welcome.
Her voice quavered, but she continued without even a breath, a hint that the real problem was about to surface. The words came out in a ragged whisper.
Then there's this part of me that says, you're just doing it because you want Keith.
Yes. Oh, man, you have no clue what you just said. Man, I love you, Lord.
Hip-hop morphed into an entire ballet troupe pirouetting through his spirit.
You may speak now. Reassurance would be great, but I'd prefer truth.
How about a question?
Arg, Socrates died centuries ago. Millennia, I think.
With a chuckle, Keith added,
It's necessary, I promise. So, if you took just out of the sentence, then it's true?
Is what true?
At first, he thought she was stalling, but her cocked head hinted she wasn't joking.
You said sometimes you think you're just considering Jesus because you want me. So, take out just. Is it still true?
Well, yeah, definitely. Of course I want to be with you, and that would make me want to do it.
Good. Glad to hear it.
He gave her one more quick kiss on the temple before he continued.
Okay, now, take me out of the equation. Pretend I told you I'm done with you. Gonna marry someone else or something. Are you going to walk away from Jesus since you don't get a 2-for-1 special anymore?
All excitement slowly fizzled as he waited for her to reply.
Okay, I might want to. I might. But it'd be because it means you've been a total hypocrite about things. And well, I know we all are hypocrites sometimes. I'm not saying we're not. But because you haven't been a hypocrite in that area, and that's the one I don't know if I could forgive.
Okay.
She stood and began pacing. His heart stopped and then started again when she said,
No, that doesn't change the Bible, and I think I believe the Bible enough that it wouldn't push me away. Yet.
Do you not see? You believe. Why can't you see it? I'm going crazy over here, and you're talking about whether scientific research makes sense to you.
Did I tell you that I figured out why Dad's belief makes so much sense to me?
Words refused to form. Where someone else's belief fit into the program, Keith didn't know or care to know. He ached to get back to the point.
Yeah, it's because it's so him. He's not afraid of dying and going to hell. That's what bugs me about so much salvation stuff I see on TV and on the internet.
Been doing more research than I thought. No wonder you have this all mapped out already.
Doesn't do emotions. He doesn't fear hell. He doesn't love Jesus and get all googly emotional. He looked at the facts, chose to believe, and lets God handle the rest. I think that's why I trust his faith. And it's bizarre because with you, I know it's a bit more emotional, but that fits you. If it was only logic with you, I might not trust it. And that's why I don't know if I trust me, because if it's just a way...
But you said it wasn't. You said if I walked right now, you'd still believe because the Bible didn't change just because I became a big jerk.
But...
Keith jumped up and pulled her into his arms.
Weirdest semi-conversion experience ever. All I can think of is kissing her, and it's not just because I love her. It's weird.
She relaxed and started to speak again, but Keith preempted her.
But see, then it's not just because you want to be with me. It might be part of it, that's true, but you're letting that little part overshadow the real issue.
I've tried to
Pretending that it isn't an issue makes no sense, Erica. You can't ignore the reality that we can't be together indefinitely if you don't believe, any more than you can divorce your need for Jesus from the same fact.
How long they stood there, he didn't know, didn't care. But at last, she kissed him, and with it, Keith almost felt a goodbye. A final goodbye. His mind protested, his heart resisted, but truth didn't fail him, wouldn't fail him.
Gotta go, she whispered. I know I've been out here longer than Flynn said I could.
She gazed up at him, searching his eyes for something he knew she couldn't see.
You're sure this is safe for you, for the client?
Yeah, I bet tomorrow I get a call to let her go home.
Is that why they let me know? She's already out of danger?
Turns out she never was. Could have been, but the right people knew the wrong things and vice versa.
He retrieved his blanket, stuffed it in his backpack, and passed her the paper bag and wrappings.
Can you toss this for me?
Sure.
Training ordered him back to Annie's trailer in the tree. But just one last hug, one last lingering moment, a kiss, and Keith tore himself away.
See you soon. 2-3 days tops, I'd say.
I'll hold you to that. Bye.
20 yards away, he turned as the lights from her car came on. He waited, watched. As the red taillights finally disappeared into the night, Keith turned again and started back toward Hearthland.
Greenhouse first, but I'll bet she's not in there yet. How she doesn't get caught.
But before he could reach the greenhouse, a message buzzed on his phone. Tell her she can go home. Stay by the trailer until morning, just in case. A bit weird, but he'd take it.
I said 2 or 3 days, Erica. How about 12 or so hours?
Shuffling, scratching, Annie rolled over in the uncomfortable trailer bed and growled. Gertie, just go home.
Gertie's not here, Annie.
Her heart refused to beat. She swallowed to moisten her throat again. How? Understanding slammed into her and knocked the wind from her.
Oh, of course. Why did you even let me go?
It was safe. Look, can I come up?
At least there's some semblance of courtesy. Can't complain about that. Yeah, come on.
Seeing Keith's silhouette overpower the little hallway of the trailer as she fumbled for a flashlight turned an annoyance into something ominous. I have to go back, don't I?
I'm afraid you do.
He cleared his throat.
Unless you have somewhere else you'd rather go. You're probably safe to hit Portland again as long as you avoid Russian-controlled areas and Molokov's store.
What? Keith crouched down, a deliberate attempt not to tower over her, and waited until she adjusted the flashlight before he added,
"It's over. You're safe. You can go home."
As in I could sleep in my own trailer tonight?
"Yep." He rose. "It's been a pleasure, Annie. I really liked our theological discussions. You stretched my faith."
Not sure how I did that, but glad to help.
She whispered.
I just wish I knew what I believed.
"Ask God, Annie. If you really want to know, ask God. Read what he said about himself."
With that, he was gone. With that, her life returned to normal. With that, she suspected if she ever did what he suggested, it would never be the same again. 28. A twig cracked. Keith flattened himself against a tree and peered southeast of him. Nothing.
Gertie, Rory, Annie, dear.
He'd almost brushed it off as normal or his imagination when he heard it. Silence, followed by the soft rustle of grass on a windless night. He scrambled up a tree. Another crack, this time by the trailer. Keith relaxed.
Has to be Annie. Bet she forgot something, like her key or her jacket.
But no, she'd been wearing her jacket. He climbed down and moved toward the trailer, just in case. Mark's orders to stay close had seemed excessive. Now he thought maybe it wasn't such a bad idea. When he reached the bottom of the ladder, a shoe alerted him to someone's presence on it. He backed away, right into the pointed barrel of a gun. He whirled and jerked the gun out of a man's hands and stared into a face, one he recognized but couldn't name. A slug to the jaw sent the guy flying. Another man advanced.
"Brian, on your left."
Brian tried to tackle him.
"Who? Why are—"
Just as Keith stepped aside and prepared to bolt, the first guy lunged. Keith slammed to the ground but rolled out of reach and landed a kick that sent a grunt and a growl of fury into the night.
"What's—"
Brian stood with gun pointed.
"We don't want to knock you out, Keith. Stand down." "Not on your life."
The other man lunged.
Henry Hawkins? Henry Hawkins from Salt Lake. What's he doing here?"
"I don't want to have to shoot."
"Well, you're gonna have to. Then you can drag my butt wherever you want me. That'll be—"
Keith lunged as he grunted.
"Fun."
He landed a solid hook on Henry's jaw as he debated where to run. 2 against... No, wait. There was another one on the ladder. 3. Just as he thought it, someone landed on his back. Someone small, lithe, and with a killer arm grip that he knew too well. He'd be out in 5, 4, 3...
Paris Furman. Should have known with Henry here.
Blackness shrouded him. His last feeling before completely losing consciousness was the satisfaction of knowing they'd have to carry him. Paris lowered him to the ground and stepped away.
Get him shackled before he comes to, or we'll have to put him out and carry him after all.
"Hate this,"
Brian muttered as he assembled leg shackles and cuffed Keith's hands together and then to the belt loop on the back of his jeans.
"He's an agent."
A stream of profanity polluted the night air. Keith stirred.
Well, he's also one who hates that kind of talk, so just stuff it and get to work.
Paris snapped. He heard them, knew he should fight back, but his body wouldn't cooperate. Not unusual after a sleeper hold. Someone, Paris from the size of the hands, rubbed his chest and back. A moment later, she massaged his neck.
Come on, Keith. Let's get you out of here.
"Set up, Mark."
The words felt wrung from him.
Mark sent us, yes,
Paris murmured.
He knew you'd never come in by yourself.
"He knew wrong."
Brian's face loomed over his.
"Yeah, well, we told you to come, and you fought, so yeah."
Speaking intelligently, thinking at all, almost impossible. But even in a semi-disassociative state, Keith managed to blurt out,
"You attacked me. You said to stand down after you tried to take me out. What did you expect me to do?"
"He's got a point," Paris interjected.
"Thank you."
But you still wouldn't have come in.
Paris helped him to his feet.
"I have Erica to think of. I'd have come, or at least disappeared."
3 heads nodded at that. Brian hoisted him to his feet.
"Come on. We'll get you to the safe house while Mark sends in SEALs or Rangers or something. We both know even Mark can't get that kind of cooperation just for this."
They were at a Jeep parked less than a mile away before Paris turned and faced him.
You underestimate Mark. I didn't expect that.
The call woke him from the first good sleep Mark had enjoyed in weeks. Keith was in protective custody. Ryan and Annie were safe. Their new clients may not even need them. And he had a date, that he'd never admit was one, with Claire after tomorrow's transfer of Ryan to his new home. The unknown on the caller ID didn't bode well for any further sleep.
Get your man Shin on the phone. I need to know what he knows about the plans for the bioweapon." "Jensen, great. I told you."
He blinked.
"Wait, you said you got..." "Well, we're getting chatter that is disturbing."
Mark pulled a new phone from a package in his drawer and dialed Shin's number.
"Hang on. What are you hearing?" "We have an agent. Name." "Moon. Worked with Shin Kim, who says we got it wrong and the chatter doesn't make sense." Shin, as Alex, answered with a sleepier voice than Mark's. "Hang on, Secretary." He sat on the phone to mute it and said, "Alex, it's Mark. Agent for Korea. Moon. Heard of him?" The sounds of rustling bedclothes hinted that he tried to move without waking Brandy. A door latch. They really took him seriously when he said not to fix squeaky boards or loud latches. Several seconds later, he spoke. "Seriously, Mark? When is this going?" "There's chatter that suggests we didn't stop the attack. Would this Moon that you worked with have access to accurate intel?"
"If it's Jin Ho, yes."
"Thank you."
Mark started to disconnect, but Alex's hissed, "Mark!" stopped him.
"What?"
"If Moon says there's an attack coming, there is. Why he's telling... Oh, man, they must have moved him into my spot, and he's working for you. I hope you have him well protected. Anyway, let me know if I need to start stealing lake water and boiling it."
"You still think water?"
"That's what they talked about. Always water. It has to be in liquid to be potent enough in small amounts. It weakens when exposed to air. That's why we were still working on it." Mark disconnected and pulled out his other phone.
"Got it. Moon's intel should be solid if it's Jin Ho Moon."
A volcanic eruption of expletives answered that question for him. Jensen started to disconnect when Mark said,
"Hey, ask your guy what the endgame was."
Seconds passed as the question was relayed to the spy and back. "They were working on making it airborne. That's why they stepped up this thing. Shins in the wind. They know we don't have it. How, I'd like to know. And decided to take their time to get it right. The last one was a decoy. They went with the intel they knew, so they had to throw out a red herring." The words made Mark want to scream in frustration.
"This is national security, not a stupid Agatha Christie novel."
Aloud, he said,
"I almost wonder if whoever let them know that the feds don't have him is the same one who nearly got my client killed. We've cleaned out the congressional mess, so it's gotta be in one of the agencies. There's a leak. Plug it."
Before Jensen could respond or end the call, Mark asked,
"What's the chatter? What are we looking for? I'll get my analyst on it." "Bet Flynn'll love that, analyst."
Hesitation. Mark smiled. Had Jensen been adamantly against sharing, he wouldn't have hesitated. This meant he wanted to tell, but liked to make it seem as though Mark's underhanded schemes forced his hand.
Look, all we know is the word crystal. I'll take that back. You hesitated because you have embarrassingly little to no information.
He groaned aloud.
Seriously? Why do you even bother with this guy?
Because he corroborated the intel we'd heard elsewhere. Something's happening in the next 36 hours that involves crystal, and will affect potentially millions of Americans.
Ages?
Didn't say, but we have to assume any if water is involved.
If water is involved. Water is involved. Water.
The words reverberated in Mark's mind as he tried to make sense of where his brain wanted to take him.
What do your analysts say?
Even as he asked, he sent Flynn an SOS text and pulled on his clothes.
Look, Mark, I've already overstepped. We just need Shin, and you know I have the clearance for it, so just let me help.
He reached into his fridge for a container of yogurt as he prepared to leave his apartment.
Crystal, why does that...
There, lined up like a row of death squad soldiers, half a shelf of Crystal Fountain bottled water saluted him.
Crystal Fountain bottling companies. They're all over the West, mostly in the Sierras of California and in the Rockies.
Already on them, but Moon is sure it's not them.
We're working on it.
Mark growled as he burst through his door at a run.
I'll call if we come up with anything.
The tiny cabin, the one farthest back from the rest, grew smaller by the hour. Keith sat, chained to the bed, one hand zip-tied to a chain of zip ties hooked to an old metal bed, and one foot serial chained to the foot. He had plenty of room to stand and stretch, but not much else. Paris hated the sight of it. At first, she'd hooked him to handcuffs with zip ties, a way to keep him safely attached without him breaking his hand to get out. But the constant need to sweep the room for anything that he could use to escape had become tiresome. Add Henry's constant barbs about how she couldn't have done the job while decked out for Mikhail, and she'd used up half the zips they'd brought just to give him space and her peace of mind. But many more trips to the bathroom will mean that it's back to handcuff time. She glared at Henry, who, of course, didn't see her. Henry's snarky comment still stung.
This is why the real you is better. Diva Paris would have had stupid bobby pins that he'd find and use to get away.
Of course, he'd quit trying to rip buttons off the mattress to use to pick the handcuffs. That was a relief. An empty vitamin water bottle prompted a thought, one she couldn't help but relish as she presented it to the others. Well, we can keep doing as we are. We'll be out of zip ties by sundown.
Mark should call before then. This was only temporary. He knows where the threat is, Brian argued.
We can't assume anything, Brian. You know that. So we can keep doing as we are, she repeated. Or I can step outside for bathroom breaks so we don't have to untie him.
3 men protested in unison. Henry, however, saw her plan, and as much as he groused about it, capitulated first.
She's right, guys. Not having to waste as many zip ties mean we all 3 stay in place. Mark will never let us hear the end of it if one of us leaves to go get more.
Keith threatened to use their beds like a toddler. Paris tossed him an empty bottle and assured him that it was common in hospitals.
Just ask Nurse Henry for assistance if you need it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go make us something for lunch.
Before she could step out the door, Brian's phone rang.
It's Flynn.
Everyone relaxed until Brian's eagerness clouded into fury.
You've got to be. Oh man. No. Crystal? Like the drug? Okay, anyway, let me know. We'll hang tight. Might need food if it's too long, though.
As Paris stood in the open doorway, Brian turned to them all.
Gonna be here a while. The operation has taken a back seat to bioterrorism. What?
Keith jumped up and nearly ripped the bed from the floor as he did.
Why are we wasting time here?
Taking you out of the crosshairs,
Paris interjected.
Whatever. Let's go help figure out what.
We can do that here. The threat has to do with water and crystal. Brian sank to the floor. They don't know. They just expect it to be millions dead if they don't find it. It has to be water. Maybe they're putting the drug in the water? Food was the last thing Paris wanted, but a few minutes to come to grips with the idea of such massive destruction, that she didn't just want. That she needed. 29. Mark turned on the news.
I knew there had to be another agent somewhere. I just didn't realize he'd be ours. Even Shin Kim didn't know he was.
I even checked him. He was clean. It makes me so mad. There were no ties to North Korea at all. His family has been here for like 3 generations. I can't see that there's anything going on at the Crystal Fountain bottling plants. Nothing. They seem shut down, but I'm telling you, something's up in Washington. It's even hitting news channels, Mark.
You almost sound normal when you're panicked. Well, we know it's happening in connection with water and crystal. Check any company that has crystal in the name.
The running commentary on the White House's ignoring of an accusation of reverse discrimination stopped abruptly. Breaking news. The Secretary of Homeland Security, Charles Jensen, has called an emergency press conference. Channel 12 was there, by coincidence, to capture almost an exclusive report. Let's go live to the conference in progress. Like to thank you for being here on short notice. We'll be uploading a video recording of this to YouTube, all government websites, and sending it to any news organizations that would like a copy. We have a warning. The terrorist threat has been raised to red. We have credible intelligence that suggests the target is the Chrysola bottling companies. We don't know if it's just the Chrysola soft drink or if all drinks manufactured by the Cola Marketing Group are contaminated. Do not drink any Chrysola drinks. Flynn's eyes met Mark's.
I should have known. No one calls it Chrysola anymore. It's Crystal. They tried to change it officially a few years back, but got flack because of the drug, remember?
He just nodded, staring at Jensen as the man tried to field frantic questions from reporters. A fortuitous pan of the camera on the audience showed one man throwing his bottle of Chrysola aside, his eyes panicked. Jensen noticed and assured him it couldn't have been one of the contaminated bottles. A reporter's question caught his ear. "Do you have any suspects in custody?" Mark leaned forward, almost praying for an answer in the affirmative. Jensen nodded. "We have managed to detain 2 men and a woman at 3 of the plants. We think those plants are secure and the product from them is safe, but we won't know without further testing. However, with 22 bottling plants across the United States, we have to assume any or all could be affected." Someone stepped forward and murmured something in Jensen's ear. He nodded, solemn but obviously relieved. "I've just received word that we've caught 4 more. Additionally, a truck of contaminated soda was prevented from leaving the Akron, Ohio plant." Another update from the man behind Jensen. Jensen blanched. "Yes, of course." He leaned forward and gripped the podium. "Fellow Americans, do not drink any Chrysola products regardless of when you purchase them." He pointed to the reporter in the audience. "There's an ambulance on the way to get you, sir. It's just a precaution. They'll test your bottle and let you know. It appears that some of the plants were hit a few days ago," he explained. "Those bottles have rolled off the trucks and are in stores." Mark slammed his fist down on the desk.
"Way to induce a nationwide panic. What are you thinking?"
Facebook just exploded. So did Twitter. Oh, Instagram. 3, 4, 7. It's all over the internet news, Flynn informed him. She waited for his eyes to meet hers. And I think it's totes smart to tell people not to drink it. What else can they do? They have to try to save lives.
The truth of her words didn't soothe the raw pain of seeing footage of panicked parents, teens, newspapermen, anyone in the vicinity of the press conference. The media, perfectly in their element, showcased every bit. His phone buzzed with an update from Jensen, one he felt was meant as a reprimand.
First confirmed death.
Lie.
Mark whipped his head around and stared at her.
It's soup's early for that. They'd have to be, prepared and have been looking for something specific for weeks. It's just an assumption.
Mark stared at the words and nodded.
He's trying to pin this on me because I helped Shin.
Jerk.
He wanted to smile. Mark stared at her, pain in his eyes, but he never did. A new thought slammed into him.
No one asked who did it.
Told not to, probably.
A moment later, Flynn's eyes filled with tears.
Remember when I asked you why you weren't in government stuff since you, totes rock at this?
Yeah.
This is why, huh? You can protect one person or a family from even an unknown threat, but a whole country?
You got it, Flynn. That's exactly it.
A tally box appeared on the screen at the bottom right corner. In small print, suspected hovered over a giant block word, deaths. At present, it showed 14, then rolled up 2 more. Beside him, Flynn shuddered. Mark started to slide an arm around her when the door burst open and Tyler and Claire rushed into the room.
Is this the Shin Kim thing?
Claire stood before him, trembling. Mark watched as Flynn flung herself at Tyler, her emotions finally spilling from her, right onto his shoulder in a torrent of tears. After a second glance at the screen, another concerned, lingering glance at Flynn, Mark grabbed Claire's hand and pulled her into his office. The moment he shut the door, he retrieved his phone and turned on his TV. Claire didn't even turn to look. Her eyes remained trained on him.
It is, isn't it? We missed it.
Her voice trembled as the supposed death toll rose to 22. Employer-employee proper protocol dissolved in the wake of tragedy. Mark pulled her into his arms and held her.
Claire, it wasn't our job to catch this. Our job was to get the Kim family to safety. We did that. The government stopped what they knew. This isn't on us. We did our job.
And people are dying like flies. 32.
Mark prayed his words were true. Prayed like he meant it, like it might mean something to someone.
Claire, look at the word there. Suspected. They don't know. It's just a guess. People have unexplained deaths. They ask if the person drank crystal, and if they did.
They report it as a possible death.
She agreed as if trying to convince herself.
Yeah, that makes sense. Stupid news. They're always sensationalizing everything.
The screen flashed, and the presidential seal appeared as a camera panned back from an empty podium. Claire turned in his arms, but held his arms around her waist. Mark wanted to believe she chose to have him close, ached to believe it against all his conscience's objections. But reality insisted that she probably needed him close, regardless of her personal preferences. An anchorwoman read her teleprompter in dispassionate tones. Understand that the president will be addressing the nation in just a couple of minutes on this horrific tragedy. 64 possible deaths linked to the crystal contamination. We've been told he will explain the link to the terror threat level increase, as well as if that level will come down. Meanwhile, a word from the CEO of Crystal and its affiliates. A large man, with jowls that shook like church hills, stood before a bank of cameras and read a prepared statement. We at Cristola are deeply grieved by the compromise of several, if not all, of our facilities. We have one confirmed death linked to the toxin found on the persons of those trying to infiltrate the Birmingham bottling plant. That death was that of a federal witness that required an extensive autopsy, or we wouldn't...
Flynn was wrong. There is a confirmed death.
She said not for a few days.
Mark explained Jensen's accusation and Flynn's opinion. But before the reality could sink deep into his heart, the CEO finished with,
"Our hearts are with the families of any victims that we've yet to learn about, and we will—"
The words cut off abruptly as the screen shifted to the flashing lights that came with the president appearing at the podium. He nodded, flashed his trademarked smile, horribly out of place at that moment but an obvious habit, and gripped the podium with more than resolve. Mark leaned forward, his chin almost resting on Claire's shoulder as he watched. His heart stopped.
"He's holding on for strength, not emphasis,"
he murmured. Claire's whisper brushed against his cheek. "He's trying not to cry. Look at his lips." Mark's arms tightened around her as the president began.
"Fellow Americans, I have a speech that my fabulous writer, I'm supposed to pretend doesn't exist, has provided me, but I can't do it.
He swallowed, his eyes closed, and said,
"It's not politically correct, and I'll probably take a lot of flack for this, but everyone here knows that I'm a man of faith, and for those who are with me, please pray as well. Everyone else, feel free to stick your fingers in your ears and do the la thing."
His country roots are showing again, Claire murmured. He will get flack for this.
"Father, be with our country today. Hold us, guide us, comfort us. Help calm the fears and give wisdom to those who have to manage this crisis."
They couldn't hear it, but the president's lips moved to add Jesus' name before he murmured,
"Amen."
The man's eyes rose and swept the room.
"No one has been more shocked and saddened by the news I received a little while ago than I am. I'm late for this conference because I received more news. My daughter has been taken to the hospital for testing after seeing the warnings against drinking the cola known by most as Crystal. This tragedy hits me at the core of who I am, and I think it is true of my fellow Americans as well. So, while I'm sure I could talk about my fears all day, let's get to what we know."
He tapped the screen.
"Okay. Now, I'll go back to this speech so that I don't forget the important facts and so my writer doesn't fear for his job."
An awkward ripple of light laughter, perfunctory, preceded the rest of the speech. Mark and Claire listened, horror-struck, as the president rattled off information that news desks live for and citizens endure while they wait for the basic facts. Those came in almost staccato-like bullet points.
"Okay, so the gist. What we used to call the Reader's Digest version back before Twitter became the king of brevity. First, this is an act of terror against the United States, and all evidence points to North Korea as the source of the attack. Second, as far as we know, only the Chrysola plants were affected. It appears that the Koreans chose this as the easiest way to distribute the bioweapon to as many Americans as possible. Next, every American needs to turn in any cans, bottles, or syrup bags of crystal to the authorities. Take it straight to your local police station, call for pickup, anything. You will be given a receipt, and the Chrysola Company has pledged to refund every bottle turned in. Checks will arrive in 6 to 8 weeks at the latest. And down go the stocks for Chrysola. They already took a 20-point hit. This is going to tank them."
Mark pulled his phone from his pocket and zipped a text message to his investment manager.
Are you buying?
"It's a good investment, and it will help the company. Win-win."
Claire turned and looked up at him.
I knew you were a good man, but...
"It's not altruism, Claire. I'm going to make a lot of money when this mess is over."
Money that you'll help to use people like Ryan and the Kims.
"And to buy Flynn a Burberry coat. I think it's next."
The words flew from her mouth with reckless abandon, with no thought to the hint they could be misconstrued as.
Good thing you don't have a wife, or she'd be expecting some seriously amazing rocks to celebrate.
Mark began to tease, to drag clues from her, just for the fun of it, of course. But the tally on the screen crossed to 101.
Look.
Her body sagged.
All those people, if even half. And just from drinking their favorite soda, even Keith.
She spun in place.
Mark, Keith loves that stuff. If I knew it and I was extracting him, I'd have him some on hand.
He'd already hit Brian's name on his screen.
Don't drink Chrysola. If you've got any, dump it. Now.
Brian swore and ordered Paris to jerk the can from Keith's hand before saying,
Why? What? Contamination. The bioweapon. Did he drink?
Seconds passed. Seconds in which Claire went from shocked panic to soft weeping.
Tell me he's safe, Mark. Lie. I can handle that better.
Brian's voice filled his ear.
He swears he hadn't had a chance yet. He was trying to use the tab to saw through the zip tie. Hand the phone to him.
The moment he heard Keith's voice, Mark steeled himself against the betrayal he'd probably hear and said,
You're sure? No absinthe. I'm parched. If I'd even taken a sip, I wouldn't be. I started to take a drink and saw that tab and lost all thought. Trust me.
Only a second passed, one in which it sounded like he swigged a drink of something, before Keith added,
So, when am I out of here? I told Erica. Well, we were bringing you out today, but it can't be before tomorrow now. Maybe the next day. Just hang tight. We'll get word to Erica. She's expecting to hear it from me. She's expecting to see me. And you'll have to deal with the fact that it can't happen.
Mark disconnected the call and pocketed his phone. He punched the volume on the TV as if it would drown out the desperate tone in Keith's voice. Claire backed away from him and crossed her arms over her chest.
Is he still in danger? Can't we just leak it to the North Koreans that he drank their Kool-Aid?
Very funny. Don't push me away, Claire. You know this is necessary.
Her demeanor shifted from resistant to... what was it? Mark's eyes searched hers, looking for some sign that she'd forgive him someday. She chewed her lip and stepped a fraction of an inch closer. All wrong, unquestionably inappropriate, but Mark reached for her hand.
Claire,
The words never came. Claire flung herself at him, weeping.
I'm scared. I'm not cut out for this job.
Mark risked a brush of his lips across her hair before he said,
Claire, if you weren't, then you wouldn't be cut out for the job. What you do with that fear, how you let it motivate and direct you to safer ground, that's what makes you the good agent you are.
30. The fifth water bottle in the past 2 hours dropped at his feet.
You might want to leave, Paris.
Seriously, Keith, that's just gross. You need...
Okay, I've had to do it before.
Keith reached for the water bottle nearest him and grinned as she bolted from the room. If he'd expected irritation from Henry, he didn't get it, but Brian had been surprisingly irritable about his unwillingness to let it rest. Like that mattered.
I've got to get out of here before Erica gets ticked. I'll barely make it on foot if I get out now. As it is, I'll have to hitchhike.
If he'd been a swearing man, Keith would have indulged. Sawing at the plastic zip ties with a twisted-off zipper pull. Slow, tedious, worthless work. It wouldn't. Work, that is. But he had to try.
I have to be able to tell her that I tried anyway.
Prayers jerked from his heart with each slice of 8-inch rough metal.
She said she liked that I wasn't that kind of hypocrite. I can't fail her. I can't.
Keith?
His eyes rose and sought Paris.
Yeah.
Your girlfriend isn't going anywhere, so you can stop ripping at that tie.
I told.
I know you did. I heard you tell Mark. I also know that with this kind of garbage going on, She's going to be more glad that you're alive than caring that you were a day or 3 late from when you guessed you'd be.
Truth rang through the words, but the memory of Erica's fragility, that near readiness to step off the cliff and into the arms of Jesus, assuming she hadn't already, kept him from embracing it. All he could remember were the words that hinted he could tempt her to reject the Lord. He sawed harder until another truth slammed into his chest.
She knows about the zipper pull.
Discouraged, he dropped it and hung his head in his hands. Paris moved toward him, and in a flash, he saw an opportunity. The moment she reached his side, Keith pulled her into a chokehold.
Turnabout,
he gritted through clenched teeth,
is fair play.
His eyes met Brian's.
I know how to crush her larynx. Cut me free.
She struggled, kicked, threw every move at him he expected and a couple that almost took him by surprise. Keith didn't waver. All he had to do was shift his arm to the left and he'd cut off blood supply. In front, he'd cut off air. The men advanced. Brian raised his tranq gun, but Paris shook her head. He watched her communicate with Henry, and his heart sank as Henry pushed Brian's arm down.
They know I won't do it. That's the worst thing about your colleagues holding you hostage. They know you.
Keith released Paris and dropped to the bed.
When am I supposed to get out of here again?
Was supposed to be today, but the thing with the bioweapon.
Brian stepped forward and glared down at him.
You owe her an apology.
I will apologize on my own initiative, Brian.
Paris interjected before he could say anything.
Don't.
Keith's head whipped around, and he stared at her as the woman laid into Brian.
Don't speak for me. He did what any of us would do. I knew he wouldn't hurt me. You knew he wouldn't hurt me. But we're supposed to be professionals here. This guy just got his life ripped out from under him. He's a client right now. We don't demand things from our clients. Our job is to protect them, even if it's from themselves.
She reminded both of the men still holding their guns in their hands.
Just back off. I'd be more concerned if he wasn't doing everything he could to get out of here. It's like training. Use it.
Keith ducked his head and murmured,
I am sorry, though, Paris.
Oh, shut up.
Mark hadn't slept in 72 hours. Bleary-eyed, he watched the death toll rise and fall on the Sun News Network's 24-hour news channel. When it changed 3 times in the space of a minute, he decided to try sleeping again, but a new box popped up. Confirmed deaths.
57. It's bad, but it's a whole lot better than the 3,500 in the other box.
The newscaster announced Korea's latest denial of the charges of espionage and bioterrorism. The UN met to discuss new economic sanctions levied against North Korea. The military had already been put on alert in South Korea. We'll keep you up to date with the latest information coming out of the White House and the Pentagon.
In other words, you have no news, but you want to seem like you care.
He spat. Flynn stepped in the room and nodded at the screen.
Deaths are down, so to speak.
Yeah, I'm glad they did that. Reported versus confirmed. When did they change that from suspected to reported?
She shrugged.
Sometime last night, I think.
Flynn cleared her throat and asked,
So, do you think they got all the plants protected in time? I mean, to prevent any more of this? Are they going to target somewhere else?
I don't think so. Shin said there was only a limited amount of the viable stuff available. It takes quite a while to run through all the sequences. North Korea has the ability to do it, of course, but I doubt they'll try it again anytime soon. They'll probably keep working on finding an airborne strain that is strong enough to survive and use it that way.
I found something.
She crept closer and held out her iPad.
I covered my tracks pretty well. I don't think they can find me, but that's the screenshot I snagged from Jensen's computer.
Mark's throat went dry. Hacking into the Department of Homeland Security wasn't something he could justify to a congressional oversight committee.
You're sure?
I had to know. You can fire me, but since I did it, check that out first.
It listed 6 people cleared, not working for North Korea. It listed a dozen more classified as no longer persons of interest. The only person it still listed as guilty of espionage against the United States of America, Shin Kim.
They're going to want him.
Flynn nodded.
You won't, will you?
I won't. And no, they won't arrest me for not telling. I know too much they don't want shared, but I need to tell Alex Park that he needs to keep his life quiet and content up there.
So, do you think people are sick of hearing about the death toll yet?
Sick?
Mark shook his head.
People are morbid. As much as they truly may feel sorry for the families who have lost someone, they are also eager to see those numbers change.
But we have to get Keith out, and Brian needs to be moved. We can't just totes sit around on our butts all day waiting for everyone to, die so we can do our jobs.
Until that moment, Mark hadn't realized that she'd spoken more like a staid teacher and less like her usual perky self in the past few days.
Good to have you back, Flynn. Call Brian. Get Keith out of there. Let's get to work.
The Jeep rolled into a driveway and idled as the garage door opened and engulfed it moments later. Keith stepped out of the vehicle, still shackled, and waited. Brian slit the zip ties from his ankles and reached for his hands.
Should make you stay like this. Might teach you a lesson.
Quit fighting for me, Brian. It's insulting. Even Hawkins knows better than to pull that garbage.
Keith shot Paris an amused look and stepped aside as his wrists were freed.
I'm out of here as soon as I can. Did anyone call Erica?
Mark's got her covered. She expects to see you tonight.
Paris smiled as she jerked open the door.
I envy you. About her, I mean.
A flurry of activity greeted them as they entered the kitchen.
Hey, Ryan. Having fun?
I feel like I'm in another world. This is crazy.
Tell me about it. Did they get you set up with a new life somewhere?
Yeah, I'm going. Keith shook his head.
Don't tell me where.
No, I know. I was just going to say I'm going to study architecture. Always wanted to. No more accounting for me. Agents that Keith had never met ran over their agendas. Someone shouted, T-1 hour.
Better get you set up,
the woman closest to him insisted. The process looked ripped from a movie as people set them up, trained them, and then cleared away the mess. Agents packed bags of supplies away and left the building. Time. It would never pass quickly enough. The silence drove Ryan to talking about everything from the stupidest things he'd done over the years to his greatest dreams. I think I want to get married. He glanced at Keith. Think that's safe?
Where you're going? Sure. No one will think anything of it. Flynn is great with identities. If you're being sent somewhere, it's because you have a new personality reserved for you that would be almost impossible to crack. You'll be great. Find someone special and marry her.
You know, he sat on the arm of the beat-up old couch in the family room and stared off into space. I really liked Deanna. Probably loved her, but that's hard to remember.
You've got a funny way of showing it, beating her up like that.
Ryan's head dropped. I know it sounds crazy after all I did to her. I was scared, you know? He ducked his head even lower. They would have killed us both. I was terrified.
Fear makes people do stupid things.
Keith agreed. Yeah, something like that. Ryan's fingers twitched around a pen. You know how I wrote a letter to Annie?
Yeah.
Despite Ryan's fumbling attempts to act calm, the man's fear shook his hands, his lips. Can I write one for Amanda Atworth? I want to tell her how sorry I am. Keith pulled a piece of paper and an envelope from a nearby drawer and pushed them across the table.
You can. I'll do my best to get it to her, but Ryan... I know. She won't forgive me. Why would she?
He stared at the paper for a few seconds before clicking the pen and beginning to write.
But I owe Georgia that much.
As Keith watched Ryan write, he kept one eye on his phone, waiting, watching, praying.
Give him the right words, Lord. That's a hard one to live with, even when you're trained to.
Just as Ryan sealed the envelope and passed it to him, Keith's phone buzzed. First camera crew, looks like it's on its way. Time just moved up 20 minutes. You ready? Keith glanced at a nerve-wracked Ryan and nodded.
Yeah.
Team's heading in the minute the van rounds the corner. Helo on its way, too. At Ryan's questioning look, Keith asked,
Ready to die?
Ryan attempted his own bit of humor.
Let's get this death on the road.
A laser appeared on Ryan's chest. Keith nodded.
Looks good. Just be sure to swallow that pill or you'll still be groaning when the local Leos show up.
Leos?
Erica would kill me for that. Law enforcement officer. Most'll be ours. Some might not be. You can't move. Swallow.
The moment Ryan nodded, Keith gave the signal. A bullet ripped through the narrow glass window beside the front door and slammed into Ryan's chest. He stumbled, staggered back a step or two, and crumpled to the ground.
That is crazy painful,
he gasped. Keith squeezed the blood packet and wiped his hands clean.
Okay, time for me to go. Nice knowing you. Stay out of the pockets of criminals next time.
With that, Keith moved out front, gun drawn, and swung it in an arc. A TV crew rounded the corner. Keith nodded, and a bullet ripped through his shirt and into the vest that would save him from a night or two in the hospital, at best. He stepped forward. Another hit. Lower, but still in the vest.
I hate being the professional here. I want to swear. Use words that deserve a lye soap to remove. Ugh.
As he dropped to the ground, he punctured 2 blood packets and prayed that the ants crawling 18 inches from him wouldn't divert to his path. Not twitching with ants crawling over you isn't exactly easy. The wait, agonizing. Thankfully, aside from ants that didn't seem to care about his existence, summer bugs were gone. No flies to buzz around his body. Not yet, anyway. No beetles crawling over or into orifices. Just a miserable wait as fake teams of officers and DHS agents swarmed the place. Crime scene tape, video cameras, CSI photographers. Never had the course of justice begun so swiftly. A team of U.S. Marshals appeared on scene. Keith heard the names, but they meant nothing. Probably Mark's guys. An hour passed, and it grew cold enough that he twitched. Fortunately, someone noticed and covered him with a blanket. Of course, that only made it necessary to breathe hot air. Somewhere close, he heard someone whisper. Was it Claire? Explaining the speed necessary to process the crime scene.
Need to understand that Mr. West was in federal custody and Agent Auger is a federal agent. We cannot waste a minute of time before the storm coming in contaminates the crime scene. So we're working first on gathering everything we can on Agent Auger.
What storm? The sky was clear. What's she talking about?
It didn't seem to matter. The news reporter demanded more information, but whoever had been talking refused further comment. As she passed, she added,
Another 20 minutes or so and we can get them off the ground.
Claire. Well, good. I wonder if anyone is going to notice that a cop at a crime scene just let a reporter cross the perimeter. Probably worth the risk, but still.
Despite Claire's assurances, another 3 hours passed before 2 agents, Brian and Tyler no less, loaded him into a body bag, onto a gurney, and someone wheeled him toward what would obviously be a coroner's van. A cell phone dropped onto his face just before they slid him out of sight.
Message for you from Ralph. Better call as soon as the doors close. Sounds important to me. Reporters crowded close to the line. Keith could hear them shouting questions. Another rattle, another shake to the van. Someone jumped up next to him and led the second gurney into the vehicle. As the doors slammed shut, he heard Flynn say,
"Say goodbye to your old lives, Keith and Terry."
From the bag beside him, Keith heard Ryan's muffled, "Still can't believe you named me Terry." Keith snickered and pulled out the phone. He unzipped the top of the bag from the inside and inhaled cool, refreshing air. With one arm, he fumbled for the gurney next to him and found the zipper pull.
There, is that better?
Yeah, thanks. Still feel groggy. While Ryan rambled in a drug-induced, nonsensical stupor, Keith pulled out the phone and read the text message with a wide grin growing.
I need to get to Hearthland, now.
We can't.
After what you guys just put me through, you can, and you will, now.
It took a bit of finagling, but once they passed through the Turpin Street tunnel, Keith jumped out, the coroner's vehicle sped away, and Keith darted through traffic to an empty pickup with emergency flashers blocking the nearest lane. 31. Exhaustion, born of days of poor sleep in an attempt to escape, compounded with the adrenaline crash of his own murder, left Keith slower than he'd like to admit.
I need a vacation. 3 weeks, minimum.
He groaned to himself as he trekked along the brook. The trees provided cover, and Coleman lanterns ahead gave off an eerie light.
This is crazy. Get her to a church or a hotel. It's just crazy. Too cold for this out here.
But Keith could hear Annie's protest as if he'd heard it firsthand. "I want to do it now before I talk myself out of it. I want Ralph to do it. If anyone's going to be there, I want it to be our neighbors. So, call them out, and let's get it done before I chicken out." Keith smiled as he reached the tree he'd been aiming for and leaned against it. With arms over his chest, he watched, listened, prayed. A large group, mostly Hearthland residents, but Keith thought he saw Barney and a few others from the mission there, too.
Hard to tell with just silhouettes and an occasional face in the light, but that looks like Vi. Vi's a good woman.
A song began, one he'd never heard, drifted up from the bank and sank into his heart. "I heard the words of the Lord through the word of the Lord. He gave faith. The word became flesh, broken body, spilled blood for my sin. I believe. Turning around, following him. Nothing in life is worth condemnation. I repent. With my lips I praise. With my heart I commit. With my soul I cling to him. I confess. Wash me now. Wash me clean. Purify through the blood shed for me. Dead to sin, buried with him in baptism, raised in newness of life. He gave all. I yield all. Praise his name. Praise his holy name." Annie stepped into the water and almost tap-danced right back out again. Keith snickered as she grabbed Ralph's arm and dragged him in with her, demanding that he get this over with before I freeze my butt off. Ralph's voice, low and rumbling in the night air, made it difficult for Keith to hear, but he could have sworn he heard Ralph begin with, "Dearly beloved, we are gathered here." Funny, but fitting considering it's a marriage ceremony of sorts, joining her to Jesus' church, making her a part of the bride. It's beautiful, really. Never thought about that. Another thought blindsided him with the randomness of it.
Also never really considered that all Christian men get a sort of gender reassignment when they become part of the bride. I mean, it's not, but it is. Weird. And cool. And totally weird.
A spontaneous hallelujah chorus erupted as Ralph and Annie shivered out of the water and were wrapped in towels and blankets by those nearby. When the others began erecting modesty tents to allow Ralph and Annie to change, Keith gave one last glance back, heart full to overflowing with joy, and trudged back toward the little pickup Mark had sent.
Oh, taste and see that the Lord is good. How blessed is the man who takes refuge in him. Yeah, the psalmist was amazing when it came to word pictures.
He called from the nearest Denny's.
Sorry it took so long. I couldn't believe they took me.
The extractor is extracted. There's a certain amount of justice in that. I like it.
The breathlessness of her tone hinted she was scrambling to get out the door.
I'll be there in 5. Got a hat or something?
Yeah, I'm covered, literally. But if my grandma shows up, I'm dead meat on several fronts.
He heard the door bang shut and the sounds of her shoes slapping on the stairs as she jogged up to the street.
Are you afraid of being recognized? What about your family, by the way? Were they notified? How does that work?
They'll have to do a funeral and everything. Then a distant cousin will come back in their lives in 6 months. After that, people don't think much of it.
I'm going to have to cry at work. You realize that, right? Cry at work. You so owe me.
Keith heard the engine start, and before he could respond, she said,
I'm hanging up now. Don't have a hands-free thing, and I'm not killing someone tonight, even for you. See you soon.
When the server finally condescended to acknowledge him, the words came out rushed, curt.
It'll be 15 minutes, maybe more before I can seat you.
He disappeared. Keith stared at the mostly empty restaurant with bewildered curiosity and more than a little irritation. He stood in the reception area, flexing each of his muscles in an attempt to give them all a minor stretching while waiting.
Too long in the cabin. I'm all tight.
3 more people came in, loud, possibly half drunk, and demanded a seat. Keith shrugged.
Guy told me a couple of minutes ago that it'd be about 15 minutes.
The belch of alcohol-infused carbon dioxide from the nearest man's lungs answered the question regarding the sobriety of the restaurant's newest would-be patrons. A string of profanities and epithets followed. Keith stepped back.
Sorry, just telling you what he said.
Again, he stood off to the side, flexing muscles and begging the Lord for someone to come and let him sit, even if it meant waiting in the booth longer. That would be fine. Anything would be better than where he now stood. And if Erica had to come in... He strode to the restrooms, taking in the restaurant as he passed. People ate as if all was well. A glance through the pass-through showed one chef working double time and the server plating something.
No one else. There goes the idea of some kind of holdup. Is there really just one guy out here?
In the restroom, he stared at his reflection, curious.
Do I look anything like the pictures of me on TV? And how did Flynn do such a good job on that photo for the Secret Service? It looks a lot like me, but not quite. It's going to help that my official face isn't quite me. Wow.
As he strode back through the restaurant, he saw a bus bin sitting on the bench of an abandoned booth. He cleared away everything and dumped them in the booth. Back to the restroom, Keith grabbed a handful of paper towels, soaked them, and carried them back out again. With the table and seats cleaned, he seated himself and zipped Erica a text message. Just come in and turn right. Booth in the far right corner. Drunks up front. Be careful. Her reply came almost immediately. Thanks. Coming in. As she rounded the corner, Keith bolted from the booth before he could stop himself. They stood in the middle of Denny's, after midnight, arms locked around each other, unmoving.
Missed you,
he whispered after some time.
I'm just glad you're alive.
The server plowed toward them, and a booth of rowdy teens not far away, with arms full of plates of food.
Better get out of his way.
She started to object, but Keith murmured,
I think it's just him and one cook. Haven't seen anyone else.
He pulled her aside and gazed down at her,
You hungry?
Not particularly.
Keith grabbed her hand and pulled her outside.
We can walk, or we can drive. You pick.
Either, but what took you so long? Flynn sent me the message at 6 o'clock.
He pointed to his pickup and urged her to get in.
We'll come back for your car later. They're not going to have time to be calling tow trucks on parked vehicles tonight.
Deal.
She waited until they were onto the loop, going where he couldn't say, and asked the question again. Keith sighed.
Got another message. Annie was baptized tonight.
Annie? Who's that?
Former client. Safe now. Her friend sent me a message, so I went out there to watch, to be with them.
But you're supposed to be dead. This isn't the Emperor's New Groove. You can't just pull a llama out of a sack and say, oops.
Keith laughed.
I'll just assume that what you said is intelligible and call it good. But no, I didn't let them see me. Stayed in the shadows. They may never know I was there, but I do. That's what matters.
What was it like?
They were cold.
She unbuckled and scooted to the middle seat and fumbled with the buckle there.
There is one here, right?
No clue if it works, but yeah.
Keith's arm slid around her shoulders.
Old trucks are the best. Even the little ones like this had bench seats.
Her head rested on his shoulder.
So, now that it's over, can you tell me just how much in danger you were?
Downplaying it a bit might have diffused anxiety, but it would eventually bite him in the honesty department.
Well, they wanted me dead. They got it. If Mark didn't pull the trigger on my identity, they'd have put one through my head.
Mark is my new best friend. I owe him.
He found himself turning at random places until Erica asked if they should go back to her apartment.
Mr. Moretti can't see me, Erica.
Where will you sleep then? Oh no, I'm going to have to move, aren't I?
Why is that?
Because you'll never be able to come over. That's crazy. Man, I liked him too.
I've been dead less than 6 hours, and you're already changing your life around so you can be with me. I like this. I owe Moretti.
Keith?
Yeah?
Why'd she get baptized tonight? Why not wait until tomorrow or go somewhere warm? I mean, why not Sunday? Why tonight?
At that moment, despite the exhaustion that probably meant he shouldn't be driving and the words he knew he'd missed, Keith knew one thing. She believed. Definitely. She may not be ready to confess it, but she believed. She'd hinted at it, almost admitted it, but this question at this time, with all the things they could think about, proved to him that she believed.
Everyone's different, Erica. Some people wait for Baptism Sunday, where everyone who has believed throughout the year gets baptized. Others do it the following Sunday or on Communion Sunday. Some churches do it immediately. Maybe Ralph's a part of one that does it immediately.
That's what they did in the Bible, isn't it? Immediately? Or is it just written in sequence so it seems like it was immediate?
That he'd never considered.
I don't know. I've always liked baptisms to take place as soon as possible. Next day if it's super late and no one is awake. I like believers to be there with you. But even in the Bible, we only read about one midnight conversion, so it's not like it happens that often to be a deal breaker. I understand why others do it at different times.
Why once a year, though?
He'd never considered why. Churches just did it, and convenience seemed at the core of it, but a new idea occurred to him.
I suppose it could be symbolic of Pentecost. 3,000 got baptized that day, one day of the year, so maybe.
I want to do it immediately-ish.
Keith tried not to let out a roar of jubilant praise. Tried and failed.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Lord. Woohoo!
Is that like a Commando Guy's version of Hallelujah or Praise the Lord?
Yeah, sure.
He pulled over to the side of the road, jerked the truck into park, and wrapped his other arm around her.
What do you mean, ish?
Well, Annie did things like right now. I think I can wait till morning. But something got me thinking.
Keith almost exploded with excitement and joy. How he ever blurted out the words.
Thinking about what?
He didn't know.
Well, Ralph isn't like a minister or anything, right? You said he just runs some community, like an investment thing.
His heart flopped and did cartwheels as he anticipated her words.
She wants me to baptize her. That's cool. Awkward maybe, but cool.
Erica's voice jerked him out of romantic ideas that had little to do with spiritual things at all.
Oh, sorry. No, Ralph isn't a minister, just a guy.
So, anyone can baptize?
Depends on who you ask,
he admitted.
A lot of the older denominations and Catholics are firmly in the only a priest or ordained minister can baptize camp. Others, less orthodox, don't care. I've heard some people say that the Bible doesn't even say it has to be a Christian, so anyone can do it. Technically, that might be true, but I think it'd strip some of the meaning from it, you know? You want people who understand witnessing such a big change in your spiritual life. Dead to sin, raised to newness of life. That's some serious stuff.
Do people who think it's not right think it's not valid if it's not by someone ordained?
The conversation, weird.
Who cares whether someone thought it was valid at a time like that? Most converts are ready to dive into any body of water, dump a bottle over their head, or run through a sprinkler to get the job done. And instead of asking about sprinkling versus immersion, she's questioning the validity of who does the deed.
Keith inhaled slowly and answered on the exhale.
Catholics probably don't. I don't think they recognize civil marriages even. Might be wrong about that. But I think everyone else would accept it, unless it's one of the churches that requires it for membership. Sometimes they have you get re-baptized for that.
Well, that's just stupid. Baptism, if I read the Bible right, isn't something we do. It's something God does to us. So, if I'm right about that, re-baptizing is just saying what he did wasn't enough. Not going to a church like that.
Well, there are various kinds of baptism.
Keith tried to explain.
Well, I'm only doing the buried with him in baptism one, not touching the rest.
No reason to get into it now. If she wants me to baptize her, I'll do it. Jesus met people where they were. She's obeying. That obedience of faith thing. That's what matters. If we're wrong, you can show us, right, Lord? Through your word? That's all we need.
Keith?
She pulled away and nearly ripped his heart out with her. Panic set in. He had to force his breathing to remain regular, slow, steady.
I think you'd better take me home.
She pulled keys from her purse and wriggled one off the ring.
Here's a key to my parents' house. I told them you might be coming tonight. Oh, and that you're dead.
What happened to baptism? Is that what the ish was? Soon, but you're not ready? Does that mean you're just getting your ducks in a row in case you do believe, or do you really believe and are now planning the rest? Man, why can't I just ask you? Why are the words stuck in my throat?
Keith cleared his throat and reached for the ignition.
Didn't mean to push, Erica. I'm sorry.
Who said anything about pushing? She stared at him, only the lights of the dashboard illuminating any hint of what she might be thinking.
You just wanted to go so abruptly.
Keith, you've been yawning every 10 seconds. Your speech is slurred, and seriously, you feel so good that I'm about to toss all the religion I just got in the past few weeks out the window. So yeah, you'd better get me home before one or more of us does something stupid.
After a comment like that, Keith didn't bother trying not to kiss her. As seconds turned into the better part of a minute or 3, his warning lights flashed, his knees buckled, even sitting down, and his heart pounded until he just knew she'd make a joke about knocking it off. The moment they separated again, Keith pointed to the far passenger seat.
Probably best to stay over there.
Yeah.
They drove for the next 10 minutes in silence until Keith begged for her to talk.
I can't stay awake.
Stories of crazy customers at work, the new cafe romance, and the bad movie she'd seen while waiting for him to come home. They all filled the miles until he pulled into Denny's. Oddly enough, the sight of the restaurant reminded him of something.
Did you find any good open houses?
About 6, but 3 sold. I marked a few new ones tonight, though. Saturday?
Absolutely. I'll have more facial hair by then. I say we make out in the kitchen of one. That might freak out someone.
Her laughter. Man, Keith had always expected he'd be a closet romantic, but Erica had proven it. He walked her to her car. They stood, arms around each other, for longer than they probably should have. He'd already imagined when he'd tell her he loved her, right after he pulled her from the water. What better memory?
Hey.
Her breath tickled his neck as she murmured,
Got a question for you.
Here it comes. First baptism. Never thought I'd do that.
Do you think my dad would agree to baptize me in the morning?
Keith choked. He stepped away and gazed down at her.
Only one way to find out.
His mind raced to revamp his plans while his heart handled the confusion of whether or not her question disappointed him. Erica kissed his cheek.
Thanks.
He waited until she opened the door, still debating within himself, but when her eyes met his again, he stepped closer once more, kissed her, and murmured,
I love you.
I know, but it's good to hear it, too.
With one hand cradling her jaw, he waited, hoping.
Yeah, I love you, too. Shocker.
32. Long pews stretched across the small auditorium, just one row. How they managed to have an aisle for weddings, Alex Park could only wonder. He stood with the rest of the family, mouthing the words to a song his wife and daughters sang with gusto. Couldn't she have picked some place with a piano, maybe a guitar or two, a set of drums? Why no piano, for crying out loud? A glance at Austin, no, Drew, showed the same question in his son's eyes. At least they don't sway or wave their hands like they've got to go to the bathroom. It could be worse, I suppose. The song, one taped into the back of the hymnal, celebrated a clean slate and a clean heart. Alex's study of the church's theology at least kept him from making faux pas in discussions before and after Sunday school. He'd even made a parallel to the witness protection program. The best thing about Jesus, he'd explained to the class as the teacher called on him, is that we're protected now. It's all gone. We get a second chance. But not just in our old life. It's like we're in the witness protection program like you see on TV. That line had earned him a kick from Serena. As long as we follow the rules, we're going to have it easier. It's harder for the enemy to get to us. We have to let him in again instead of being a slave to him, like a mobster. Personally, Alex thought his analogy had broken down somewhere in the middle, but a few nods around him kept him from feeling like he had completely blown it. And the teacher had even pulled out a further analogy about how, like with WITSEC, the program/Jesus was a gift. Alex didn't have the heart to point out that usually people have to give something in return for getting a new start. The teacher probably would have argued that fell under the dying to self thing that this church liked to talk about. A lot. A tug jerked him out of his thoughts and back into the pew. As much as he hated Sunday mornings, Sunday nights, Wednesday nights, and occasionally Saturday events of a widely varied nature, there was something to be said for the instant community. His kids had friends. Within the first 2 weeks of church, his wife had a morning Bible study once a week and shopping buddies for weekends. She'd even learned how to shop with Kohl's cash like a pro. As his eyes slid down the pew to the interested faces of most of his family, Alex relaxed a little.
I am grateful for the second chance, a chance to start all over.
The minister's voice broke through his thoughts.
Song always reminds me about how our God really is a God of second chances. Like the song says, he just wipes that slate clean.
Smiling eyes met his from the pulpit, eyes that shook Shin to the core of his being.
He can't know. He can't. We mess it up, the minister continued, and he keeps pouring the blood of Jesus over it, wiping it clean. He takes care of it for us. He gives us a chance to start over. Keith Schaffner.
He tried the name on for size.
Not too shabby. I can deal with that.
Mark spun the page to his Facebook profile.
It's kind of a spin-off of Auger. Shaft, Auger. We just went with close. Oh, and we only started it back 2 years. You're a social media late bloomer. Not much at first, then slowly more and more. Nothing with Erica. You can add her later, if she agrees to the changes. Changes?
Though he knew he should know what Mark meant, Keith stared at his boss, confused.
She can't be in a relationship with you and work at the same place. In fact, she really should move out of Rockland. Brunswick, Ferndale, Fairbury. Because her employees and some of her customers know me. Yeah.
He stared at the paperwork and the iPad before him.
I can't ask her to do that, and I'm not ready to ask her to marry me just so it's worth the change.
Keith?
His head snapped up. Flynn stood, arms crossed over her chest and an unnerving look in her eyes.
Yeah?
I already told her. She didn't say it, but she's totes gonna do it. She wants you more than that job.
I can't ask.
Don't,
Flynn agreed.
But if she volunteers, you don't hurt her. I'll kick your butt. And Tyler's teaching me now, so don't think I can't do it.
That's almost adorable that she thinks she could. I'm not going to hurt her, Flynn. Not if I can help it. But that's all I can promise.
The rest of the team filed in, and the dual case debrief began. Mark began with the latest updates on the Chrysola problem.
From what I've learned, the guy, Moon, has managed to keep his position with North Korea. He got word to them just as the final raids took place. One of their people got away, but it looks like the vial was broken. So, good to have him in there.
Still can't believe I missed him. Epic fail to the max.
She grinned at the shocked faces around her.
Been watching 80s teen flicks. Grody stuff.
Groovy, you mean? Brian muttered.
No, I got it right. Totes grody. Dandruff on the table.
Flynn shuddered. She picked up the previous discussion as if it hadn't been interrupted.
But seriously, I checked that guy.
Keith shook his head at her and gave her an encouraging grimace. If a grimace can be encouraging.
Look, I've been there, done that. Don't beat yourself up for it. Sometimes people are just that good. Look how well they handled the Lucy thing. They're just too good. We'd all be gods or something if we were perfect.
Her eyes widened, jaw dropped almost to her lap. Flynn stared at Mark and blinked, repeatedly and slowly.
Duh, he's too good. That's what was wrong with him, and I missed it. He's too good. There weren't any blips, nothing that didn't fit. Everyone has something that doesn't fit.
Okay.
Mark pulled the discussion back to the group.
Thought you'd all want to know that Annie is good. She's settling back in. Even got baptized last night.
His eyes moved to Keith.
She's not the only one, right? Last night? I don't know.
Keith stared at the desk, aching to shout it to the world, determined not to blast the group with Jesus.
But this morning, right? Erica got baptized too.
Claire jumped from her place and scurried around the table. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders, kissing his cheek and squealing so loud he thought she'd burst his eardrum.
Yay! You can date her!
That's not the primary source of my excitement, but yeah, Keith admitted. Don't get me wrong, he added when a few disbelieving looks bored into him. I'm thrilled that I can kiss my girlfriend without guilt now, okay? But if I have to choose between Christian or girlfriend, there is no choice for me.
That's great, Keith. Karen beamed. I thought you guys were cute the minute I saw you together in that cabin. Oh, isn't this sweet? Brian threw him a look. Sorry, man, but you're not the only one wanting out of here to spend time with a hot girl, so can we get this debrief on the road? I know we've got 2 new cases coming, and Mark is gonna make you take off 2 or 3 weeks, so that means the rest of us, so move it along.
Let's see, Flynn?
The Shin family is doing great in their new home. There haven't even been many hits on Shin yet. I know they'll be looking soon, but for now they're laying low, probably because of the terrorist thing. And the longer they have to keep quiet, the better for the Shins. Or Kims.
She sounds professional when she needs to. Interesting.
Oh, and we were worried about backlash because he's obviously Korean, but his papers say South Korea, and it's kind of a reverse 9/11 thing. People don't want to point fingers, so they aren't accused of being racist or anything. A few old-timers there might be rude, but I think they're pretty safe against any retaliation. Only a few white supremacist groups are targeting Asians right now.
Okay, Mark interjected. I see Brian's eyes glassing over, so a couple quick run-throughs, and if your paperwork is all submitted, you're free to go. First, West has made it to his destination, and surveillance tells us all is well. Second, Henry and Paris are back in Salt Lake.
Claire's hand shot up in the air as she interrupted.
Just who are Paris and Henry? I heard their names a couple of times and never got to ask.
All eyes turned on her, but before Keith could warn her to ask later, Tyler spoke up. I know something that you don't know, and you've been an agent longer? Mark glowered at him.
You were an intern in the office for ages, Tyler. Of course you know more.
He turned to Claire.
We'll talk about it later.
What the? No way. Everyone here knows. I can tell. Come on, Flynn.
Even Keith swallowed hard at the look Mark tossed her.
Trust me, we'll talk about it later.
He waited for Claire to erupt again, but instead, she nodded slowly and sat in her chair once more, a self-satisfied expression on her face. Keith's eyes bored into her, but she never noticed.
You aren't going to be privy to something any of us don't know. It just hasn't come up yet. You're the last, kiddo. You need to take this with grace. It's a test. I'm sure of it. Okay, Mark said at last. This meeting's adjourned.
As much as he hated to do it, Keith brought up the issue that bugged him the most.
Forgive me, Brian, but it's important. Real quick, did we get the leak? Did we find who outed Ryan? That's kind of important on at least one of these upcoming cases.
The way Flynn ducked her head and the way Mark's lips tried to tighten despite his orchestrated, relaxed features told everyone in the room the answer. Mark stood.
We have not yet received confirmation, but it does take time for them to get back to me. If I don't hear within a week, I'll remind them that we need to trust their ability to control their agents.
He gave the room a reassuring nod and pointed to the employee lounge.
Get your mail from your boxes and get out of here.
He paused by Claire's chair and murmured something into her ear. If Keith knew his cousin like he thought he did, she'd have a pretty nice date that night to make up for the bad news of being the last to know something.
When is he going to quit playing around and just ask her out without a reason to do it?
Mark watched as Claire wandered through his apartment atop the Harbinger building.
Should have brought her to the Wexfield place. This is a bit awe-inspiring. I'm going to look like I'm either trying too hard or guilty. Hard to tell which.
Great view from up here. Guess you're not scared of heights.
No, that's not one of my fears. But if I were, I'd be in the highest building I could find, with a balcony, if I could pull it off.
Honor demanded he tell her what he knew would irritate her before even hinting about the attraction he'd decided not to attempt to hide any longer. Mark tossed Honor aside and moved to stand behind her.
If I asked you out, would you be offended?
What?
She spun in place, her eyes searching his.
Why would I be offended?
Mark didn't answer. He waited until the answer came to her and allowed her to work through it.
I might be selfish, but I'm not a jerk, I don't think.
If it's about a boss-employee thing, yeah, I can handle that.
Even when I have to jump on you about something?
Mark's hands moved to her shoulders and tried to work out the stress-induced kinks in them.
It'll happen. You won't like something I say, and I'm going to have to treat you like every other agent. I'm going to have to send you into dangerous situations and trust that you'll fight for someone with your life, even if that means you lose yours.
He thanked whatever gods might be responsible for keeping his voice from cracking at that thought.
You're much too involved for someone who hasn't even been on a real date.
I think that'll be harder for you than me, but you do what you're most afraid of. I think I just got promoted and you didn't even mean to do it.
The truth of her words zinged through his heart and lodged there. He took her hand and brought it to his face.
And dating a man who looks like he could be your father or a very young grandfather.
Didn't you know?
She kissed his cheek before rocking back on her heels.
Women like distinguished older men. Keep your hair gray like that, and we'll call it perfect.
Inappropriate, presumptuous, premature even, Mark no longer cared. In the living room of his favorite apartment, by the window where he had planned some of their most important missions, he kissed his best agent's cousin until he almost forgot there was anything else to discuss. He pulled her into the kitchen, pointed to a bar stool, and faced her on the other side of the island.
You need to stay there for a minute.
What?
There's something else we needed to discuss.
Her confused and slightly kiss-befuddled expression sent him digging into the fridge for sushi he'd ordered.
Hungry?
Um,
Sure you are. Water or wine?
either?
Claire stared at him as if he'd lost his mind.
I think I have, but not like you think.
Oh, Henry and Paris. That's what you mean. I was so confused. That's why I'm here, isn't it? You didn't want someone who doesn't know to overhear?
You're here because I wanted to see how you felt about me. And because I have to tell you something that'll probably tick you off enough that I'll have no doubt about just what that feeling is.
Tick. I'm not going to like it?
Her eyes narrowed.
Oh, man. They're government, aren't they? You let government people guard my cousin? Mark, how could you?
Their agency. Will Rickwood's people.
As he waited for the words to sink in, Mark poured him a glass of wine, another for Claire, and set hers on the island.
Who is Will Rickwood?
Mark popped a tuna roll into his mouth and chewed it before he answered.
Western U.S. agency.
So we are government?
No.
But there's another branch, like the Seattle office or something?
Mark shook his head and decided to plow through the explanation instead of dragging it out. He'd already annoyed her.
No, look, we're not the only agency. It's worldwide, actually, but we're separate entities. Central U.S., mostly the Midwest, down into Texas and a couple other southern states, are my main territory. Most of my cases originate here, but sometimes people come to me instead of one of the others, just as I'm sure Will probably gets Rockland people. It's who knows who and Who trust who? Whom? Who? Whatever.
Wait, worldwide? So, like, if I was in Japan and got into trouble, there might be an agency there to help me? If I knew how to find it?
Probably would end up talking to a U.S. agency, Mark insisted, but the Asian branches are there to help their own. Well, branch is a poor word choice. We're all independent, autonomous. We sometimes work together, like this time, but usually not.
And it's not paid for by, like, Black Ops or something?
No, I heard about it from an ex-agent who got drunk one night. I thought he was off his rocker, but I liked the idea.
She skirted the island and moved into his arms.
And you just started one?
Yes.
Claire's eyes locked on his as her arms slid around his neck.
Wow. How do you find out about the others?
They found me.
Mark indulged himself in one more kiss before he relaxed against the counter and began the story of his career.
You see, in the beginning, I wasn't nearly as good as I thought I was.
The end. This is Krista Del Sorbo. We hope you have enjoyed this production of A Forgotten Truth, The Agency Files, Book 4, written by Chautona Havig. Thank you for listening.